Who hit the table? The record skipped. Who did that? Dang it. Hit the table. The record's gonna skip. Well, good morning. Or, well, it's afternoon now, but hey, how's everybody doing? What a satisfactory stream yesterday. I would say that was a very satisfactory stream. We're gonna do that again tomorrow, I think. Probably with a space news break, just so we can get primed for Flame Trench and stuff. All systems, I swear. Don't do that. But I want satisfactory today. Dude, I gotta recharge. I ground out 12 hours. You know how many foundations I placed yesterday? Because I screwed up probably easily like 10,000 foundations. Just, we don't want to burn the candle at both ends, but we do want to burn the candle. Marco, 19-month resub. Including the mistake fixing. Yeah, yes. Zip sound is permanent in your brain now. Yeah, right. Me enjoying the Lord's chicken, getting ready to head your way. All right. Pickers for a change then, or stationeers? Nah. I wanted to play workers because I didn't finish it because Monday night. I didn't finish what I was doing because of Monday Night Football. But wanted to go hang with the wifey. So let's jump in. We'll get it going. Get it going. Workers and resources is your Twitch addiction right now. Dude, it's a good game, man. I don't care what anybody says. It's a good game. All right, let's jump in. Baka Laka Daka stands the plan. All right. All rise for Baka Laka Daka stand the anthem.
Greatest ever, he's the man. AJ Scott, the winning plan. You will prevail, you will succeed. Baka Laka Daka storms the creed.
AJ streaming live today.
Shout with all their might. AJ's vision shining bright. From the east to every coast. Baka Laka Daka storms they
There you go,
toast.
Jacobs.
Greatest ever, he's the man. AJ Scott, the winning plan. He will prevail, he will
AJ.
succeed. Baka Laka Daka storms the creed.
Oh, where were we?
With all their might. AJ's vision shining bright. From the east to
AJ.
every coast. Baka Laka Daka storm they toast. Greatest ever, he's the man. AJ Scott, the winning plan. You will prevail, you will succeed. Baka Laka Daka storms the creed. Monitors hum with electric light. AJ's bringing dark to bright. In the chat, they give their cheer. Baka Laka Daka storm is near. It's near. It's creed. It's near. Laka Daka storms the creed.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right, so we're back to Baka Laka Daka stands the plan. All right, we need ambulances here. No U.S. ambulances. Okay. What's the fastest one? The IMV 600. Yeah. Let's buy a couple of those. There we go. All right, cool. So, we actually got the highway. The highway right away is planned out and ready to go to connect in Aribi to the Center Valley, right? We got that. Well, we got the highway to the Center Valley. We gotta working on that, and now we have to get the Novogulin highway connected at least down into the Center Valley from there. Into, yeah, the center valley, which I still haven't really come up with a name for. The AN-12s are, in fact, still dogfighting, chat. Yes, that is what's going on. James, you're good? Right on, man, right on. We have more parking spaces set up, and the construction crews are finishing. I have all the construction labor here. We just got to get aggregate labor set up, or aggregate storage set up, and a distro depot set up. I think we'll put, I think we can put a distro, train distro, here. I think that would be a good idea. To be able to get the resources good for down there. There is some, yeah, my combines are getting a little old there, for the harvest. So there's that. The grain train, I'm probably going to have that train stop for a little while. So we can build up crops, because we'll build a food plant over here. For some reason, I'm not seeing anybody's subscriber badges. Control F5 is clear cache. Electricity problem in Nagaris. Yeah, okay. We got to get electricity out here. They're operating off wind right now. Hey, Woody. What's going on? The helicopters do be having fuel, though. So, the planes are circling because we have no control tower. We also need to demolish that because, yeah, turns out you need to put a ramp next to your airport terminal, so I gotta rethink that. So that's good. We'll design the new terminal and cargo terminal over here. Yeah. Hey, Vasia. What's up, man? Kavarit, Ipakaseve, Bakalaka Dakistan. Or something. What's up, man? How you doing? Actually, we got a... Nice. The rating is getting there. Our TV is getting good. So is he secret police? Yes. Yeah, Bolshoi KGB. Yes. Very nice. That TV station employs a ton of people. That's why I built the towers next to it, dude. I can barely get the city to stay afloat. This is nuts. Oil, baby. Energy is king. Is it making the shows we see in MSC? Yes. Ellis says the city looks awesome. Thanks, man. This is Novogulin. It's one of my biggest cities. Actually, this is the biggest city that I've ever made in workers. It has 4,600 people. That's pretty good for a city of its size. We'll double its size sooner rather than later. We got all that area for the entire city. Yeah, so we'll... Yeah, it's pretty big. That 4,600 does not include the apartments. Oh, geez. Because those apartments are like, oh, yikes. The trees give it a nice touch. Yeah, man. Actually, let's get that done today. We can expand it more. This city is incomplete. You can help by expanding the section. This article is incomplete. Helps when you have an army of bulldozers. That's something I noticed about workers. The more bulldozers you have, the faster the terraforming tools go. We'll plan out the other side of this city soon. It's not really the highest thing on my priorities list, but yeah, it's something that we can do here. I find if you use the flattening tool and move the brush in the direction that you want the terrain height to go, or the topographical lines, it really, really helps. We're just removing this hill because, frick this hill. We're combing the desert. Are we taking this too literally? No, he said comb the desert, so we're combing it. Found anything yet? Not a thing, sir. What about you? No, sir. What about you guys? We ain't found nothing. All right, so now watch. You comb the lines out. You comb the desert. Then you hit it with the smoother tool. There we go. That one came out a little messed up because the road is there. So hold on, let me just delete the road for a second. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, bud. Oh yeah, that's great. Good for now. All right, cool. So yeah, we'll double the size of this city soon. But the thing is that if we double it, we're gonna have to start putting in other infrastructure, parking lots, car-centric stuff, maybe a tram. We'll see. Face the sand, please. Oh yeah, also, these new parts of the city over here need palm trees. Remove 3. No trees in the center median. Is a rule. Do not like, you get shot. Great success. There we go. Also, we started construction on a new prison. That's nice. But yeah, that's Nova Glen. It started as Algalin here, which was just a small village. Then we kind of expanded it. Saw yesterday that the airport is developed. Yeah. Hey Nova, what's going on? Yeah, the airport is paved, and it's cool because it gives you a runway heading, depending on the direction of the runway. So check this out. So see how the number can change, how it's going 6, 7, 8, but here's the real kicker. Watch what happens if you do a parallel. Bruh. How's that? Bruh. Game's mint. Mint! Yeah. See? Little things like that are what makes this game real good, man. Shouldn't that be the left? Yeah, it's not perfect, but it's the thought that counts. I don't know, it's more basil to you. Yeah, well, I take parsley with that. Yeah, you have to build the airport, guys. This is basically the city's airport DLC, but it's part of the base game because, you know. Looks like today you have a lot of space news. We are doing space news today, yes. We ain't found nothing. All right. So, we have the right-of-way for the highway figured out. We have the right-of-way for the trains coming from Aribi. And I have told them to start making that. It looks like the TBM is going in. Yes! Send it! Excellent. Yep. And I just told them to just get on to it. Once we got the tracks connected in, man, that's where this is going to get crazy. Thoughts on the idea of the antitrust suit against NASCAR? I haven't put enough thought into it to really be able to tell you, have a good opinion on it, man. How's our brick factory looking? Brick factory needs labor. There we go. That should fix that problem. Now we need... Need to get the footpaths built. Bus station's ready to go. That needs to be demolished and rebuilt. We had a transformer blow. We should probably build a fire station down here too. You know what? That's a good idea. And put it in range of the bus stop. Hey. There we go. And then tell the Aribi and the Corvaru depots to get on that. There we go. So we have coal and bricks here in this area. Rick, what's going on? People still care about NASCAR? I don't mind NASCAR. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And I do believe I've told them to start construction on this as well. Broken vehicle. Uh-oh. Boca Chica launch operations October 12th with backup 13 and 14th. Notice to marine traffic posted. Erudite, what did I tell you, man? All this bull crap, all this static with the FAA. I think we might see a Starship launch a little bit sooner rather than later. Does NASCAR have an EV spin-off like F1? No. No. Oh, look at all those new flatbeds. Heck yeah, man. They do, and it's terrible. How long until the control tower is finished? Oh. The control tower is gonna take a second, but actually the helicopters are delivering a good amount of a good amount of stuff. Nice. Sweet. Oh, we also started construction on the port. I actually need to see how deep this water is. It's 40 at its deepest. It'd be cool if you needed to have like dredgers to fix this. Oh. That's not great. Yeah, they got that under control. More people go work at the hotel, dang it. Fire, it'll be alright. Fire trucks have been dispatched. Cool. Cool, cool. Alright, so let's pause for a few seconds for station identification. The FAA Jaws, you toy with us, the FAA Jaws cannot release. I think they'll be alright. Hey Cal, what's going on? Just got done watching the NSF Daily with Das making remarks during the video. He's pretty funny, not as funny as you though. Oh jeez. Das is my boy, Cal. I've been friends with Das for about a decade. We were both Twitch Kerbal streamers back in the day. I mean, I still am. He had a little more grandiose vision about STEM outreach than I did, I think. No, he's good people, dude. Yeah, one of my best friends, man. Yep, he's a good dude. He's very good at what he does, dude. Let me say that. Like really good, dude. He, for content creation and outreach and stuff, he's pretty much the best in the business, I would say. That's why I do work for NSF. He also had a flying aircraft carrier. He did make the Hellcarrier in KSP, which was pretty cool. I miss the Das Kerbal streams. Me too, Avenger. Me too. Those were good times, for sure. Knowledgeable Hillness? The guy's... Dude. You don't mess with Das when it comes to streaming technology. The guy will school you on that, like, royally. Das isn't a founding member of NSF. I'm pretty sure. No, that's Chris. That's the Chris's. NSF started as a forum, guys, in the early 2000s. I remember reading it in high school. Really wish I had the wherewithal to be like, yo, if you want to do this, you have to do good in those math classes that you're cutting to go and read this stuff. But hey, whatever. It's fine. Yeah, Hillness, yeah, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, Cal. Both helped you a lot in college? There you go. Right on. Yep, he's a good buddy of mine. I talk to Das more than you might think. Yeah, we have chit-chats about things and stuff and content creation and whatnot. He's good people, man. All right, so what was the grade that we had for this highway? Let's just measure 1,000 feet. Okay, so we have a 4% grade for this one. Okay, so shut up, Ibit. All these damn rocks. It was through dots that I found EJ. There you go. I hope Shimmy's doing well. I haven't talked to Shimmy in a good while, dude. It's kind of weird that this morning I was watching a VOD of you talking about NSF in high school. Jeez. Really, Joe? That's... Well done. Thank you, Jens. At least the excavator noise is different than the bulldozer noise. I find the excavator noise to be very pleasing to the ears. But anyway, yeah, Cal's good people. Das is good people, dude. You won't find a more honest dude in the industry, to be 100% real. You know, it's the kind of people you want to be friends with, you know. Jimmy sub in 2024? Yep. That's what that looks like. Would you and Das do a friendship anniversary stream? What? I think we're both too busy for that. What is it, friend anniversary? I don't know what that is. I have no friend. Be real, man. Actually, did we ever get fuel out to this? We did. Cool. All right. Let's move some bulldozers out there. Do we have bulldozers free? There's an excavator and a bulldozer there, but... a couple of excavators there, a couple of bulldozers. That's a construction office, though. What about Garawi? Hang on, did we fill this up with new stuff? Yes, we did. All right, excellent. Cool. Oh, there's an extra excavator right there. Now I just need a flatbed to move the stupid thing. Have you seen the 4MNXKCD about using a submarine as a spaceship? I've seen it, Guidel, but I don't remember. I don't remember the contents of it. I've watched a lot of XKCD. Seen a lot of them. They're usually relevant. Oh, we got these things figured out. Good. Here, let me go to my helicopter depot and tell them to get resources from here. So steel, bricks, prefabs, boards. There we go. Yeah, a viewer told me to hook that up. That stockpile of resources. That's a good idea. Yeah, we'll do the same for this depot. Because right now I have them pulling from beyond the borders for steel and stuff, so. Steel, bricks, prefabs, boards. Fire is extinguished. Good. It's okay, there's a hospital next door. Do we still have that good excavator? Yeah. The Z100, Z1000. All right, how the train's doing on the tunnel construction? The TBM is in there doing its thing. Nice. All right, so we're gonna need excavators. Here's what I want to do. Go in here, and just because I'm gonna need more of these, and how long do those excavators? Oh, they go till 1982. Hold on. Hold up a second here, dudes. Put that bus over there. Put that over there. I don't know where to put that dumper truck. Can go there. And then the bulldozer can go there. Actually, that bulldozer can go to that one. Paving. Reason why is I'm about to buy a ton of these excavators. These are the best excavators in the game. The other ones suck. Yeah, I'm just gonna buy a bunch of them, and we're just gonna stockpile them here for now. Actually, we should buy more of them. We should buy as many of those as we can. Those what is that, an E100? I forget or E1000. I forget what that letter is. E111D. It's an EJ1000 now. You're damn right it is. You're damn right it is. Purchase 2 of them. Put them on that lot. Do any of these have empty spots? I think these are all full. Need to get the vehicle manufacturing up ASAP. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, dude. That's a demo office. That's a construction office. Oh, there's another depot over here. Cool. We can buy 10 of them. Excellent. And then I have flatbeds to transport them there. We'll move them around the map. Yeah, the steam shovel looking melon farmers. These are great excavators in the game. I don't know about real life. All right, the other thing we need to work on here is train distro. Chain distribution needs to be figured out. I don't know where the heck I'm gonna put it. Train is waiting too long. Yeah, I have these tracks rebuilt, and they're still bumpy. Man. A sub can't be a spaceship. I would not launch a submarine into space. Have you heard about Smite? I don't know what that is, Cal. Maybe in passing, dude, but I'm not 100% sure. Oh, second TBM has entered the chat. Check that out. Oh, yeah. It would be cool if the TBM, you had to attach gravel cars to it, and as it dug the tunnel out, it filled up the gravel cars. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Sig. This should create waste, but you know what, man? It make that the game's a little easier because it doesn't. So, you know, we're just gonna The Tatra 813 flatbed 6x6 can hold 26 tons. I'm really kind of wondering what the heck that is. Anyway, oh, we got a traffic jam. What's going on? Oh, it's the excavators. Yeah, all the excavators leaving the depot. Yeah, we got a lot of them. What'd you think about Cleator's first John and Consuela? Tessa, that was probably my favorite Cletus video, dude. Guy didn't even bat an eye. Got right in his helicopter and went and did what he needed to do. I'm very, very proud. Very proud of him. That's cool. For what it's worth, I don't know. I'm just another content creator. Who knows? But he's the real deal, man. Guy's the real deal. I just unlocked trains and signals in Satisfactory, and I've been stockpiling dedicated resources overnight while sleeping. Big factory, here you come. There you go. Yeah, dude, he's a pretty good pilot. Yeah, some of the one with the swing set, where he kind of tried the hill and then had to land by the swing set, that's... Take some balls doing that, man. Guy's cool, man. Real cool. Research program is finished. We have synthetic fertilizer. Yep, Coltec, there's good content creators out there, man. You know, you pick who you roll with, you know. That's what's causing that problem. Yeah, I mean, it's cool, man. Cool that they were out there doing their thing. It's awesome. It really made me happy. That's what we do over here, man. That's real America, man. That's the stuff you don't see on the news, dude. You know, you don't get that. That's what we do. That kind of stuff, dude. Tessa, that kind of stuff happens every day. And I'm not trying to say it doesn't happen in other countries either, but you got to remember the scale of this place, dude. It's big. You know, whenever a disaster like this hits, you get people from all over the country coming in and help. You ever notice how you hear about it and then it goes away? Because we rebuild, and we rebuild fast. We're resilient, man. That's what we do. Can you explain what Cleator did? So, Cletus McFarlane is a YouTube channel, Hokie, that I watch. It's mostly centered around cars. He's a car YouTuber. Builds dragsters and stuff. And just, yeah, general shenanigans, right? It's a good channel. It's fun to watch. But Cleator, part of the reason why I like that channel too is that the guy that runs it, Garrett, he's an aviation nutcase. He's a plane nut. Oh yeah, he's a plane nutcase. He just bought a MD-500 helicopter. Like an MD-500 is a very small, it's a very tiny four-seater like performance helicopter. Like the military uses MD-500s all the time. You've seen them before, but yeah. So he bought one sight unseen.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
These guys. Yeah, it's based off of a Hughes OH-6, if I'm remembering correctly, or Hughes 369, that thing. He bought one sight unseen from Venezuela and had it shipped to the U.S., and then it had all the paperwork with it for what it's worth, and it was he had all the papers, and he had the thing fully certified for flight. He basically his YouTube money paid to restore it. I mean, Cleater owns a bunch of stuff, dude. He has partial stake in a drag strip in Florida. He owns a racetrack in Florida, like a circle track. He owns a bit of Motion Raceworks, which makes like machine billet parts for like race cars and stuff. Like, he's really doing good. He's a good dude. But so he just had his MD500 restored, right? He paid to learn to fly the thing, right? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like that's not my friggin' dream, dude. Like, I'd love to do that, right? maybe when we get big, you know. It's awesome, dude. Like, and the first thing he did, he just got the thing home. He flew it. It was being restored somewhere in the south, I think in Georgia, and he flew it home. And the second he got in, you know, there were Facebook posts he saw on Facebook and social media that, you know, they need helicopters where the hurricanes hit in North Carolina and Tennessee. And he said, well, frick this. Him and his wife got in the helicopter and flew right up there and just started evacing people based off of like what they saw from social media posts and stuff. And you know, then they started running supplies and stuff around. Yeah, the guy was doing that all weekend. Yeah, it was pretty cool. He posted a video about it, but in the video, the guy's like, he was like, I'm not trying to make money off this. I thought you guys would appreciate seeing the helicopter fly around and stuff, because that video, I guess the video that he posted was supposed to be him receiving his helicopter and flying it home, right? But he posted like him evacuating people and bringing supplies in and stuff, and yeah, it's super cool, dude. Yeah, super cool. I'm gonna see if I have plenty of hours. Still scared crapless to step in a helicopter. Dude, Andre, I don't blame you. I try to keep it classy during the day, man, because I've been streaming for so long, people watch with their kids now, so I try not to curse up a storm, but oh, I agree with you. Helicopters are frigging black magic, man. Dude, I know how helicopters work, man. I know how they work, and I'm still like, all right. You know? Yeah, so because he had such a small helicopter, Hokie, you could basically get that thing anywhere. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, it was super cool. He's a super good dude. What's the FAA process for pitching in like that? I don't know. Dude, he just showed up. But yeah, you know, like, it's good stuff, man. Did you hear about the guy who flew his helicopter to South Carolina to help rescue people? Found a husband and wife trapped, picked up the wife, dropped off his son, co-pilot with the husband, dropped off the wife at the fire department. Then the fire chief called the police and told the guy if he went back to pick up anybody else, he'd be arrested. I don't know the details to that geek, but I did hear about it. Something ain't stirring the Kool-Aid, man. I've been finding, dude, you hear stories like that don't make sense. They probably don't. So I don't know what happened there. But yeah. Yeah, I guess they all kind of met at an airport, and yeah, they started just delegating supplies to places that they couldn't get cars, because, dude, up in the mountains in Appalachia out there, all the roads follow the rivers. Like, that's not any secret, dude. That's how you make roads. You're trying to make a road go through a mountain pass, make it follow the river, because the river is usually the lowest point. Like what we're doing here. The problem is that the hurricane deposited so much freaking water up there that it deposited so much freaking water up there that it flooded the river, and then it flooded everything in the river. It flooded everything around it too, so that's, yeah, no good. I have no place to put this stupid truck. Oh, there. Would you have to go to college right? If you were to have to go to college right now, what would you study? Aerospace, Jens. Aerospace. Absolutely.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Shirley, 26-month resub. Thanks. But yeah, that Cleater video is pretty cool, man. It was pretty cool. I mean, the guy's a good pilot. He's a real good pilot. Some of the places he took that helicopter are not helicopter landing pads. Cal, you went back to school when you were 36? Right on, man. That's good. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it was good stuff, man. Really good video. It made me very happy to be following that community and to be part of it. Like I went to a Cletus event in July, the New England 900, and I'm going to Les Mullets too. Went to Penn State for computers. Should have gone to a technical school. Yeah, it's all good, man. You seem to have turned out okay. Maybe. Anyway, our control tower is almost done, speaking of helicopters. But yeah, you know, Andre, I don't know if you're still in chat, you're saying you're CFI. Well, that's cool, man. We're kind of plain nutcases in here, too. Dude, this whole thing up here, the swash plate, the drag link, rotor assembly, like that, how that doesn't just rip itself to shreds is beyond me. That, like, I know how it works. I know everything has to be in perfect balance to avoid precession and stuff, right? But it still blows my mind. It's just like, oh, all right. Sean, I just walked through the living room in YouTube. Pushed her to one of your older... I just walked through the living room. My girl was watching TV. Pushed one of your older VODs after a video ended. Long story short, I thought she was out there watching EJ. Oh. Nice. You pushed a VOD to the living room. It's like, hey. Your girl's probably like, who the heck is this nerd? A STEM content creator with Gleater. Dude, he knows who I am because of NSF. I wore a Gleater shirt once on NSF. Actually, I do it a lot. Yeah, he definitely knows, at least NSF channel he knows. But yeah, I don't know. I wanted to talk to him about it, Tessa, at the New England 900, but frankly, you couldn't get near him. Couldn't get near the guy. Dude, the line to meet Garrett was probably about a quarter mile long. Not an exaggeration. Appropriate unit of measurement also. Keep an eye on your inbox, then you never know. Yep. Always, dude. Wait, did I? There we go. Let's buy 3 flatbeds for hauling here and move the 2 dozers and that excavator up to the front of the highway. Decided on a car for the Republic? I don't know. Ain't gonna be no Lada. Probably the Scirocco's. Or the Skylines. The Skylines haven't come in yet. Why not go study aerospace now? I don't have any money, Jens. Look, man, you guys take good care of me here, but this job requires a lot of work, and I'm not rich, man. It's just another job. Like, not everybody can be like Ninja and make bajillions of dollars, or like Kai or something. Like, and don't get me wrong, I respect what those guys do. They're clearly better at what they do than I am. You know? Like, I'm not jealous, I'm not hating, but for some of us, this is just a job, dude. Just a job. I'd love to. That was my original intent, believe it or not. You know, I didn't think Twitch streaming would be viable in the long term. Nobody did. But it was to save up enough money. But yeah, I guess I decided to have a wife and house instead. Somewhere along the way. Not necessarily bad. I mean, it's pretty good. Yeah, that's right, Cal. Yep. It's clear we need more EJ hot tub streams. And I want to be very clear about this too, guys. I would not have been able to afford this house by myself. Remo and I were able to afford this house because we both work. You know, but yeah, that's how it do be, and sometimes it do be like that. Let those trucks fill up with gas. How many times do you almost give up? Never. There have been projects that I've done on StreamCal that just didn't pan out how I want, and I ended up stopping them. But the streaming thing, you know, you don't work a day in your life here, but the thing about this job is that it takes dedication. You have to be here. You have to be here. You have to keep up your presence online, and that takes a lot of effort. I don't like taking no for an answer when it comes to this stuff, dude. Like, that's not... Like, even the projects that I stopped, like the SSTO or something, I soldiered at that thing for like 6 months. You know, to get it... To try and get it working. I think I gave it a pretty good effort, man. Oh. But yeah, didn't pan out how I wanted. It happens. I'm gonna move the 3 trucks up there so we can start building out this next phase of the highway. We're gonna have to keep the game on pause for a little bit to get them up there, but that's okay. It's how you adapt, change. Yep, improvise, adapt, overcome. Yep. Yep. That's how it is. Repost in case you haven't seen it. Vulcansert 2 is go for Friday at 6 a.m. Money is the only thing stopping you from going into the aerospace industry that can be fixed. Technological break into orbit. I like ULA's upper stage, man. Centaur 5s. It's a good upper stage. Yeah, Dino, it happens. It's alright. Yeah, I guess I'll be there for that. The problem is on Thursday I wanted to do a big Satisfactory stream. Looks like Thursday will just be a regular Satisfactory space news, with some Satisfactory space news. I'm gonna stop this. I'll stop the stream after space news tomorrow, so we can get up for that. I'll be here. What's the timeline for Blue Origin to launch anything? November-ish. They pushed back the Escapade mission because NASA and Blue Origin decided to push back the Escapade mission because they weren't ready. New Glenn wasn't ready. But it'll be ready in November. Which university? MIT? I would love to go to MIT, and I grew up not far from MIT, dude. That would be a great honor, and I'll be honest, guys. Here's the thing, dudes. This job takes a lot of dedication, but if I did have that opportunity, school would be my priority. Like, I would not have a lot of time to stream. That's the problem. It's really hard. It's really hard to balance this. Really hard to balance it, you know? Should be going to MIT or something. I would love to. That'd be awesome. Is there MSC for after hours? I don't know. Maybe. Any updates on the whole TCEQ bull crap? There was a notice to marine traffic for October 12th, Jacobs. So, I don't know what bearing that has on what's going on, but who knows? But yeah, Jens, I would love to if I had the opportunity, but honestly, at this point, in order to do that, I would need to make sure I make enough money every month for student loans. I have to make enough for the mortgage. I have to make enough for the car payments on the Fusion. You have to make enough for Titan. Brimo I can't have Brimo shoulder that burden. That's not fair. Yeah. I would love to though. Yeah, I mean if I had we could probably swing it. Probably swing it if we took the mortgage out of the if we took the mortgage payment out of the equation, but in order to do that, I need an exponentially higher sub count than what I have now. I'm not asking for subs, don't worry. I want to earn your subscriptions. I don't want it gifted. I'm not asking for it. Yeah, and it's just money's tight right now, dude, just because like I said, this is just a regular job, guys. I just get paid what everybody else gets paid. And I'm okay with that. That's fine. As long as I, can keep coming in here teaching people about rockets and stuff, it's okay. Would I like to make like 250 G's a year? That'd be awesome. It'd be great, but I'm sorry. It's just like streaming has this kind of allure, like, oh, if you're a successful social, not allure, it has this kind of like guys that if you're like a successful, if you're successful here, like you're gonna make millions of dollars. No, it's just a regular job, dude. Just a regular job. I don't have any paving equipment here, so that's gonna be hard to get this done right. Yeah, just a regular job. And that's okay, that's fine. Yeah, Doom, yeah, I'd love to. Don't get me wrong, I still got fight in me. I'm not admitting defeat. I'll find other ways to make money. I'm not an idiot, right? Like, find other ways to do it. Not to rub in the salt, but it'd have not to rub salt in it, but it would have been a slightly more lucrative job if Space Simulator IPs would have lived up to the hype. Yeah. Yep. No, you're not wrong. It's good that you noticed, dude. Kerbal wasn't stirring the Kool-Aid, right? Like, and then I was like, okay, it's fine. Starfield's coming out, it's good, and then Cities is coming out, and that's fine. We'll just do that for a little while. Well, Kerbal gets good, and then Cities did the same thing. I had my two franchise games flop in 1 year, like that. I'm not gonna say that hurt financially, but it did. But don't worry, with the September stuff and stuff, you guys definitely have been, helping me out. I really appreciate it. And I appreciate everybody watching as always. I'm not asking. I earn subs. I earn subs with awesome content. That's by what we do in the games and Space News. CS2 didn't throw in the towel, dude. It's just it's not fun to play. I don't have any other way to describe it. It's not fun to play. It's not fun. It's not fun. No, King, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like
this is Space. I'm in Space.
I'm doing my part. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like this year hasn't been a little bit for me, scary,
this is Space.
to
I'm
say
in
the
Space.
least, right? Jacobs, gifted 5s. You guys don't need to do that. I hate it that every time I talk about this, people end up gifting subs. I'm not some charity case, all right? I appreciate the support, but I want to earn subs, okay? You earn these, yeah, whatever. Crap, I wanted that to be anonymous. Oh, well. But yeah, King, it's... That coupled with all the inflation is... Let's just say your boy took a pay cut. Yeah. A pretty big pay cut. What saved it, I'll be 100% real. Okay, so like, guys, I don't like talking about how much I make. That's lame. I'm not gonna be like, oh, if we get like 30 more subs, man, we're gonna get to this milestone. Thank you so much for the support. I don't do that crap. I don't like it. It comes off as extremely disingenuous in my mind. Don't get me wrong. If other people do it and make some money, that's fine. I'm not judging. I'm talking about me, right? Like, guys, what saved the stream is Partner Plus. What saved it? The Partner Plus program and being able to get a 70-30 split is what saved me. Yeah, that's what saved me. The stream wouldn't, let me put it to you like this. Without a 70-30 split, the stream would not have been financially viable for basically this entire year. Yeah, it's the first time that I've ever thought about like, okay, maybe I need to reassess this, but we're trending back in the right direction with NSF, with Flame Trench, with Space News. I started doing Space News again on the regular. I pivoted the content and, you know, Plain Satisfactory in this, coupled with the Space News covering launches, started getting back into the groove again. And that's
This is space. I'm in space.
It's fixing things. Let me put it to you like that. It's fixing things. Not charity, you earned it. Thanks, Toxic. I appreciate it. Yes, you gifted. Dude, don't you help me out enough?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, the 70-30 split Partner Plus program is what saved the stream. Full disclosure, that and multicasting. Without those two, I'd be screwed. I would have stopped. I would have had to. I don't have a choice. Like, I would have had to go do something else. Like, that, you know, and then it's that and NSF too. NSF is a paid gig. I get paid to do Flame Trench. I'm not going to lie to you. It's a paid gig. So, yeah, Partner Plus, NSF, and multicasting is what saved my butt. But then again, that's good because that's diversification. That's what you have to do that when you're in content creation. You have to diversify your revenue streams. That's why streamers sell merch. Your numbers usually go down for the summer though, right? Yeah, Gob, but not to the tune of half of my revenue going away. Sun Temple, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it, man. Zeros with the bits too. Thank you guys. But yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. I'm making up numbers, guys. I'm just, let me put it to you like this. When KSP2 released, let's just say, once again, these are made up numbers. Let's say I had 1,000 subscribers when KSP2 came out, right? Actually, I'm going to leave this on pause so the trucks can get to the depot over here so we can finish this highway. Let's just keep an eye on the depot for when the trucks get down here so we can do this. Let's just say I had 1,000 subs. Like at peak, Kerbal 2 came out, playing Kerbal 1, grinding out Kerbal 1 with the space station and everything. Kerbal 2, huge anticipation. Played Kerbal 2 to about June of 2023. Let's say the peak that I hit was 1,000 subs. I'd say like before that I was carrying like maybe 750. Once again, these sub numbers are made up because I don't want to tell you guys what I make. That I don't think that's right. I don't talk about what I make. That's because I don't want to promote it. That's not how I do business. Say I was carrying like up until the KSP hype about 750 subs, right? And then during the KSP like crazy hype, it got to 1,000, right? After the KSP fallout, after I stopped playing KSP, it went back down to about 750. Through Starfield, through Cities, it went back up, right? At the end of 2023. It went back up, but as there were lesser and lesser patches coming out for KSP2, it started to go back down to 750. And then by the time Take-Two pulled, the game, sub count probably was at like 450. You know, like, once again, I'm speaking in relative terms. This is not actual sub count. These are just made up numbers. So I had a delta swing from the beginning of 2023 to the end of 2023 of a, like, peak was like maybe 1,000, and then, yeah, like, into 2024, like, it got down as low as 450. So yeah, half. Yeah. Once again, these are, I'm using round numbers here, but those would be the approximate, like, percentages. So yeah, about half. I've been dealing with, I don't like talking about this. I really don't. It's not right. No, it ain't right. But yeah, half. Yeah, about half. I don't complain. Just figure it out. We're good now. We're good now. Like, all the subs that have been gifted, all the Crew 9 stuff, like, you know, covering the launches and doing space news again, like, I fixed it. But yeah, about half. Yeah, oh, dude, not good. Oh, I had all these plans, dudes. I had all these plans, you know, with the KSP,
Go and throttle up.
with the revenue that we'd get from getting KSP, we'd, you know, road trips, stuff like that. Yeah, you can't do it. Don't have any money. So what you're saying is we should get you to 3,000 subs. In that relative correlation, dude, yeah, that would be helpful. But once again, it's not just about gifting subs. It's about converting subs, people doing tier 1 subs, like, not gifted. Gifted subs are great, but it's retention as well. I hemorrhaged off a part of my core user base because I stopped playing KSP because it was just so hard to stream. And then I hemorrhaged off a lot of tier 1 subscriptions too because I stopped, because Cities was awful. I couldn't play it. Like we did the Stugats, and Stugats was amazing. It's just, you know, we got to the point where it really can't, there's not much more to do with Cities. There's not much longevity to the game once you have a crazy big city and stuff, right? Like, there's no point to go and play the other biomes and stuff. Like, the resource distribution system in that game is awful. The traffic is amazing. The traffic is in Cities 2, the traffic simulation is the best I've ever seen in any city simulator, right? Like, might be time to consider being a real streamer and shilling a bit. No, it's not good. No. Nope. I don't do that. I'm not gonna do that. If I have to make the pivot to doing that, you've either A, gotten lazy, or B, something has gone horribly wrong. I won't do it. I'll fall back on the content that I know you guys want to see, and what I think the stream needs, and that hasn't failed me yet. Like, we've rebounded. We're good now. It's fine. I mean, there's been a lot of gifted subs over the last week, and that's fine. That's gotten me back up to, you know, where I was. But the key is, how much of that are you gonna retain? How many people are gonna convert subs? I don't know. It depends, and that depends on streaming stuff that people want to see. You know, that's really what that is dependent on. So, you know, take that for what it's worth. All right, trucks are here, so let's get that truck out of there, unload that, send that flatbed truck back up here. You know, people aren't going to tell you what they want. People aren't going to tell you what content they like. I mean, you guys do. You guys do help me in that regard, but you know, you have to know what your core user base wants, you know? And that, oh, Connie, there you go. Converted Prime to tier 1. So what you're saying is RBMK and vehicle production. But yeah. I don't give up. I don't give up that easy. But I will say, yeah, through this year, it's been tough, man. Like I said, I'm feeling the squeeze just like everybody else is. I get it. This is entertainment. When the economy gets tight, entertainment is the first to go. I get it. I don't blame people for unsubscribing. I really don't. Like, that's not their problem. You know, like, it is what it is. It's all good. I'll rebound. I'll find another way. Because I'm a relentless bitch. That's how I roll. You guys think I put a lot of effort into the streaming projects? I mean, the stream, I'm not gonna let this fail. No way. I won't let that happen. I put way too much work into this business to let it fail. Just at first signs of economic struggle. If I jumped ship, that's lame. If I jumped ship, it would have been lame. Like, dude, the first signs of problems, I mean, the stream has been straight profitable for almost a decade. The first sign of problems, you're gonna run.
Go and throttle up.
The pussy's way out. I'm not doing that. Excuse my language. Sorry, I'll time myself out. Yeah, geek. Have you tried ONI? No, I've played Stationeer's Humanoid, but ONI is cool. Yeah, no, Wrath Tier 2 6 months in advance. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. It does really help me, guys. I've been also trying to get over the awkwardness of people giving me money, but that's what I'm about, dudes. Ever thought about Frostpunk 1 or 2? Not familiar with those games, Jackery. Alright, we have all the stuff we need right there. Let's start doing some work. Oh, much easier when the bulldozers are right there. Alright, let's get our profile line out. Prime subs are non-recurring, Jacobs. Tier 1 sub is a subscription that's recurring. And Prime subs I get 50% cut. Tier 1 subs, actually any tiered subs, is 70-30 because of Partner Plus. Like I said, that 20% raise, the 70-30 cut, is really what saved the stream. Yeah, without that 20% raise, I would have been screwed. Like, I wouldn't have been able to pay my bills. And once again, I'm not relying on my wife to pay my bills, to pay my student loan. That's my burden and my burden alone. I mean, she would if I asked, but I'm not gonna ask. I'm not doing that. Yeah, so 70-30 applies to Tier 1, Flask. It doesn't apply to Prime subs. Tier 1 is recurring, 70-30 split. Prime subs are 50-50 non-recurring. I see you have hopped back into KSP 1 again. Is that going to be part of the rotation? I don't know, Ish. Your student loan was a con job anyway. Hey, no one put a gun to my head, Tessa. Yeah, great. It's a con job. You can go blaming other people for your problems, or you can fix them. I'll take care of it. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it's not bullcrap, but I'll take care of it. That's my burden to shoulder, not anyone else's. My naivety, my economic naivete is what got me into this mess. And if anything, it taught me to be very smart with cash. So, like I said, learn from your failures and move on. Frostpunk is a city management survival game. Accountability is rare in this world nowadays. But accountability won't steer you wrong either. Sorry to sound like a boomer, I get it. No, I know, believe me. Dude, Hokey, that student loan made me the most fiscally conservative melon farmer you've ever met, dude. Because I don't have any extra income. I don't have any extra income, man. Sorry, there's a reason why I used a webcam from like 2007 for like 10 years. There's a reason why I don't upgrade my computers. There's a reason why I don't upgrade things, because oftentimes it's just not in the cards. Like, I'm amazed I can swing car parts. Like, Oh yeah, toxic. That's cool. Well, yeah, Tessa. I mean, predatory. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. No. It's freaking racket, dude. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like that's not a thing. Of course it is. It's for-profit education. Of course it's a racket. Like, I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want to hear. Snackless is cooking. What's Snackless up to? Nice. I like that capsule. Real good. And the resupply vehicle that's based off of the same SM architecture. Pretty cool. Looks great. Tell him it looks great, dude. Yeah, it looks fantastic. Having the best gear always doesn't guarantee success anyway. That's right, Azanku. Yeah, if you want to get into streaming, the first thing you do is go spend like 5 G's on streaming equipment. You're not doing it right. You ain't doing it right. The back part isn't a resupply vehicle. It's just a service module built into the first module you launched. Nice. Elon just said that Starship is targeting more than 1,000 orbital flights by 2028. SpaceX is scaling, Phil. They're targeting it, which means I don't know if they'll meet it, but if you set your sights high, dude, even if they meet it, even if they met 10% of that, it's still absurd. Oh, toxic. That, yeah, brutalist is, nah. Have you ever considered playing the IRL realistic mod packs for KSP? King, I don't know if that's gonna fix what happens. There's muddied waters there. I'm not gonna lie to you. There's muddied waters. Like, I've tried. It's Ish asked me a second ago. I've tried. I tried to get back into KSP. I tried to switch it back on. It just something there is making me not want to do it. And I think I know the answer to it, but yeah. Maybe I took it too personally. In fact, I mean, I know it's just business. It's not personal, but I put so much damn solace. Like, the space program is so damn important to me. It's like, I mean, my wife's my #1 reason for wanting to not be, dead. But the space program is pretty damn close behind that, dude. Space is very, very important to me. It's what gives me this relentless attitude, because I look at stuff like that. You look at stuff like the space program. You look at NASA. You look at what SpaceX is doing. They're relentless. They don't take no for an answer. It's a great role model. Great role model. With spaceflight, you got to take accountability for your actions. You have to be accountable. You can't make excuses. You make excuses, someone dies. It's that simple. Like, that's a good way to look at things. It's a good outlook. I think it's very inspirational. But yeah, Joe, that's it. I mean, you're right. KSP2 killed the vibe. It really did. That's the truth. It's the truth. It just freaking cute. Like, soiled it. It sucks. It's really not cool. I'm happy that modders went back to KSP1 and stuff, but I don't know. Yeah, I took what happened with KSP2 very personally. Just because it's something that I straight up had control over. Like, I had input on that. And yeah, major stakeholder there. You know what I mean? Like, it was very important that KSP2 did well, and it didn't. And yeah, it's sucks, man. Coyote, I don't know if that's how that went down, but I don't think we'll ever know. I know as much as you guys. Guys, you got to remember, they kept me in the dark just like everybody else. And I was on the testing team, to be honest with you. Like, to be 100% forthcoming. I was on the damn testing team. They kept us in the dark too. Like, I know as much as you know. And I'm just... How that went down is not okay. It's not okay. Oh, it makes me so angry. I'm not, it just makes me so mad. Anyway. Sorry. But yeah, it just made me not want to. I won't do anything. I don't really feel like playing KSP. Because every time I do, I'm reminded of that nonsense. It's frustrating. And then, like I said, having Cities 2 flop, like not flop, but having Cities 2 be the same thing, dude, like my world came crashing down. January and February this year, freaking world collapsed. I'm like, oh wait, you know, like, but hey, we're resilient. We figured it out. It's fine. Why is the FAA angry at Elon for speaking out? I don't know. I don't even think they're angry. To be honest with you, I think it's just static. It's just static, dudes. Don't pay it any mind. I'm gonna put the road through the canyon there because with a canyon cut like that, you'd put a bridge there. Yeah, you'd want a bridge because give me 1 second. You'd want a bridge there because drainage in real life. All right, this part is going to be a little bit tough to make because, yeah, the bauxite is up there. I made a flat spot right there to let myself know. So we're going to need room for train tracks here, but I think following the terrain should be fine. We're at a 40% grade, so if we do 2,000 feet here. Maybe we should cross the canyon. Yeah. Canyon kind of flattens out here. Now, we'll have a bridge go over the canyon and have the highway over there, and then we'll go on the other side of Shada. That's a good idea. That's how we should do this. So set this to about 2,000 feet. And that number should be 80. Not 40. Ooh. At least Workers and Satisfactory exist. They kept the quality throughout. Yep, yep. Did you see that they will release Industry Tycoon 4? There will be a demo soon available. Maybe that's something you're interested in. I don't know. There's plenty of games, dude, but the game's got to catch the spark, man. Like that's so important. It's really easy to tell when a streamer is not having fun playing the game. There are tunnels in this game, Coyotes, but tunnels take a lot to get right. All right, let's go over here and set this area to be flat. Of course, where 2,000 feet ends is right on some rocks, because we're up in the canyons, you know. When you're locked into Workers, it gives off the KSP vibes. Workers has the spark, dude. I love this game. This game makes me so happy because, yeah, it's the granularity of Kerbal, but with a city builder. It sucks that it has this commie motif on it, but that's kind of I don't mind it. It's, you know, because it's still about making money, you know. But yeah, this is becoming one of my absolute favorite games. And yeah. How about this? The Crust. People keep recommending The Crust to me, dude. I'll think about it. We got Flight Sim in a week too. I thought about that. Maybe I'll give it a shot. I don't know. So at the very least, people can see, just like every other game, you know. We'll probably want to put another bridge here because of the valleys. I thought Flight Sim was November. People were telling me that it's coming out like next Tuesday or something. That was yesterday. What happened? November 19th. Oh, we got time. Dude, I could... Maybe I dreamt it. I don't know. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I mean, I don't like... Try to avoid talking about Kerbal. It really just bums me out. Like, I'm trying to get out of it. I swear. We'll rebound. We'll pivot. Damn, does that make me angry? It's fucking annoying. Okay, here's what here I'm gonna try something. Let's take the road straight off of there. See if we can get it to follow that line. Yeah. No, you know what? Before we go and do that, we need to set the height correctly. This needs to be minus 80, so we really need to... All right, you know what? We do it this way. Yeah, sure. I don't touch. How does a solar sail stay intact in space and not get punched to Kingdom Come with debris? Don't know. Yeah, probably if you make it out of something like fibrous, it should be okay. Toxic, I come off as a solutions guy. I have a feeling finding answers and solution is your version of a cold drink on the beach. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you pretty much nailed it, Toxic. Yeah. Yeah, I love fixing things. Fixing things is really what makes me happy. I fix. We fix. We fix it. We fix all of the things. Okay, that's where we need to be. In this distance, from basically the end of the bridge to here, we need to... Yeah, we need to be down here. Let's try to get this profile curve close. See right there. We want to get it to be basically a diagonal line. I'm telling you, the profile curve is how you make stuff happen in this game. Like, if you want nice roads that don't look like a floppy freaking mess. The thing is, all you got to do is get it close. And then you can let the grading tool carve it out for you. At least to an extent. So I'm going to take this one. Oh, hey, get off the screen. We need to bring it in. Okay, we need to tighten up the radius this way. Hey, Mishu, what's up? Interesting, Hellfish. Here's something I saw on the forums about workers. 3 Division developers, September at 650. Would love to have a space program. Somewhere I even have a space demo in our engine. However, would like to have normally space station building with various modules, but what could be an advantage or just a goal is enough. Aside from that, I hope we will see it in-game new industries DLC in the future. Would like to see this Stram Locos an early start DLC. Interesting. Okay, there we go. That's good enough to get it. Seems like a lot of people are asking for the Rocket Program DLC. That's the first reply from the devs on the topic. You're optimistic. Right on. That's cool, man. Hey, drummer. How's the highway coming along? Good, good. Had to move some mountains, but... It'd be cool if, like, launching a space... Like, okay, so if I was going to do a space program... If I was a developer, I was going to do a space program DLC for this game. How does it fit? Well, the space program DLC should be able to unlock science. Like, unlock different industries and stuff. Like communications or whatnot, right? Like... You could use your space industry to amplify your television signal or your radio signals or something. It could offer like better coordination with your vehicles, like a construction optimization or something. It could boost your scientific university study rate or something. You could unlock stuff quicker. There's a lot. It's just all the benefits from having a space program in real life. Like you could have your space if you launch like a DOS module, or you launch something like Zarya or Zvezda. That could, you know, and you have astronauts up there or cosmonauts up there or whatever. That could and you have, you know, your space station up there that could boost your citizens' health or something. Like it's viable. It's a viable gameplay mechanic. Government loyalty bumps, exactly. You know, your little republic's national pride, you know, like. Could boost happiness and stuff, like a significant happiness boost, whatever.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Balxy, 47 months. We have a special mission for you. Uh-oh. I didn't do it. Like, yeah, totally viable. That's totally a viable thing to do. No, if we're gonna do this, we need to get the side road here. I'm trying to use the profile lines to get this right. See these little bumps at the end there? That's that hill that the excavator is trying to make a cut in. They need all the funding for workers, too. Why? Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Oh, good goods. Funkin', what's up, dude? So our azimuth for this is off a little bit, but we can fix that by doing the 5-road trick. Oh, that'll work. They're already working on workers too. Oh, well, that's cool. That's the grade we want right there, dudes. Just please don't let that suck. Okay. Okay, see over here in the profile? It's bumpy at the end. We don't want that. Gotta extend the inside radius of the right-of-way here of the road. Not by much. But, yeah, it's probably good. And then there's this chunky mess right here that we can straighten out. See, this is what you gotta do to get these roads to look right. You gotta Really get in here and hump it into submission. Sorry. You move as fast as SpaceX? That's good, but the right-of-way needs to be wider, so I don't like the inside radius here, dudes. We gotta raise the terrain up. What a good way to do this. I don't like the road being too close to like where the hill falls off, right? Ah, stupid rocks that take forever. Right, now we go over here. We add a fourth road there, and then we connect them. And we don't build this road, but we use the flattening tool to help increase the runoff on the inside. See that? Look, it's making the grade for me. See that? Cool. Let's get our measuring tool back up here. See, look. See that? Our goal is to get that line to be as straight as possible. No bumps. So now we get in here with the smoother tool, right? And we get these lines, the profile lines, or the topographical lines, we get them to be as straight as possible. Screwed up. I hit the outside thing. Sometimes it doesn't remember how you conform the terrain and you have to go back and like it snaps back into place. Like this is a different terrain shaping tool or something. Is Massachusetts an expensive state to live in? Yes. Yeah, man. It's one of the more expensive states to live in the United States, Jens. It's Massachusetts is right up there with New York State and California. Yeah, see, that excavator is going to take some time taking the chunk out of the hill. Connecticut ain't much better. Anywhere in New England, guys. It's a high cost of living because there's not a lot of space. Same problems as Europe, to be honest. There's just not a lot of space. Western Europe, I should say. That's right, Geeson, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we got the same problems. City was built by the same people. Coincidence? I think not. Yeah, it's taken forever to take a chunk out of that damn hill. What do you get for the high cost of living? That's a good question. My family is here, Yannick. That's probably the best answer. Yeah, I just went back to snap the road back. It rubber banded us back. Crunch, crunch, crunch noises. That's how we do it. Just like we hit the Zoop noises in Satisfactory. I had a dream about Satisfactory last night. It wasn't anything cool. It was just me doing what I was doing on stream in my dream. I wish it was better. It's just the very end that we're having some issues. So let's get rid of the roads there for a moment and try to see if we can smooth that out. There we go. That's pretty good. Pretty good. We're at 78 feet overall, so oh crap, we gotta go down a little bit. Was the dream satisfactory? It was pretty good, man. It was pretty good dream. It was just me doing, dude. Like that's the thing, man. I have dreams of whenever I have dreams about streaming, they're lucid. Nothing weird happens. It's just streaming. Like exactly what I'm doing now, but in my dream. And you guys say stuff that you would just normally say. Like I've had conversations with viewers in my dreams. They're just normal conversations. It's not anything weird. It's like, oh man, did you see this? Yeah, dude, I saw that SpaceX and the FAA are going at it. Like, I wish it was cooler. Like, oh, you know, like Charlie Duke's in my chat or something. Like, no, just normal. Nothing weird, Element, to be honest with you. Yeah, nothing weird. It's just a dream. It would be like a conversation like this. Like, that's it. Like, I'm sorry, like, I know you're gonna be like, oh my god, I would say the weirdest stuff in Egypt. Nope. Nope. There we go. That profile line's perfect. It's good enough for the people we chat with. Oh, wait. Perfect. Save your work. It's because the cream rises to the top. Nobody does it better. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah. So now that we got a good road, we got a good profile there. Dump those three, right? The three extension pieces, and now you take the smoother tool and you smooth out the berms. Make sure you select, like if we're on the side of the profile here, select more towards the bottom of the berm and bring that edge out, right? We want this highway to look like it was here, but we also don't want it to look like it's just an elevated road of dirt. In reality, they would have made a wide footing for the road right here if this was real life, you know? The reason why is because the road has a footprint, road has weight, road has things that are heavy that travel on it, right? So if you give it a wider fill like this, right, that load gets dispersed over a wider area and you're less likely to have like a mudslide or a landslide or the erosion or something. Also, you plant trees like crazy on roads. So if this was done right, you'd plant all kinds of crap all up in here. So the trees absorb all the water that would likely be coming off of these hills. Make sure we plant the same type of tree. That's how highway engineering is done, baby. Trees absorb all the water. All the water's running down the road. It runs over the road, right? You don't want it to erode the dirt away. The trees hold they prevent the water from flowing. It absorbs all the water and takes all the water out of the soil. This is why if you're driving around wherever you live, you see a new road or a new highway like this get engineered, there's trees everywhere. The trees work with the highway and they also block sound. Sound pollution if you're in an area with a lot of people. So see this right here? We gotta bring this out like that. The roots help hold it all together. Yep, that's right. Symbiotic relationship, dudes. That's how modern civil engineering is. It's just like this. You work with nature. You don't work against it. Working against it doesn't end well. Ever. In reality, they'd probably plant a bunch of trees up here too to prevent the water from going into the highway. I gotta be careful with what we do here, because we're eventually gonna need a road that goes up there, because bauxite is up here. I left flat patches here, there, and there on the bauxite deposits that are up here, and we're gonna need trains to come up here at some point. I was thinking have the train tracks probably come through here, and maybe not loop with the highway, but tunnel it and then pop out here eventually. Although in my area we had to start cutting the trees. Yep. Respect the topography. You're damn right. Yeah, you don't build roads in a flood zone. we're reaping the benefits of building roads in flood zones in Appalachia right now. But then again, those roads have been there for a long time. And this is a very unlikely scenario, but there you go. This is not necessarily what's going on in North Carolina and Tennessee, but that's the, you know, people get up SpaceX's tail, or the FAA's tail, and the EPA's tail about doing environmental impacts. This is the reason why you do EIRs and PEAs. Environmental impact, programmatic environmental assessments. That's the reason why you do them. So you don't build a road in a place that gets wet when it rains a lot. Standing water on highways is death for the highway and for the people driving on it. Kopi, 68-month resub. Just saw your YouTube bot channel, and the welcome video said go watch here because you're sure, and sure enough, you'd be streaming. Yep. Does the pupper cam get used in your dreams? No, no. Hey, Pat, have I just arrived at a psych ward? It's possible, but it's more possible that it's just my stream. Yep. I'm sure this will be taken into account when they go to re-engineer all those roads in Asheville and stuff. But first and foremost, get the people out of there. Help the people first. You can re-engineer the roads later, you know, like obviously, but you know, just in case anybody was wondering. So like, just figuratively, it doesn't rain in this game, but if it did, where would all this water go? All this water would go down here. It would pool here. Pooling water there, that would be okay, but I would probably put a drainage pipe with an inlet here that comes out here so the water could, because the water is going to naturally flow down the canyon. This is the reason why like modern highways and stuff aren't at the low point in the canyon. If the highway floods, you're screwed because there's no way to get there. I would like a drainage thing, O-Force. Drainage would be cool. Like you'd have to crown the roads. The better your road grade is, you know, like water would drain off of this. It would drain off of it. Right here, water would pool up these hills and splash down through here, which is why I made the bridge. Over here, since the road is basically at height, you'd get a pool of water here, but I would put a drainage culvert right there, and then this water would just splash over the road and keep going. Or most likely I would put another drainage culvert there as well, just in case. Here would be kind of a... What would be the right move would be to put a retention pond here with another culvert, because a lot of water is going to come down this. Yeah, drainage is a freaking art form, dude. Really, really cool. But you don't have to worry about it in this game. But once again, I like engineering my roads to that spec. Because there's a reason why roads are made that way. The reason roads are made that way... Like, you want your stuff to look realistic, abide by realistic rules. Right? That's what I do in cities, that's what I do in this game. Over here is probably going to be some train stuff here. You could build a pedestrian tunnel, or we could just use the sewage pipes. If we wanted to be super realistic, just use the sewage pipes. Put a tank and a culvert in a discharge, right? Like, that's what they would do. Hello, drainage. Yes, it's Florida calling. Yes, I'll hold. Zonku, you have to. You have to. I would design all my roads around... You design around the worst case scenario, just like you build a rocket to withstand max Q. Max Q is peak load, right? If you don't get to max Q with some factor of safety above that, your rocket doesn't fly. It's why the Iraqis had so many problems with their bigger Scud missiles, because they're big. Just because you made it longer without the engineering behind it, they went to launch a Scud missile. The Scud missile basically accordioned itself on launch, and it didn't work. I'm sure you're familiar. But yeah, that's the reason why I take my time with building the roads in these games, because it's a good opportunity to teach people about how this stuff works. The highway needs a rest area. Well, fortunately, Yannick, the road matches, they match height right here. So building kind of a service ramp right here is probably not the worst idea. Do you remember the cartoon of the camel launching the Scud missile? I'm sure I've seen it, Cal. I don't remember it off the top of my head, dude, but I'm sure I've seen that. All right, so where's the highway gonna go from here? I want to see if we can bridge across because we have way more space over here, and trying to cut in on this side of Shada is not a good idea. Building the cut over here would be way better. And then once we do that, we're pretty much home free. Home free. They put a Scud missile down its throat. Oh, that was James. Oh, okay. Sorry. Too many J's, Yannick. See, over on Twitch chat, YouTube chat, everybody has different colors, so it's easy to distinguish names, right? It's a little bit harder to do on YouTube chat where everybody's just gray. Is the control tower built? Moondoggy, I have the game paused while we grade, but it's almost there. Needs 417 workdays. All resources are on site. All the airport ramps are actually finished too, and the 2 Antonovs are just circling right there. But yeah, the runway is good to go, not the rest of the taxiways. I really need to get my mat storage up and running here, but yeah. There's a lot of stuff that they need to finish. Jeepers creepers. All right, let's take my helicopter depot. Have them start. Helicopter doesn't have any landing point. Okay. Sure. What's left for them to be able to land? Just the tower. Yep, that's what they need. They need people in the tower. Airplane doesn't have a connection. I guess VFR isn't a thing in this or something. No clearance, Clarence. Yep, precisely. All right, let's keep going. How far can we? Our excavators and stuff. Can we get all the way down here? Just trying to see how far we can go with this before we need to build another area. That's the limit right there. Okay. Actually, yeah. One more good strategically placed rest like depot over here, and then we should be able to get in range of the other stuff over there. The bulldozers and everything at the center valley. So it's 40 feet every 1,000, so 3,000 would be 120 feet. Let's try to see if we can do this in bigger increments here. Okay, we need this to be minus 120. Of course, our endpoint is on some frigging rocks. Why wouldn't it be? Titan barking? Okay, so we have our endpoint there. Keep that measuring tool up. Okay. Well, this part shouldn't be too hard. Remember, we just want to try to get this thing as flat as possible. Or not flat, as graded as possible. Actually, you know what? The taxiway tool would probably be a good thing to use here. It's good at removing material in bulk. Now we have a cut. See, look, there was a hill in the profile. Ain't no hill there no more. So now we have to kind of figure out and extrapolate the rest of the line here. So what we'll do, you will get the taxiway tool again, put that there, and see if we can make it curve on the line. Put it right here. This is not going to get us exact. It'll get us close. Right? And then go here, dump the taxiway, watch the profile line. Ready? Nice. 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 Hey Jay, just got this game into the tutorial. Should I do the campaign or just sandbox? Alien, play this game if you have a lot of time on your hands and you want to play campaign if you want a challenge. If you just got it, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that you have a lot of time on your hands, okay? Campaign is good enough. That should be deliberate. Me, I just cranked all the difficulty settings to absolute maximum realism and went from there. Watch the bump in the line right here. See this bump? Ready? Bye-bye. Hey, Mushroom. Mushroom Apothecary. What's up, dude? All right, now we just got to weed out this little bit right here. Once again, pay attention to the profile curve right here. We're trying to make a smooth line like that. We basically want the line to be a direct diagonal from here to there. The profile line is how you grade roads in this game. It's pretty much my favorite thing in this game for making roads. It really doesn't want to go up against the road. Okay. Weasel in the bridge in here is... You live in the live mushroom? Right on, buddy. We might need to adjust our profile line here. We're gonna have to make the road snake a little bit, but that's okay. We have to get these. Yeah, there we go. We're gonna have to extend this way.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We gotta go bridge. We gotta bridge over them. So we have to do a little bit of a snake here. So let me just get rid of a little bit of these roads. Just a little bit. And then... Yeah, okay. Hey, Doom, 96 months. Thanks, man. There we go. You might know this trick. If you want to protect the rails road when you're closing terraform closing, you place parallel roads, and the original won't get landslides. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. You know what? I don't think we need to follow that curve to that extent. I think that should be fine. Let me go back into the measuring tool. All right, get rid of that. Now, I deleted that profile curve. That's okay. $500 feet should... 500 feet should be 10. Perfect. Yeah, build parallels on either side. Yeah, that's probably not the worst idea. Screwed it up. I screwed it up right there. I went in with the wrong tool. Oh, no, it's awful. Is side funneling effectively prevented in your power stations? Oh yeah, no. We have the lowest amount of side funneling anywhere in any Soviet republic or something. Little bit of a sharp turn, but all right. The trick is super useful when making trumpet diamond intersections for trains and highways. Okay. I use the center bridge as a marker to make sure that my two other bridges, the actual lanes, come in parallel. If anybody's wondering why I'm making 3-lane roads, that's why. Just a little bit more. There it is. All right, cool. Just got to remake that one more time. There. Score. I love when you form the terrain. Oh, yeah, me too. All right, cool. Let me just double check that this grade doesn't completely suck. It should be more or less a straight line. With the exception of that drop off right there. It's good. It's fine. That's good enough. It gets a little flat there for a second because I need the right of way for that damn bridge, but yeah. Let's draw the rest of the highway here and we know that our endpoint over there is exactly what we want. So drive right off the center of this. Every city builder should have this tool. Like, no exceptions. It also works for spacing pillars and stuff. We should be able to nail this profile. I'm gonna try a new method here too. I want to build a bridge right here, but I think if I build the road and the grade first, just delete a section, flatten the terrain underneath it, and then connect a bridge, I think we can make a graded bridge into this design like perfectly. Now we couldn't do it over there because there was a road underneath it, but playing this pretty damn well, actually. That's pretty good. There was a second where the game's like, yeah, you can make this. No, never mind. Yeah, see, it did it again. Yellow, green, yellow, green, yellow, green. Wow. Okay, let's try the five head road trick. Those are just there for a guide, right? And then over here, We need to make a right-of-way pointed in the direction that we want, which is basically here. And then the road will curve around again and follow the canyon out. Or we could just make it go straight down. I kind of like the idea of following the canyon. That's kind of cool. So, give ourselves enough for 1, 2, 3, 4. See, the roads don't even have to be perfectly flat like that. It's just close. So, watch. Let's go inner 1 to inner 1. And because of the first right-of-way, right? It should, all of this should be in the yellow. Now watch. Pretty good. Wow, what a hole. Yeah, it's moving a lot of dirt. Just give it a second. How many bulldozers do you have nearby? 2 bulldozers and an excavator, which is why this is taking a second drummer. Believe it or not, this is still fairly remote. If I had more excavators, this gets done faster. That's the other thing I noticed about the terrain tools. They work faster the more vehicles you have in the area. But you also use more fuel. All right, now do the second road. Do the same exact thing. Even if it shows green, still hold right click to see if it fixes some things. Yep, see? Okay, now do the third one. The middle road. Be like the pretenders in the middle of the road. See, now it's gonna carve the see? Hold down right click till it don't hold down no more. Pretty quick, all things considered. Yep. Wait, let me just double check that we got that one right. Yep. Okay. Don't make the road. Just make the right of way. We're gonna have to go do a detail pass over this road with the terrain sculpting tools to get them right. Watch, this one's gonna be super satisfying. This is gonna be some ASMR super satisfaction stuff. Oh, we need a better view. Hold on. 100% satisfaction ASMR road grading video. Oh, dude, look at that. Oh, that's... Happy EJ noises. There you go, drummer. You missed it, but it's fine with the UI. Okay. Alright, we've almost got a nice right of way here. But the fifth road might be a little bit of an issue. We're gonna have to weasel it along here until it gives us some... See, the reason why I go 5 roads wide is because sometimes when you use the grading tool like this, you'll go to move the terrain again and it snaps back into place. So if you go 5 roads wide, hitting this with a smoothing pass is going to take up it's going to snap back into place along where the 5th road is. That's what I've noticed. sometimes you just gotta wheeze a little long here. This one's gonna take a second because it's making a cut in the terrain up there. See it? That's also good, but try as an experiment to place the dirt roads parallel to the gravel road and raise the terrain. Say that Mishu, that's doing the same thing. Yeah, it's the same exact thing, but for a different reason. But yeah, it's a good idea. Yeah, see, see where the road kind of goes up? It's taking a cut out of that hill.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hey, Rug, 80-month resub. Thanks, man. Yeah, this is why this is going to take a second. I have one excavator in the vicinity. If we had like 5 or 6, this would have gotten done a lot faster, but that's okay. There we go. It made the cut. Look. Oh, that's so satisfying. Oh, yeah. Yep, don't hate that. Now, get the smoother tool and go over this with a smoothing pass, and oh man. All right, now let's just adjust our profile, the terrain profile tool. Basically have it follow the middle of the road. Now, this is good. That's pretty damn good, but the topographical lines need to be going perpendicular to the right of way. So we just got to fiddle with this a little bit and just change the direction of the lines. I find that if you use the flattening tool and just click the mouse in the direction that the lines you want to go, I mean, that's the case with pretty much any flattening tool. But if you make the topographical lines perpendicular to the road, you can make them straight, so your road won't come out all lumpy. But see, look, see what it did to the terrain? It snapped it back into position. Watch right here when I go to flatten this. See? So we might have to do a little bit of a detailed pass again, but as long as you get them close, it's all right. Get the lines seemingly straight. They don't have to be, they can be bent like this. That's not a big deal. And even a little bit jagged. They just need to be perpendicular for this to work right. Like just even a little click. That's all. In some spots, I mean, the grade is good, but this road is still going to come out lumpy if I tried to place it right now. Now, don't worry about the spacing on the lines so much. Right now, you don't need to worry about that. Not right now, at least. You're going to go over it with the smoother, and that'll even out all your spacing. But it's important, remember, widen the whole thing. You want to widen to 5 lanes wide so the terrain tool doesn't come back to bite you. All right, see? Now I massaged all the lines to go in the direction of the road. Ben, you use this program called City Engine for your work. There's a terrain painting tool that works a lot like this, but the contours are not available. I need to see the contours. These contours in City Engine. Dude, the topographical lines are invaluable here. Without them, this would be kind of useless. That would be really hard to do this without them, dude. So now what I'm going to do is we're just going to do that same thing one more time. But I'm only going to do it on the outside roads, because the outside roads were what I was worried about. Okay, that should be fine. All right, now take your smoother, right? Watch. Be very, very gentle with the smoothing tool. Okay, cool. Bring the line back up. Look at that. Perfect grade. It's a little bumpy right here, but I'm going to assume that that's that. So watch for these. Watch for this. See if we can weasel those out. You can use the excavators to do it. Just raise it a little bit over there. Yeah, Ben. I mean, like I said, dude, if I didn't like space flight so much, road engineering, civil engineering is like, that's in a close second for like my favorite. Mechanical and aerospace are my all-time, but this is right up there, dude. I love this. This scratches an itch like you would not believe, dude. Look at that. Look at it. Look at this line. It's perfect. I mean, like I said, it bumps a little bit. It seems to bump right around here, right where these profile lines aren't exactly right. So if that's the case, widen them. It's these, see, it's the rocks, it's the gravel. Working through the gravel is a pain in the butt. I would call that pretty good. What's the delta difference here on the grade? It's nothing. All right, so now make your center road. And then once again, to make sure that your roads come in parallel, I always make the center road first. And then you can lock parallel to that. Oh, yeah. The roads they'll always come up being a little bit bumpy anyway, but sweet. Look at that. This is gonna be some picturesque stuff when it's done. Drummer, thumbnail this. Thumbnail that. The S. I'm gonna go off the screen. Thumbnail that. Will they be banked? The game doesn't get that hardcore, Gilman, but if there was an option for road banking, I would absolutely do it. City Engine is a procedural 3D modeling software program. You write code and it spits out mass city models. I heard Pixar uses it. I use it to produce content for flight simulation. Oh, that's sick, Ben. Cool. Could we see it without the contours? Yeah, sure. It's an S-tier road. Look, see this, guys? Now, don't get me wrong. You can do this in cities. But with the profile curve, I don't think I could get cities to this fidelity. These roads are perfectly graded. Do the guy pointing at the thing meme? Oh, God. Thumbnail. Yeah. Got it. Oh God, I don't want to see this picture. Yeah. That's good, drummer. That's perfect, man. Oh no. Oh, dude. Oh jeez, that looks it's too real. It's too good. Thumbnail acting. We do it as a joke, Yannick, but oh God, that's too real. I hate it. I hate it a lot. All right. So here's what I'm gonna do, dudes. I'm gonna save my work here, but now, once again, if we're doing realistic grading here, we're gonna need to make a cut for drainage. Oh, you got me right in the algorithms. I'm gonna save, believe it or not. We'll do a save as. We'll call it Bakayu Road. Just in case. And then we'll save as back to Bakalakadakistan. Overwrite selected. So it does, so the auto save doesn't overwrite that. All right. So we want a bridge here. How are we going to do this? So let's click, 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 and then The reason why I want to put a bridge here is because in real life, the highway would end up being an earthen dam for any water that flows down this. So we want to make it realistic. If you abide by realistic road building protocols, you're going to make your roads look realistic. I know. Weird concept. For what it's worth, they probably would have planned this before they did the road, but... Okay, so if we do this right, all we should do, it should pick up on the radius, and that, oh, there you go. Looks right to me. You want realism? Put in a pipe to handle the water. I think they would do a valley here survey. I would want this. I wouldn't want to, I don't think a drainage culvert would be a good idea here, just because of the freak amount of freaking water in this valley that would spew out of here during a rainstorm. Now, once again, I want to stress this, fellas, there's no rain, at least not on the desert map. But once again, you want to make your roads look good. Use realistic road grading. Use realistic road building. Figure out how they build regular roads. That's what I'm doing here, and it seems to be working pretty well. Don't make it like Dubai. Yeah, that cloud seeding thing, Gilman, didn't really do well for them, huh? I don't like that line. That's gonna make a little bit of a bump in the road, but it's okay. But see, that's good, man. I think that's the way. If we're gonna make a graded bridge, that's the way to do it. And we should still be able to get a road under. Actually, hold up. Mishu, you were saying... I'm not putting a highway here. I just want to see what this does with the bridge building. One footing for the bridge. Yeah, hard pass. The two footings. Oh, perfect. I'll leave that access... Or we'll leave the road... He said as he deleted it. There's plenty of space for it there. Watch this video the other day and get this. Natural sand is technically different from manufactured sand. Natural sand is smooth, but crushed sand is jagged and technically better. Yeah. Yeah, see, we like artificial sand. It's rough, jagged, and it doesn't get everywhere, Drummer. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Alright, now what we do, we go in here, replant the acacias. It's probably not what they're called. Plant those palm trees. Palm trees soak up a lot of water. Now you want trees near your highway, but you don't want them up on the right of way because cars run into trees if they run off the road. That's kind of frowned upon. That grading looks so good. I'd love to drive on this highway. I'm telling you, man. We'll ride down this thing in first person, and it'll look sweet. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of hate that little kink in the road. It should be straight, but I mean, now would be the time to fix it if we needed to. That's fine. Okay, we can get rid of the bridge there. That was just being used as a template. You need to label a road Route 54 so it can have a spur Route 154. Yeah, okay. All right, I think this is about as far as we can get with the excavators. Oh no, that's as far as we can get. We can go a little further. A little further. Yeah, look, dude, there's the cut from the bridge showing up in our profile. Isn't that cool? Remember, you'll have to plan for fuel stops too. That's part of the reason why I'm leaving open areas here. And another one here. That's why I didn't build a bridge or anything here, Mishu. But yes, I am. Also, I would really like to have service roads that connect down in here. So they're basically exit ramps. Like one should be right here where the terrain kind of levels out. And that's why I made those cuts right there. So we could do stuff like that. That'll also make it for when we go to construct these roads, we could start building out this. You can start building out in segments. We should probably do the same right here. Like, these roads don't have to be crazy. Just something like that is fine. All those trees that I just put in here, we're gonna have to replant. That's okay. Sometimes, dudes, when I'm driving down the highway, I like to go and find where these service roads were, because they have service roads. These stuff like this was there at one point. You know, whenever they constructed whatever highways are near your house, they had service roads like this. There was absolutely a way to get to the highway that wasn't the highways right away. At some point. See? Remember, yeah, okay, yeah, we're gonna have to plan for fuel stops too, yep. Now here's the part where I plant the trees again for the 4th time. And now, just to make sure there's no trees in the actual highways right away. There we go. Perfect. All right, we could do one more here. We can get to here. So let's, once again, get the profile tool. Best tool in the game. I didn't click this right. Yeah, we'll do this here like this again. So, okay, we're at 1,000. Hey, where'd it go? We're at 1,000 right there. We need this number to read 40 to continue our 4% grade, so... That was actually pretty close. The highway's gonna wrap around this hill. Alright, let's get this thing on pretty much the biggest footprint here. There we go. Cutting through that is going to suck. That's not going to be fun at all. Yeah. Nope, you know what? Taxiway. I guess that's not as bad as I thought. How does it allow you to do this? Are you gonna run hydro and water along the highway? I could, Andrew. Yeah. The hydro and the water lines probably... Yeah. I'm not sure, dude. Maybe. Alright. I need to just back off a little bit of the road here because that piece of terrain is being stubborn. As long as we have a road that has our marker, like where we ended the other road, because we know that grade is good. There we go. This part is probably not going to be too bad. I could probably just get going with the whole 5-road thing. Let me just flatten enough for the right of way. The reason why I didn't go all the way to the end is because, yeah, we need to get another station. We need another gas station, basically right here. We put one halfway between here and Al Rabi. We're good to go. All right, now if we do this right, we have enough on either side for either road. So connect. All right, we need to find one that has the right. There we go. No, not a bridge, not necessarily. Yeah, this segment actually is not going to be too bad. I'm good, Vargon. Vargon, how are you? Yeah, dude. Making some great strides in workers here. All right, cool. So watch the profile curve. See how it's kind of a humpy line right here? Watch, ready? Boop. Perfect. Our topography isn't exactly right here, so we gotta start getting in here with the flattener tool, and we got to comb the desert. Yeah, a little bit of a... The rocks are just being stubborn again. Okay, that'll work. Okay. Just I'm connecting the roads and then getting rid of them because I want the grade to be uniform. Right? And this really helps make it uniform. This with kind of doing that comb the desert thing that I was talking about. And we have found something. Let me put it to you like that. Perfect. Now we can get rid of our bumper roads. We don't need those. There you go. Get the profile tool, just measure it to be sure. A little bit of a bump right there, but for the most part, if we measured this whole segment of road, pretty damn good. Once again, there's a little bit of a bump right there. That's right in the transition. I could probably delete this stuff and smooth that and go, but I think we're okay. That's good enough for me. Now, let's back out. Look at the road without... Look at what we made without the interface or anything. How about that? How's that? How's that for a highway? That's pretty cool, huh? I'm good. I went in to plug a new printer today and the outlet had a large spark when I did. I'm sure it's fine. That means you drew something, so that means the thing was on. If you go to plug something in and you see a spark, that means you have a draw. Which, yeah. Grade strides. Yep, we're making grade strides. Or short, yeah, that too. Well, yeah. How long did that highway take? Jack, I just busted out from basically here all the way down in probably an hour, a couple hours maybe? 1 bajillion years. Are the roads being built automatically now? No, I have to tell them. But, yeah, okay, we have to move. Alright, I'm gonna unpause the game because we have to move stuff. we need to make another little station down here. Okay, it's about a mile. About a mile radius on these things. It's 5,800 feet. So yeah, it's about a mile. Oh, about 2 kilometers, a little under 2 kilometers. So if we do a 5,200, 5,280, right? And we basically, here, let me build a road right there where that construction depot would end up, right? We go back and do our measuring tool. I think that might be the last one that we have to make. That one will give us access all in the Central Valley, dude. Cool. Good. How big is the map? That's the map, dude. Yeah, this is it. Here, let me go to the other side of the screen so you guys can see. Yep. So you can see the highway we just engineered is right there. I have another highway that we engineered that's going to pop out right here. These two highways will connect, and most likely, yeah, they'll meet up over here somewhere. Have you measured the tool from one corner to the next to see what the distance is? I've never done it, Jacobs, no. But you can see the airport and everything. And then the highway, if we look over here, the highway from this border entrance is already finished. I already did it, see? And trucks are using it. And then, yeah, this big grid thing in the center is all the farms. There's going to be more of those. See all this dark, the black? That's farmland. That's fertile soil. So there's ton in the Central Valley. See these blank areas where there's no fertile soil? That's probably where I'll put my biggest city. We'll plan it out all up in there. And then probably, basically right in this area here. So we need the highways to kind of terminate basically right here. We need all three of them to connect right at Al Rabi. Right here. That is dark olive. Thank you. Are there ports and harbors? Yes. I'm working on building a port for this big city that we're going to build over here. Yep. Yeah, we gotta get rid of one. Do I have any road depots just hanging around over here? Oh. How about on this over here? I think the only one I have is the one sitting at Kosask. That's a construction office. We could use a construction office to do it. Jack, there is a dock. I built a dock here just because I wanted to see. We could probably buy a much bigger ship now. 7 million. That's a container ship that can hold 17,000 tons. The tanker holds 22,521 of fuel. That's nuts. What do we have on the Warsaw Pact side? A lot of passenger ships. Yeah. Some of these things are nuts, dude. But these ships are fairly inexpensive. Cool. Nice, Fargon. That's cool. I didn't see any empty road depots. There is that one. Any road depots just chilling? There's that one. That one has a good excavator, 2 good bulldozers on it. Might want to build a helicopter for those important buildings that manages maintenance. You can do that? Will that... Heli construction office. Oh. All right, we'll save the game and unpause for a little bit. The port is at 20% wear and tear. Mishu, I'll be 100% honest with you. I have no clue what you're referencing. You talking about something at the dock? Oh, nice, Hellfish. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, building a construction office overall that handles maintenance. Yeah, okay, I got it. I got it. Because the dock is... Yeah, the dock has been sitting. I get it. Okay, I got you. Gonna be really nice when those planes land. You plant plants better. Good for you. That's it. That was the last bit of research. We have the entire tech tree. So, there's that. Got fire trucks near your open storage area at the airport? Remember what happened to your stockpile at the last city? I have one planned. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We should have some fire helicopters in range. Yeah. From Nader, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Yeah, they're there. Train. Okay, after that, take the grain train and do nothing because I want to start building up crops in here. Good. Good, 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 good. Alright, how are the tunnels doing? I mean, we had the game paused for most of the time, so... Wow, that tunnel's almost finished. Wow, the TBM's... Bang those out real quick. What about the bridges? Yeah, those things are gonna need a lot of concrete, but that's okay. I just opened Twitter Space News, got some good stuff today in reference to the notice to marine traffic. Yep. 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 It's gonna be good, man. Man, once this stuff gets all connected in, then we're gonna be cooking. We're gonna be cooking real good. I'm super proud of that highway. I hope it doesn't come in too lumpy. Alright, let's get the Novogulin construction and core. And then Garawi construction as well. Start building, baby. That center bridge doesn't need to be there. I don't mind doing that. Sweet. The not just junk. The public meeting for the actual deluge permit isn't even happening until the 17th unless they want bigger fines. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. I know what you meant, Thomas. All good. Oh, nice. Over here. Let's also get them building that, building that, building that, building that. Here we go. The prison is coming along. Gavarit i Perkasove, Moskva. Mel is rolling back to the BAB. Cool. How's the crime going? You can also reduce the crime percentage from the sliders in the radios and TV stations. Crime in this city is not bad. Really easy when you have millions of dollars to throw at these people. Not gonna lie. Forgot about that. Should put a pedestrian bridge here, but I don't really have any room to do it. You didn't build orphanages, no? No, I didn't need to. It's the crime in other cities, dude. That's really the problem. You really need to make Nader do something other than university research. They are big crime spawns. Oh, geez. Yeah. Nope, didn't do that. Thinking. I want to put train distro right here would be good. And it'd be good to do something here with the rest of the city. Like, Nader I just made for as a university town. That's about it. Demolition office. What the hell is that doing there? Cool. How's the brick factory going? Oh, it's done. Thick brick factory. There we go. Place will be up and running soon. Aggregate storage is ready to go. Gotta finish that, gotta build out the electricity, and then we gotta pave these roads, at least up to the bus station. I've got a tune going around in my head worse than the Ship 26 theme. Oh no. Oh no. We should have mountains of those damn excavators over here. Yes, excellent. Perfect. The other thing I'm gonna do is build out another road depot right here. For basically storing equipment. We're gonna try to stock up on stuff that they're not gonna sell anymore. That's just for buying more excavators, I'm not gonna lie. Jeez, man. That's a lot of stuff. How's the TBMs working? Oh, nice. Dude, they're about to start cracking this stuff out. Once they get past this stuff, man. Yeah, once they get past the two tunnels in the, or 2 bridges in the tunnel right there. Well, 1 tunnel there, 1 tunnel there, 2 bridges. They'll crank the rest of this stuff out real fast. Same with the highway. That's pretty sick. Afternoon, Andrew, your brother just had heart surgery. Came in to try and relax here. Didn't realize I needed to resub. You're welcome in here anytime, sub or not, dude. So, all good. All good, man. We're gonna have bridges and trains and bridges. Oh my.
Oh, this is space.
Well,
I'm in space.
Somebody beat you to it. Traffic jam. What's that about? Oh, maintenance vehicles. The maintenance vehicle is preventing fire labor because the fire trucks are being repaired. Vanguard, 43 months.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Thanks, buddy. Okay, our bridge is done there. That's good. Just gotta bust those little guys out there. Get some labor out there. Come on, big dog. That's Hound Dog. Come on, Hound Dog. How's the control tower? Halfway done. I appreciate that a lot. He's doing all right. Needs another in a month. Well, I keep him in my thoughts, man. I mean that. There's a super dozer available in 83 and an excavator in 92 on the NATO side. Cool. Mishu, I don't think I ever played. I think the furthest Republic that I had before probably got to like 91. That's about it. What are those open storages for? Steel, bricks, boards, prefabs for this construction depot. Oh, there they are. They're starting to make it. All right, we can use this road depot. So load up, send all vehicles to a different road depot. Yeah, send them to the master depot for now. Is that one guy hand cranking that EDK? Yeah. That railroad construction office is in Nader. It's a long ways away. We should probably build another one soon, but... Oh, store. Those are my fueler trucks. Just send those to that. Pause for a second. Actually, no. Wait till there's fuel out there, because I don't want a truck getting there and then starting to look for fuel. They would drive all the way back up the canyon. We don't want that. Once that's fueled up, move the vehicles to there, and then we're good to go. How far does the game run? I think the tech tree stops in the 90s, Super. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. The NASA SpaceX helicopter just got back to Pico. It was in North Carolina. Cool. That's cool. Good. In Soviet tree, where tech tree stops in the 90s, so it's to date. Yes. Yes. Why aren't those trucks doing that? Hold on. Do these trucks have a gravel source? Oh, for Pete's sake. Well, yeah, who knows how long that's been biting me, but yeah. Alright, cool. That should get this done faster, considering that's a whole fleet of freaking dump trucks. Hopefully you're gonna buy a glorious Dacia 1300. Oh, good news! The new Dacias are in. Wow! Anyway. Just a heads up, I got 13 Space News links in addition to the 2 I sent earlier. Do with that information what you want. I want you not to tell me and then just link them when I ask for Space News links in an hour. Is that fair? Okie dokie, please buy one. You want a Dacia 1300? Did they make those in 82? I don't think they made them yet. Oh God, there it is. Gorgeous, beautiful, wonderful. Wow, I bought a lot of excavators. Nice. This game's got everything. Dude, it's amazing. This game's awesome. You could take the communist motif off this game and it would be the best, like, you just say it's just Republic, City Republic Builder, and people, this game's freaking amazing, dude. No such thing as too many excavators? Yeah, Rocco, I like you. Yeah, you alright. Big dog. Landing people at the control tower. Please finish the stupid thing. No, that's not gonna finish it. What are you, a freaking commie? I don't want no commies in my car. Yeah, it's a pretty big bridge. I really didn't have any place to put the road, so I just said, yeah, you know what, that's fine. Let me just make sure the right construction offices are assigned to it. Yep. We do like big bridges. Cannot lie. Alright, take that, put that guy over there. We have another free road depot here, which is good. That excavator could... That excavator could do with some repairs, so I'll bring it back over to my repair area. New train tracks, good to go. Oh, feel lumpy. Why did it come in all lumpy? Stop lumping. Dang it. Are you selling extra cement? It's a pretty good export. I'm actually importing cement right now. All right, we can get the gravel train going again. I haven't built the cement plant. No, why would I? Well, that's a dumb question. I haven't gotten around to it. That's the answer. You guys want to see something fun? Boop. I feel like having $10 million by the time Space News starts. You could just keep going, Oridon, yeah, but the tech tree stops in the 90s. Aiming low, huh? Yeah. No, we aim high here. So 20 million it is. Something like that, man. Alright, let's see. Is the, did we fuel up? Oh yeah, perfect. Fuel truck just left. Okay, cool. Take you. Get you down there with that excavator. That poopy doopy excavator, but an excavator nonetheless. And then you with the bulldozer. Get down there. Nice healthy profit there. I always want to sit on a big fuel reserve. Big-ish fuel reserve, I should say. Anything else we can send that way? Just a bunch of old Renos. Okay, what about down here? Nope. 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 Wasn't there a depot over here where I bought a bunch of stuff? No, that must have been the other city. I was gonna say, can this thing load 2 of these things? Oh, that's mint. I love those flatbeds. I'm so happy I bought a ton of them. We'll make them later. Alright, get the trucks out there. Sick! Or go the other way time-wise and make an early start October revolution. Steam engine trains would be sweet. I think if this thing started in 1945, Mishu, it would be pretty awesome. When was the last launch we had? Through 9? This weekend?
westerly, west-left.
Where are my refinery buses? How many buses do I have operating on that line? Oh, we're gonna need more than that. Your days and time is all messed up. Wait, what about this one? There's 3 on Nova Glen Central Refinery. Huh. Oh, that was the tourist bus. Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, no. Hold up, hold up, hold up. You need to go back to the tourist line. Whatever, we'll wait for those buses to come in place. Are the trucks at the other station yet? Nope, not yet. Okay. How's that tower coming along? The Stalin pit, though. Yep, yep. It's the Stalinator. The mega, ultra mega Stalinator. Out. Fuel storage for the airport. I haven't figured out where we want to do that, man. But we do need fuel storage, that's for sure. How's steel production going? That's something we can work on. I have to figure that out. Should probably get coal figured out first. We need iron up there first. Let's get the tracks up there. This is gonna be one heck of a terrain cut. Now that's a cut. Now that's how you terrain cut. We can just get it up over this hill, we'll be good to go. Right now what it's doing is raising and lowering the grade with us. Now as we can, if we can get it to there. Almost. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's freaking sweet. We got to get it to... I left myself a point here to give it a 2% grade. It's that right there. Oh. We're gonna need a depot up here. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I should have an open depot. We do, and I should have an open gas station too. Nope, don't have an open gas station. Frick. Huh. Alright, well... You get on there, and you... Yeah, we need the excavator, so no, that's the one that was doing the excavation work. We don't want that. We're gonna do this. Let's see, what else do I have hanging around? I'm pretty sure I sent something over here to get repaired. Okay. It is waiting to get repaired. Cool. Alright, well that's okay. Yeah, we have a very, very big selection of excavators over here to mess with. There we go. Yeah, I bought these all on purpose. Nice. That one just needs to lay track. And this one is getting rapidly approaching. They're about to pop out the other side, man. good. Good. How's the tower? $167. The two Antonovs are still just doing their thing, man. Oh, that one wind turbine isn't enough. Oh, this road can be deleted. Nice. Hell yeah. Alright, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Yeah, frick that road. We don't need that. Yeah, we don't need that. We don't need that road. The crane might help build the tower. I should have cranes in the vicinity from a construction depot. I don't have cranes in the vicinity from a construction depot standpoint. You know what we should do? Yannick, we should get some cranes. You know? You know, we should get some cranes. You know, like that. Yeah, no, yeah, some cranes in the vicinity might help build things faster. Yeah. Tower cranes are better than road cranes, yeah, I agree. Huh? It's not waiting. It's not waiting too long. It's waiting for the train to get out of there, man. Those are some brakes. I'm gonna have that other train go up this line and drop off the gravel at Gallicley. On the coolness factor, oh, no doubt. We'll get more tower cranes, don't worry. Did they finish the tunnel process? Yep. Remember when I told you your signaling is suboptimal? It's not suboptimal. There's no better way to do... Never mind. It's fine. Look, we got Frida. Who's Frida? Don't know. Alright. Those other trucks make it? Oh, you bet your bottom dollar they did. Alright, you can drive back to the other depot. Where did we make that thing? Oh, it's right there. Oh. Go there. You offload. You drive back to that depot. I know I probably could have told them to do this, but we can't unload that last one on the flatbed, but we have another excavator here. Someone face the sand, please. Just demolish that one for a second. Nothing was going to it anyway. Ready? Just tell the bulldozer to go there for a second. Tell the truck to offload. Move the truck's home position to there. And then tell the bulldozer to... Actually, it doesn't really matter. Tell the bulldozer to just turn around. And then we could tell the flatbed... I want this flatbed to drive... Was I stockpiling excavators over here? No, I wasn't. I want this flatbed over here. You're going to a Reeby. No, Daddy, no. Going to a Reeby, buddy. Aren't you always facing sand here? All the time. All right, we got 2 good excavators. They're not the best excavators. They're good. All right, back to game pause. Let's finish this damn road. Jim, come get your dang road. I can get better than this. This one is engineered on a 4% grade. So at 4,000, right there, 3,000 is 120. Oh, we can stop the grade. Hold on. Let me just check something here. Let's get the height for all the highways. That's the get height for the highway. Where is that? Did you get the newest US paver? Yes. Okay, remember when I said a second ago that we could stop the grade? No. No, we cannot. If we go 4,000, we need it to drop 160 feet. We can ease up on the grade here. It doesn't need to be as steep, I don't think. I mean, that's where we need to go. Actually, you know what? Let's make it cut. It'll look cool. That's where it needs to be. Oh. Yeah, this is gonna present some challenges. Hey Cal, what's going on? How you doing? Watching you on my phone through Twitch since I don't have it on your TV. Right on, man. How the heck are we gonna make this come out of that? All right, let's try to see if we can get ground height out of here. It's crazy to maintain the grade, maintain this 4% grade. Yeah, we're actually gonna have to cut until it reaches the correct height for the Central Valley. So it's actually gonna be a little bit of a sunken highway. Which I don't know, that's kind of cool. What's the MMRTS bus from the US that became available in 1981? Seems to be pretty good. That's a Chevy, Misha. It's a, it was called a New Look. Oh, no. The New Look is the old one. Yeah, the Rapid Transit. This thing. That guy. See that guy? Yeah. Those buses are sweet, dude. It's a really good design. Those buses still get used in limited capacity around here. I still see them. They're still on the road. My local... The MBTA, my local transit authority uses that. Yeah, they're nice. They're a nice bus. Well made. Actually, hold up. Let's read. I want to read something. I don't know what's in these things. Is it a Detroit? Yep. It could have a Detroit, it could have a Cummins, or it could have a Cat, Allison, or ZF. Yeah, good buses. Buy one then? I mean... Yeah, see? There's the T. That's Boston. Yeah, these are still tooling around, dude. Disney uses them for on-property transport. They're good buses. It's a good design. And then after that, we decided we didn't want to make buses anymore. Because somebody else could do it for cheaper or some stupid thing. Yeah, NJ Transit uses those. That's New Jersey Transit. So that's New York City. Cool. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna stop reading there because that reading more into that will just piss me off. Fine. Let's bring the profile tool back up. See if we can... There we go. That's some progress. Yeah, rarest. Yeah. No, it's not profitable to make buses anymore. We're not making the profits that we want. Typical GM. I'm not bitter at all. Hey, Demon. 86-month resub. Thanks, dude. See that hill, guys? Frick that hill. We don't need you. What hill? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. All right. Let's see how good this game is at doing this. Ready? 1, 2, 3. I want to try to put the logic of this to the test. What happens if I try to connect a road in there? Dude, no way. Really? Really? It let it do it. It's just, like, totally cool with making that right now. Which, no. Does it do the wiggling with the taxiway? Yeah, it might, but... You want something done? Do it yourself. We should be able to hand carve this. Actually, you know what? I got another idea. You know what we can do? We'll connect one. Oh, there we go. It brought in the auto grader that time. Oh, the game's, oh, it doesn't like that. Oh. It's very laggy. Ooh. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. I just needed to massage the terrain out a little bit. That's awesome. You know what? Let's do the 5 road trick just to be sure. I have a feeling it might clip, but it might clip into the other road. Five roads will give you enough leeway on either side. Nah, we're all right. It'll be fine. All right, so here, ready? Dig this out. Perfect. All right, that should be enough there. Good, good. All right. Once again, I use five roads across to, yep. Sometimes if you lead it on a little bit. Bruh. Place a road next to the gravel one. I think we... Yeah, we did cause a little bit of a landfill there. That's okay. I don't care. We landfilled it a little bit, Mishu. That's what I was worried about. But yeah, a retention road there would probably be... A terrain retention road would probably be good. But watch this. Ready? You want to see that? Oh, so satisfying. God, I love making roads in this game. Oh, yeah. All right, switch to the terrain tool. Okay, we still have a couple of bumps in our pathway. So what I'm gonna do is we'll go center road to center road. Place that. Delete the profile curve. And then make a new one that basically just follows the center road. And then we delete the center road. And then we sculpt out our terrain based off of that. That's actually pretty good out of the gates. Give this some finessing with the flattening tool and then the smoother tool. This is going to be one of the coolest highways we've ever made. Okay, cool. Now go in here. Control click, get rid of it. Now just go in here and once again, just fan the lines out. Gotta comb the desert. You hear me? Comb the desert. You just gotta make sure the lines, these topographical lines, go parallel to the road surface. Or, not parallel, perpendicular to the road surface. If they don't, your road's gonna come out all weird. At least that's what I've found. Don't worry about, like, if the lines aren't perfectly straight or anything. Just get them going in the right direction. Because if you do a pass now with your smooth tool, just a quick one, do a pass with the smoother tool over the terrain you want. There you go, look. How's that for a profile? Oof. That's pretty straight. Happy little lines. You got it, Moondoggy. Happy little lines. We can get rid of our bumper roads right there. And then, as is tradition, let's build a bridge for this valley right here. I will save. Why am I building bridges? Just in case anybody's wondering. I build them because it's realistic. You wouldn't want the road to be going through this valley like this. And then if it, you know, it's not going to because it's a video game. But if it was going to rain or something, you'd have a big problem here. Your highway would end up acting like a dam. Real highways do this all the time. Not really enough for any road to punch through there, but yeah, whatever. Fine. Now we can go at this with our smoother tool again. Yeah, baby. I never thought we'd have to do a freaking terrain cut here, but here we are. Yeah, see, like, if water was gonna, you know, it'll rain, all the water will flow down here, and if you didn't have the bridges, right, it would just, actually, it probably is gonna go this way. The water, in this particular example, I'd have to lower this to get the water to drain that way, or else it's just gonna drain down into my highway. Here, you know what? Here's what we'll do. Just a berm. Put a little berm right there. There we go. Now we're good. Now it won't. See what I'm saying? Now it won't do that. It'll go that way. Smooth as butter. Yep. Yep, looks good. Now right here, there. Access. Cool, right there. All right. Now, where's the highway going to go from there? There's the two highways right there. We have 1, 2, and 3. They're all within sight of each other. Put a bend in there. Massive intersection time? Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to do this, Mishu. To be honest with you. I'm not sure how this is going to get done. I was actually thinking, oh, I don't know. There's a lot of farmland here, and I want to use that farmland, you know? Got to make the bridge cross and whatnot, but yeah. Anyway, we can unpause right now. Dude, we did it. That was a tough section of highway to make, man. That highway's gonna be so freaking useful, though. We should make the trains go down there, too. But I have no idea where we're gonna even begin to get the train tracks done right. As a European, a big roundabout. Maybe this gentleman could make use of a traffic circle. The hell is a kilometer? Roundabouts are annoying to get right in this game, oh yeah? I wouldn't know nothing about that. Christ's sake, I don't have any. Never made one. Dude, you know what I'm just thinking? You know the other maps, how they have like highways and everything built in already? Can you imagine how much we just bust on one of those maps that has all the infrastructure, like railway and everything already made? So freaking easy. You mean a cold weather map where you have to provide heat? Yeah. I call bull on that. Thanks for the vote of confidence, you jerk. You jerk? Nah, yeah, we'll see. You'd rip it all up. No. That wouldn't happen, man. It would be cool if you had this as a map in the workshop with only the highways built. I think that would make the desert map way too easy. The challenge of this map is how big it is and how there's nothing in between anything that's useful. He's right, you know. Man. The game tell how much you've spent since the beginning of the map. No. Wait. Wait a minute. How did... Is that really the height from the other highway? Hold on. Give me 1 second, dude. Oh, shoot. Yes, it is. I don't think there's any... I don't know if that stat's in the game, dude. Here I am. I was like, oh yeah, this road's good. Necessarily like sunken highways here, but just gonna maybe I don't want this to go through the farmland either. Hold on, let's do some surveying. Pause the game, or we can unpause for now. This is the straightest path through non-farmland. I'm trying to keep the... And that hill right there, too, so... Probably want them to meet right here. Right outside Al Ribi, right here. Want them to go right there, right? And then they'll connect in. I don't know what kind of interchange we'll build, but then we build a big bridge that goes over and connects here. How much do you think you've spent? It's probably like 30 million, 40 million jumping, if I had to guess. It looks like a sock. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? Dude, really? Trumpet interchanges? A trumpet could work if we can engineer it. I really don't have much experience building like highway interchanges in this, dude. I'll be honest with you. Because I've never gotten to that point. That really is that height. Yes, it is. Yeah, you know what? Keep it at this height. I like this idea. Don't grade it to the highway so it can get over the gravel roads. We'll make the other highway go up to an elevated berm. If I do the trumpet when you could do saxophone. Electricity problems, it's fine. I'm actually thinking take this highway. We just did that nice grade, which sucks. Take this highway and make it go this way. Cross the road right here. Go around all the farmland and have it go... Basically have it go over here and have it tee into this. Because, you know, we have some nice flat terrain. We are going to cut through some farmland a little bit. I want to leave this. This is one of the nicest, most fertile areas on the map. I don't really want the highway to go that way. It would be good to make it go this way and basically go around the farmland and then connect in right there. We could build whatever interchange we need over here. Yeah, I like that idea. That's what we're doing. What time is it? Okay. We're coming up on space news, guys. There's some serious bumps in the road there. What's that about? Yeah, this whole grade is off by maybe 1/4 of an inch. I'm cool with that. That's fine. Yeah, that's not a problem. Yeah, 1/4 inch is still that much, man. Okay. We should make on-ramps right here. But, yeah, this was actually pretty straightforward to get right here. And this way we really only cut through a smidgen of farmland, which is good. Now what we need to do, and this is the last thing that we'll do, we need to get this road over here. All right, so first of all, let's see what this height is. Let's get this height over here. Okay. It sucks because that's like perfectly graded, but Oh well. Should have thought about that. Would have ended up having to do less work. Too tight of a curve anyway. Yeah. Alright, where's the farmland? Okay, so let's make a line. Leave some room for the interchange. That's the plan. Baka Laka Daka stands the plan. It's streaming live today. As he dreams his own way. Today I learned how overpowered the poodle is when you overclock it. Dude, yeah, the single engine variant, you overclock that, that's like having a J2X. The dual poodle stage similar to Nuglin, 750 kilonewtons of thrust in the vacuum. Oh, you made them into B3Us. Keep in mind, a B3U, a scaled B3U Novaraptor, if you were just using regular KSP, like I'm sure what you did is fantastic. Like I'm not being like, no, well actually, no, F that. You would probably be aiming for, let's think, B3Us make around 600 kilonewtons. So like 350 kilonewtons, but I think that's what the poodle makes. You said Caldo 150%. Nice. So yeah, twin poodles would be like, if you could double them up on an upper stage, yeah, that would be like having a Nuglin second stage. Twin poodle on a, what would be the scale for Nuglins? Nuglins is 7 meters, about 60% scale, so 5 meter with 2 poodles would be Nuglin's second stage. That's a...
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
UWU.
Why you guys do this to me? Say the name? No. UWU. Frick this hill. Okay. We could have gone around it, but I'm not gonna. Look at the profile curve. Yeah. What is a kick stage to? It's like a third stage, Vargon, basically. You know, you have your first stage, second stage. Kick stage is basically just a third stage that you use to go further. Yeah. That's all. That's it, man. Okay. Oh. We must protect the farmland. We must protect this house. This is our house. Okay, for now we just do that. For now. Just so I know. That's how you make a freaking road. Damn. Alright, unpause it. Let's just check on everything else while we're here. Oh, please, just 105 workday. A high-speed interchange, please. I'll redesign it next time. Here. Second depot. I'll put a depot here to remind myself. There. How goes the mega project? Good, Badger. Yeah. Look at that. Check out the road. What do you think? It's not finished, but there it is. I told you you'd snake it right through. Wait a minute. Are they finished with this? Oh, no. It's just the gravel being spread. I was wondering. Yep, it goes down here. Crosses a bridge right there. Right by the bauxite here. It goes through here. Kind of does a little kink right there. Goes across. Across here. We took into account all the places where there might need drainage. Goes down here. Through the valley. Right here. And then I have an interchange here. And that interchange connects the other highway in. Coming from the other refinery. Right? And then that goes this way, right? It's gonna cross right there. We could put an interchange right there to the gravel road. And then I want this to go basically up over with a big bridge over the river, and then that highway will turn and connect right in there. That's the last bit of corridor that we need. Unfortunately, we have to get rid of all this to do it. But then the whole map will be connected in with with highways, with paved roads. You could drive from one side of the country to the other. Then we got to think about putting a beltway around the big part of the city over here and how that's going to connect into the highway. But yeah, I made the highway go this way because I didn't want it going through the farmland. We're gonna put farms, lots of them, and that bridge doesn't need to be there. Is the tower almost done? Is there anything coming near it? Yo, Shen, thanks for the raid, dude. Whoa. Do we have workers to buy the farm? Oh, we got plenty. Shen, how you doing, man? Thank you for the raid. What's going on, Shenru Raiders? I'm playing workers and resources. I can't stop playing this in Satisfactory. I got a big problem. But anyway, you guys, on my end, you know Shen. Shen's a good dude. Streams a lot of this. It's a lot of similar types of games as me. Old school streamer, dude. Shen and I have been doing this for a long time. Yep, big dog. What were you guys up to? I'm good, man. You ain't got a problem. You have an addiction. Those are always great. Okay. All right. All right. You know, never mind the rotors hitting the scaffolding. It's fine. Yeah, this is...
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Hi Eric, we have noticed that you've really carved yourself a slice of the viewer base on Twitch. We wanted to give you $1 so you can buy 1/15 of a pizza. Keep up the good work.
That tip came from Domino's Pizza. Okay. Domino's Pizza. Checking out a little bit of ARA. It's a Civ Anno type of game. Oh, cool, man. Domino's. Up, something broke. Just sets of the overclock dual Plutos on a 5M stage when trying to account for Nuclean's GS2 TWR 665, 67 kilonewtons of thrust. Nice. Nice. I just want my planes to land. Please. Oh, nice, dude. We got the big cranes. Look at those things. Like, I'll probably never use the skiff again. Anyway. Good to have you guys, Shenmue Raiders, in here. We're going to start Space News here very soon. Glad to see we're raking in cash. Oh, yeah. No, we are good. I can really...
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Sorry for the typo. Hopefully this is spelled correctly.
Don Gino's Pizza. Or you probably wanted me to say Domino's Pizza. Right. That's... alright. Okay. I wanted this to be done by the time Space News starts, man. I should have left the game unpaused. Those planes have just been circling. Don Gino's Pizza. Hey, Don Gino's. Oh. Whatever, let's go look at something else before we start the Space News. Are the trains done? Oh, dude. Nice. There's the tunnel. Oh, they've poked out the other side. That's mint. If the planes refuel each other, they never have to land. Do you see the light? My eyes! Oh, man. I didn't notice that some of the terrain, there's walls. Yeah, they gotta start working on that bridge now. How about these guys? They got all the abutments placed? Almost. Hey, you're finally awake. Go towards the light. He said butt. You're a butt. Butt shark. Got him. Rav, you wish you made highways like this in this game. Look at this. Oh. 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 Do you see the light? The band. The band? Hmm. Tasty. Tasty pick. Oh, yeah. The bridges that I want to engineer, Bardazel, yeah, they'll be good enough. Where's the factory? I don't know. Говорит и показывай Москва. Oh, nice. It's good. It's fine. Anyway, we got to start up space news, huh? We'll play more workers for after hours. The control tower is not finished. I'll play workers for after hours so we can finish it and start building out those roads. EJ, I'll start space news in chat, brother. Okay. I'm not sure what that means, but all right. Okay. Give me a second here. We'll start space news in about 10 minutes. I'm just going to go take a wicked yes. I'll be right back. And then we will start. I hope you guys enjoyed building highways and workers. We will finish up what we were working on and get that stupid tower finished on the other side of space news. Yeah, then we'll go from there. I'll see you guys momentarily. Enjoy the goat music. It's goated. Why have you shut off this beautiful music? Why have you shut it off? You believe it? You just didn't know that the Goat Simulator soundtrack went so hard? Dude. Here, how's this one? This is also from the Goat Simulator soundtrack. How about this one? All right, that's enough of that. Okay, who's ready for space news? All right. All right, let me just see. I'm just gonna kind of put all this stuff together. So what I've been trying to do, and I did this on Monday, I'm trying to organize the quick news here and then the longer topics towards the end. So I'll be real, I'm moving all the Starship stuff at the end because there's been some developments here that are interesting to say the least. That's there. Put SLS stuff with SLS. Put that over there. Spicy news, please. You won? The tie? What? How does... Huh. How spicy space news today? You think an hour, 5 hours? Pretty decent news cycle. Oh, that's cool. The Tigers taken 2. It took 2 from the Astros. This is best of 5 though, isn't it? You guys went. If the Tigers win one more game, you're. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying nothing. Yeah, well, best of 3. Yeah, but. Yeah, best of 3. That's, yeah. It's not a 7-game series. Sorry, you know what I'm trying to say. That
Discovery, go at throttle up.
no wild card is best of 3. They only needed 2 wins. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing. Are we here in time for space talk? Yeah, Will. Yep. Transmoon. Okay, what do you got? Why don't they capture the flames from the rocket exhaust and pipe the stored flames into some pressure tanks on the site? How? And why? What's the whole point of that, Transposon? I don't understand why you'd want to capture the flames from the rocket. Like, The ones that go into the pad. Why are we doing this again? I'm getting my postseason games confused with hockey. That's what was going on there. That dude, wild card. Yeah, wild card is best of three. So. I asked you why, and you replied with a dabbing emote. Okay, all right, sweet. Let's start Space News with a video. Okay. Okay. Here, we got a video. This is a good one. Let's see. Answering big questions about the universe requires something new. So we went to work building it. It's a hexagon. No, oh, reaction wheels. Did you see those? Reaction wheels. Cool. Partners developed key hardware. Crank the bass. And systems were tested. In a centrifuge. Cool. In a world. Partners, synergy. Investors, possibly you. Sun shield, vacuum chamber. Now it comes together. Nice. Antenna deployed. Cool. It's a nice mirror. So I think the Nancy Roman satellite is in the final phases of assembly. I'm pretty sure they're in the final phases of assembly. I think I got that from what we saw here. Either way, really cool. Really cool. These are all the pieces of the telescope. Look at that wire harness. That's a lot. That wire harness looks complicated. Wow. Hang on one second. Have you seen the field of view on that thing? I seen something right around here, right around that point. I saw something. PATFE, flavored spaghetti. So this is the Nancy Roman Space Telescope, which is pretty cool. Oh, did you at the very beginning? That guy was holding some reaction wheels, guys. I don't know if you can see. There they are, right there. Cool gyros. That's what a real life SAS module looks like. Sweet. What will the telescope observe? I have to look it up. I have to look it up what type of telescope this is. I think it's infrared. Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope, shortened as the Roman Space Telescope, formerly the Wide Field Infrared Survey Telescope. Yeah, W first. Yeah. There we go. That is picture. Is hexagon. Is nice. Cool. It's scheduled to launch to Sun Earth L2. Okay. In May of 2027. Oh, still a little ways away, guys. Hold on. I'm reading real quick. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, infrared. It's good stuff, man. Good stuff. Good to see more spaceflight hardware for science getting built. The Roman is moving towards the next stage of construction, bringing all the components together. There we go. All right, excellent, cool. Speaking of bringing all the components together, here, check out this next one. This is teams at NASA Kennedy installed 4 quad pods around the Artemis 3 SLS core engine section on September 10th to support the engine assembly during operations. There you go. Quad pods. They pick up on the it looks like they're picking up on the SRB hold down points. Or at least parts of them. Next up, the engine section will be transferred to Kennedy's vehicle assembly building for final integration. Ah? One of the last few things to be built at Goddard for the time being. Oh, here. Let's check. Okay, this is probably useful. Hubble's mirror is 2.4 meters. Webb is 6.5. Roman is 2.4. Oh, nice. I'm sorry? Damn. Wow. That's yeah, I'm really happy that we went they did that. That's a good idea. It's going out with James Webb, which is pretty cool with the James Webb satellite. They seem to be going to to similar areas. That's pretty awesome. This PDF's a little outdated, but that's yeah, the wideband infrared. It's right in the name. Yeah, that's wide. That's a lot of width. The Roman Space Telescope was also built to be serviced robotically. Interesting. Cool. Teams at NASA Kennedy installed, they installed the quad pods around the engine section. That's the Artemis 3 That's the Artemis 3 MPS. Why is it? It's not white. Who is Nancy Roman? Give me 1 second. I'm going to say, oh, she worked at NASA, but no, it's yeah. She was an American astronomer who made important contributions to stellar classification and motions. First female executive at NASA, Roman served as NASA's first chief of astronomy throughout the 1960s and 70s, establishing her as one of the visionary founders of the U.S. civilian space program. Yeah, that's pretty awesome, actually. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah. What are the quad pods for? These pick up, looks like on the bow tail attachment point, and those are the SRB attachment points. Actually, no, those are too wide to be. These are for being able to install the engines on it, dude. It's interesting. Next up is the engine section will be transferred to the VAB for final integration. Man, I knew that sending this stuff to the SSPF at Kennedy would make this go faster. I didn't think it would make it go that much faster. That was fast, dude. The Artemis 3 MPS made it to the Cape not too long ago, which is pretty cool. They're already looking at engine integration, which is Oh, jeez. Come on. More water. Stop making me yawn, chat. They changed SLS's processing flow around in 2022. Rather than just have the entire core stage be built at Michoud, they would build all the pieces at Michoud and then assemble the main propulsion system at Kennedy. The reason why is because of the Space Station Processing Facility, the SSPF. So I don't think I need to say what the Space Station Processing Facility is for or was used for. It's a gigantic freaking clean room that was used to build all the modules for the ISS. Yep. See, there's Columbus. That's on the ISS. That's a PMM right there, I think. That's Destiny down there, right? It was used to make all of them. It's a gigantic clean room environment, meaning it's like surgical. And that's the SLS engineers the SLS engineers figured out that it would be better to assemble the main propulsion system there in a clean room environment. Because the main propulsion system is essentially the back of a space shuttle. It basically needs to be assembled like a spaceship because it is the back of a space shuttle. Class 10,000, 1,000 from the looks of it. It is a big clean room, yeah. So they thought, oh, we're not using the Space Station Processing Facility anymore. Like, there's no more space station modules to send up. So now the SLS, see, that's in the SSPF right there, I think. It looks like the same room, but yeah, that's it. Well, no, they're going to assemble the rest of the core stage there, Hellfish. So the forward skirt, LOX tank, inner tank, hydrogen tank all get made and assembled there. They just ship it without the MPS. The MPS gets assembled or manufactured there, and then it gets manufactured there, and then it gets assembled in the SSPF. And I'll be honest with you, that seems like it was a good idea because that thing just got to the Cape. If they're already looking at engine integration here, that's insanely quick. That's actually pretty fast. I don't recall off the top of my head when the Artemis 3 engine section, the Artemis 3 MPS got there, but I'm pretty sure they shipped it with Core Stage 2, which was just got there. That's actually super fast. It essentially uses a wide-angle lens instead of a zoom lens. See last. Oh, okay. Telescope is such a wide field of view because it's not as high of a zoom as the others. It's for seeing the big picture instead of extremely detailed. Yeah, it's the Nikon P1000 of space telescopes. I wonder how many cores the VAB could store. They could put like 5 or 6 of them in there easily. Remind me why a clean room is required again. Rockets in the past didn't need them, right? It needs a clean room once again, Super. It needs one because, okay. All right, I'll use the next bit of space news here. So, see the white part, this piece with the engines on core stage 2? You see that? That right there is the SLS MPS, Space Launch System Main Propulsion System, all right? Now, do you know anybody here who knows their history? What's that thing? See that thing right there? What's that? It was sent over the middle of last year. It's still pretty damn quick, Thomas. Well, year and a half. Yeah, it's good enough. That's the shuttle main propulsion. The shuttle main propulsion test article. The MPTA was used to green run the space shuttle program. They basically, instead of building an entire shuttle and putting it on a test stand with the external tank attached, they just used the engine section. They made the back of a space shuttle, a fully functioning back of the space shuttle with no ohms pods and no tail, and they put that on the test stand with an external tank, the B2 test stand, the same one that they green run SLS on, and fired it. So that's real. That's a real shuttle tail section. That right there, but cylindric with 4 engines, is what SLS, the MPS, is. So Super, and this is right from one of my buddies that worked at Michoud. Like, he's the one that explained this to me, because I asked the same question when they did it. I'm like, why would they do that? That's basically a spaceship. It's a spaceship. The back of it is a shuttle. It's a shuttle engine section. It's just cylindric with 4 engines instead of 3, right? So it's a cylinder version of that. And because of that, because you're using RS-25s and all the paraphernalia that you need to get the RS-25s to do their thing, right? You basically got to build it like the back of a spacecraft. So a clean room environment is needed to assemble spaceships. So they assemble the MPS in there. It's really freaking annoying because it's expendable and you have to treat it like a spaceship. One of the reasons why it's kind of hilarious that we ended up putting RS-25s on the bottom of an expendable rocket. But whatever. You all know why that's annoying, but hey, whatever. Shuttle C, is that you? Hey, what's up, Zay? So yeah, Super, does that make sense? Measurement of devices that need perfect calibration and function. A dust mite could seriously screw up the electronics, lenses and so on. Yep. Spacecraft require that key. Yeah, exactly. That's a better way to put it, dude. Yeah, that clears it up. So yeah, they thought the SSPF was a good place to put it. And also, Thomas, so he said it's been there for a freaking year, huh? Interesting. Oh yeah, here's a shot of the MPTA when they put it on the test stand with the external tank. It's basically they basically built the back of a space shuttle and put it on a load cell on the B2 test stand. Yep. So yeah, that's pretty good. Artemis 3 core is there. It's ready to go, or we're getting ready for engine assembly, which if it's off to the VAB, that means it's final assembly. But the 2 core, the one that is completed, the Artemis 2 core stage, is there. NASA actually waited. Yep, they waited. They picked it up for trajectory optimization. They in the VAB, they picked it up and they put a scale on the crane. Turns out the core stage weighs 215,910 pounds, which is it's about 100 tons, give or take. Nice. Most spacecraft aren't made in a tent with a bunch of scraps. Yeah. The ML is going to roll to the VAB tomorrow, apparently. Somebody was in chat in here a little bit earlier, Thomas, saying it already rolled. You could bench that? Sure. They should have captured the shuttle flames in a glass jar. The shuttle doesn't make flames, it makes water vapor, so you just get a glass of water if you were somehow able to do that? Question? Dost thou even hoist? Mm-hmm. It almost weighs as much as your mom. Oh! One of us is trolling you. Yep. Okay, cool. Some good SLS news. Supposedly the mobile launcher is going to move. Supposedly not. We don't know. Anyway, next bit of quick news. So this is coming from Jack Kerr. I don't really know. Writing about space at Payload Space. Okay. Axiom co-founder Cam Gafarian posted this awesome new view of the Axiom Station's ISS HAB-1 module on LinkedIn. The module will soon be shipped from Thales Alenia in Italy to Houston. It looks like it might be missing some parts. CT2 is under the ML, but there hasn't been any movement. Thank you. ML is still on the pad. Thank you, gentlemen. Interesting. Extra fun thing about the Roman Space Telescope, you know that wide field sensor, it includes equipment to take spectrograms of everything in the field of view at once. That neat. Not really sure exactly why that's neat, but if you're telling me I'll bet you that's neat. Cool. So these Axiom modules. Interesting. That's interesting considering what we heard from Axiom the other day, but that's still cool. Follow the hardware, right? Interesting. Yeah, four-axis module. Which vehicle can assemble this? The Axiom modules have a service module. Here, I'll show you. So it's interesting because that looks a lot like an ISS module, right? But if you go and look at this, all right, you have your cylindric section that looks like the ISS module, which is what you see in that picture. That's this piece, right? That's the cylindric section. Well, that's the node. That's the node one. What you were looking at is this module with the windows on it. It's windows! Now, what these modules have on the back is a toroidal service module. So, here, if we looked at a cross-section of this module, right? You'd have your docking port at the front, right? And then you have your pressure segment, your pressurized segment right here, right? And then on the back of the module, it does something like this. And then there's a pipe, right? That goes out to the back to another docking port. And in this area right here is a service module. How that would look, right? If we have like kind of an exploded view is right? It's a donut. It's a donut-shaped service module like that. See? That's what that is right there. That's not an arrow, EJ. That's not an arrow either. There we go. That's what this piece is right here. See what I'm talking about? So their modules have their own propulsion, so they can dock. They're also using, from this render, it looks like they're using an NDS derived. That looks like a passive NDS. Same port that Dragon and Starliner use. But it does look like they're They cannot, no, these can't dock themselves. They have grapple points and they're using a CBM. I'm not sure what they're using on their axial vector right there. If they're using NDS on their axial, so on the long axis for the space station with CBMs around it, you're going to need a robotic arm. Those are absolutely common berthing mechanisms, and those are absolutely provisions for common berthing mechanisms right there. You know it's a CBM because of the square hatch. See the square hatch? Square hatch, round docking port, CBM all day. The reason why they're using this standard right there, why you're using the common berthing mechanism, is so ISS racks can fit in this. That's the whole idea. The entire space station was engineered around modular lockers that the ISS can use, and this CBM is big enough to move them through. CLAS for an updated render. Okay, updated. Thank you, Thomas. Since every module has their own propulsion system, does the fuel in the modules get pooled into one? No. No. That doesn't work that way. It looks like, yeah, see, some of these have a berthing mechanism and other ones don't. But you can see they all, guys, these are basically, I hate saying this. I hate saying this, and I shouldn't say it this way. And it's not the right way to say it because it downplays what they're doing. Those are just Cygnus in space station form. That's what they are. It's just it's the same exact idea as Cygnus, except it's a toroidal service module, but it's the same idea. It's freaking Cygnus. Cygnus will never die. Dude, it is. Cygnus isn't that far off. The only thing is that Cygnus doesn't have a docking port on the back end. This has a different service module, but it's the same kind of setup, which is really funny. Who's making the docking arm? I don't know, to be honest with you. And even if they were going to launch it, I don't know how they're going to launch it. If I had to, how they're going to get another arm up there without a space shuttle is beyond me. I mean, they could package it up, I suppose, on like Falcon 9 or something, or one of these modules. But that module is clearly grayed out. Look at that arm. It's gray. It's not rendered. It's just Lambert gray compared to the textured and rendered bits of the Axiom modules over here. That might be the SSRMS. Maybe the Axiom station will lift Canadarm 2 and take it with it when it detaches, which I would be all about that. That would be really, that's a good idea. You should do that. How big can the ISS get before it's too big? So Blue, it can get to a certain tonnage. I don't know what that tonnage is off the top of my head, but it's somewhere above 400 tons. That's what it is right now. The ISS is a massive 400 tons. That's as heavy as super heavy with no fuel in it. Actually, it's heavier than that. That's super heavy with a quarter tank of gas. That's a lot. It's a big space station, man. Will it will be assembled on the front of the ISS before leaving? Yeah, Thomas, I think that's grayed out for a reason. I think Axiom's going to take the remote manipulator. That's a great idea. Please do that, because that'll allow this station to be. That'll allow the Axiom station to be able to receive Cygnus. You have CBMs and the freaking. Dude, they planned that. They had to have. There's no way that they didn't. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. Look, yep, see, you got an airlock module, right? Airlock module with its own propulsion. Two core node modules there, one solar panel module over there, and then the cupola module over here. More Cygnus with your Cygnuses. Anyway, that's super cool. It belongs in a museum. No, keep using it. Frick putting it in a museum. Frick that, man. I don't want to see. Outdated hardware belongs in the museum. The Canadarm is still super useful. Do not put that in a museum. Keep using it. Anyway, that's Thomas, it seems like they nixed their solar panel, that huge solar panel tower idea that they had going on. And they just put solar panel modules, roll out solar arrays on their modules. I'm not sure why they'd do that, but I'm sure there was a good reason. But yeah, there you go. That's one of the modules right there. Yeah, Headman, there you go. Interesting. The ISS belongs in a museum. Starship should go and get it. Starship should go and get it. You can call me a SpaceX fanboy. You say, but the modules... Starship should go and get it. Yep. Have Canadarm2. Starship should dock radially to the space station, open its payload bay doors, and they'll have the space station remote manipulator system put the modules in Starship's payload bay. Or SpaceX is just cooking up their own robotic arm. I don't see why you wouldn't. The power tower turned into the bottom one, right? They just removed the power stuff from it and it's just an airlock now. Yep. Yeah, maybe. Build a museum in space and put the ISS inside. Fun fact, the ISS was supposed to do something like that originally, Andrew. Not exactly like that. It wasn't exactly supposed to be a museum, but putting stuff inside of the ISS floating around in space was part of the original plan. Yep. Before the space station, before they basically axed the project and gave us the ISS, we had Space Station Freedom. And one of the designs for Space Station Freedom that they were tooling around is that. That's called the dual keel space station. And the dual keel space station would have had clean rooms inside of it for satellite servicing. So the shuttle would go and get a satellite. You'd have a shuttle mission. Shuttle would fly up. It would go and grab the satellite like Hubble, bring the satellite to the space station. They'd grab it with the arm, put it inside of a clean room, and then do an EVA into the clean room. It's not pressurized, but it's like a micrometeorite shield, but it's a clean room environment for the most part. Like, I mean, the whole thing is a clean room. It's the vacuum, but you get the idea. Wouldn't they use space tugs to bring in the sats? Shuttle could do it, or a tug, whatever. You could use a... Cygnus could do it. Anyway. Yeah, they deemed this too complicated and too expensive. Also, Space Station Freedom was supposed to have RCS. Note the thruster blocks on different parts of the space station. We had plans for an orbital shipyard and we axed them. Norman Augustine. Edmana. That's the guy that got Space Station Freedom canceled. Just saying. Actually, it wasn't technically him. He got Space Station Freedom canceled, but before that, an astronaut looked at the dual keel space station and said, this is way too complicated. Someone will get killed trying to make this. And they lopped the dual keel off and just kept one truss segment. They got rid of this part. They got rid of that part and said, just build this instead. And then later down the road, with the next segment of space, the next revision for Space Station Freedom was called the revised baseline. Give me 1 second. I'm drinking water to not yawn. That's what they came up with, which is looks a lot more like what we see. But even this had way more capability. This had a centrifuge on board. It had a centrifuge on board. It had a bunch of stuff. This had RCS as well for station keeping right there. And it had the gyros were somewhere else. I don't remember off the top of my head. Station has RIS. Yeah, you have the twin modules next to each other. So how this would have worked is you would have had node 1 and node 2, right? Node 1, node 2, the Destiny module, the US HAB module, the Columbus module, and the Kibo module. All the modules that are up on the ISS. Except that the US HAB module would have had a centrifuge in it. Actually, there would have been a separate one, but that's another story. Yeah, and then there's the PMMs. Those ended up flying. Most of this stuff ended up flying, but it kind of explains all the modules that got made. Space Station Freedom would have had its own power, I mean, obviously its own power system, but its own propulsion system that's designed to bolt to the, truss segments here. See the RCS blocks, right? And then from there, these could be serviced just like everything else on the baseline configuration, like what they do now. So the shuttle could come up with they could take a propulsion module off. Note how there's 2 of them, right? They could take a propulsion module off, put it on the shuttle, bring it back down, refuel it, bring it back up, install it back in place. Oh, believe me, I did a bunch of reading about this thing. Yeah, yep. Also, Space Station Freedom had a much bigger truss segment than the ISS does. This would have been way bigger. Yeah. I think so, Tessa, yeah. And then the control moment gyros are up at the top too. Those became the Z1 truss segment, but basically, when the first Augustine Commission came around, they looked at how many of these components were like getting ready to, like a good way into construction, and anything that wasn't a good way into construction, they said, screw that, don't make that. And then the stuff that they didn't have figured out in the 90s, like the propulsion systems, they said, nah, screw that, get rid of that, it's redundant, work with the Russians instead. Yeah, so Space Station Freedom got canceled because it was too expensive, and they replaced it with the ISS to save costs. We got more factory building tomorrow, Reindeer. So the station topic, do you think a space elevator would be plausible? We could do it, Dr. Death, if we could build something 23,500 miles tall. Pretty sure we have trouble even getting something 1 mile tall, let alone 23,000. 23,500 is how you'd need to build, is how tall you'd need to build a space elevator in order to get it to stay fixed. Because the space elevator needs a counterweight. Counterweight needs to be a geosynchronous, and it needs to keep the space elevator taut. Could it be done? Sure. If we had a better way to get up there, maybe. Why? Why though? Space elevators on Earth don't really make sense to me, to be honest with you. I'm not saying we couldn't do it. It's a pretty cool idea. But space elevators to orbit don't make sense to me for the same reason that building a bridge to Europe doesn't make sense. Could we build a bridge across the Atlantic? A floating one? Yeah, maybe. Sure. I don't see why you'd want to, but you could. But the container ship is probably a better idea. Man. But anyway, not saying it couldn't be done. I just don't think it's a good idea. I think we should just use rockets and then build a space station or something. But anyway, yeah, a little bit on space stations. All right, cool. So Axiom stuff is looking... That's good, man. I mean, but that's still a ways off. You're missing some pieces like doors. But still cool. Until continental drift stretches the bridges and it breaks. Continental drift. Yeah, we'd be waiting a while. Anyway, all right, so this is... Actually, this belongs over here. So... ULA yesterday, while we were building out our flame trench in Satisfactory, ULA conducted a full wet dress rehearsal for Vulcan Cert 2. Rem, I knew someone was going to make that joke. A wet dress rehearsal is basically a simulated count where you do everything but launch it at the last second. There we go. Yeah, you get right down to the simulated count, right? You get right to T-minus 2 seconds, and then you abort the rocket. That's what a wet dress rehearsal is. That was a time lapse there from Tori Bruno. It went very well, as planned. All of the data gets formally reviewed tomorrow in a launch readiness review, which will authorize proceeding to flight on Friday. Yeah, we have Cert 2 on the board. Pretty good. There you go. We are go for the launch of the Vulcan rocket on Cert 2 flight test. This was today. So, yeah, they're Friday at 6 a.m. because... Okay, Phil, I'll do it. So speaking of Vulcan, it's interesting that this spot in the LNG tank is not covered in spray-on foam insulation. I think that's what this other Space News link was about. Why did you guys add an insulator to the LNG tank after Cert 1? Because the aero heating onto the tank was slightly higher on Cert 1 than predicted. This will give us just over 1 second more usable propellant. Oh, there you go. And it looks like they didn't get all of it. Interesting. There's just one bit that's not there. Huh. Give me 1 second. Just one strip on one side of the tank's kind of weird to see. It's got to be for some type of testing certification, Thomas, or something. I don't know. That's a little strange. I'm not sure why you do that. That's weird. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I had to turn the fans down. All right, so there we go. Good stuff. 6 a.m. on Friday. So, while I have your attention, here's how this is going to work. Satisfactory tomorrow. We'll play Satisfactory. I might do all the way through, and then what we can. Yeah, the next 2 days are going to suck. Any updates on Astra? I've heard nothing except for some updates a little while ago on Rocket 4.0 Tiberius, but not much, no. They've been pretty quiet. I want to do another big Satisfactory stream tomorrow. Hopefully that's satisfactory with you. But with this 6 a.m. launch, what we could do is cover the launch and then just stream Satisfactory until the flame trench. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, we're going to have to play around with Thursday's schedule. Let's just say that, okay, you're going to get a lot of Satisfactory on Thursday, but yeah. I got to make more progress on that damn thing. Yeah, either way, Friday's going to be a big, long... Reed just came in dancing. You guys didn't see it. It was off stream.
That was on purpose so they didn't see it. I hope they heard it though.
I think it picked up a little bit. Sean, I haven't gotten to that point yet. Is the doggo here?
Doggo's right here.
Titan!
Take the doggo.
Titan!
Look at Daddy.
Come here. Hey, come on up here. Hi. How you doing? Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy.
Tigers won again. Tigers won again. That's all we do is win.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What'd you do last season?
Shut up. We don't talk about last season.
Okay. You guys eliminated the Astros.
We eliminated the Astros. For the first time since 2017, the Astros will not proceed to the ALDS.
Oh. Oh. Titan, did you bring me any modular frames?
No.
Did you bring me any rotors or stators?
I don't.
I need some. Hang on. Hey, come here. Sit. See, he already knows. Paw. Okay. There you go. Jeez. This dog's too smart. You're too smart. You're too smart. You're a smart boy. Get out of here.
I'm done.
He's like, nah, you don't have food. I'm out.
I'm done. All right, I need to go eat. But
All right, baby.
love you, babes.
Love you too.
The
Congratulations.
Tigers won again.
Congratulations. Because all you do is win sometimes. Anyway. So yeah, we got Cert 2 Friday at 6 a.m. That's don't let him see you treat the other Titan. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. Don't worry. Don't worry. She jinxed it. Yep. Will there be an after hours today? Yeah. Yeah, after hours. Yep. Thank the Lord. I hate the Trastros. The Astros are like this decade's Yankees. Everybody hates them. But everybody still hates the Yankees too. How old is Titan? Titan is 2 years old. Thereabouts. We rescued him, Tiberius, in June. Yeah, he's about to. He's a good boy. So all the stuff that he did, sit, paw up. He knows how to lie down. Yeah, I spend a lot of time with the dog, dudes. I spend a lot of time teaching the dog and playing with him and training him. Takes a lot of time. I have a feeling you're not at Space Command Headquarters. Space Command Headquarters is not a thing. This is EJSA Mission Control. See how? Read the sign. Read the sign. Don't make me tap the sign. I love Texas as a whole, but the only good thing in Houston is NASA. Oh, damn. That man is playing Galaga. Well, Friday night racing scrub because of Vulcan. I'm not doing Friday night racing this week, guys. I know it's 2 weeks off in a row. Sorry about that. That's totally my bad. With Crew 9, like I had to miss it. I'm not doing it I already told Max and the rest, or I told Max. I haven't told anybody else yet. But anyway, we are not doing racing because Ernok's coming into town. And we're going to finish the Camaro so I can fix the Coronet, which needs help. Yep, needs help. Yep. EJ's Mission Control actually has more computer monitors. Yep. Did you see that, Scott? Did you see that, Scott, a chance to fly the Boom Supersonic in the simulator, and you see that what the sim was called? No. Coronet is overdue. Yeah, Thomas, that thing needs help. It also needs a big block, but it also needs help too. Now that's cool. Tessa, neat. Great rescue, big heart. He's a good boy, Tiberius. And I know that everybody says that about every dog, because it's true about every dog. Every dog's a good boy. Okay, but Titan has gotten so much better because we've been training him, and it's finally registering in his peanut brain that we're not going to leave. We're not going to leave him. Everybody says it takes about 3 months, and surely enough, here we are 3 months, and his like demeanor is completely changed. Like, yeah, he's a lot. He's not as like, he listens to us, you know. Like, did you see? I mean, he listened to me. He even knew what I was gonna say. The sim was called Spaceballs the Simulator. Nice. Boom is cool, man. The more I hear about Boom Supersonic, the more I like them. Bill, you got a Trans Am in the shop right now, 1980, with 175 horsepower. Hey, look at that. Nate, are you doing some flying for an aviation charity, flying supplies into NCTN for the flood victims? Do you mind if I post a link to the organization in your Discord? No, go ahead, man. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Titan, yeah, it takes a second for the dog to realize what's going on, Erudite, yeah. So, didn't the Astros get caught cheating not too long ago? They did, Dave. Those filthy Fargan cheaters. Yeah, they did. Sucks. Anyway, yes, Titan's gotten way better, like way better. Like you see, I mean, you saw it. When I called him, came over, and then when I had treats, he really came over. Dogs take after their owner. You're good. Oh, jeez, that means Titan's gonna hyper focus on stuff. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, he hyper focuses on bunnies. He gets locked in if there's a bunny, and he doesn't listen to you. He still does that, but anyway. According to the specs, it's only going to use twice the fuel per mile per passenger as a conventional flight. Considering it's over 3 times faster, that's pretty good. But guy, Bubbles, tier 1 6 month in advance. Thanks, man. Cool. Anyway, so Cert 2 is at 6 a.m. That, you know what that means? That means that streams, their coverage of it is probably going to start way before that if the launch time is at 6 a.m. I really wish it was 9 instead of 6, but hey, whatever. Thank you, posted. Appreciate it. All good, man. All good. All good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Sup, so long, Astros. The Stros got eliminated by the Tigers. That's kind of embarrassing. But hey, whatever. Dogs replace pandas in the China Zoo. Ben, I saw that, dude. I saw that. I actually know what you're talking about. They spray painted the dogs to look like pandas. Don't ask. I saw that in my travels on the internet. They weren't even convincing, right? Dude, I forgot about that. That's pretty damn fun. They painted the dogs to look like pandas. Oh my god. It's fine. It looks like one. It's fine. Oh, that's pretty good, man. Okay. All right. That was the good laugh. But anyway, yeah, Cert 2 is at 6 a.m. I'm gonna be here for it. We'll be here. We'll commit. This will be the second flight of Vulcan, and this one is actually launching with a mass simulator payload. And Cert 2 will certify Vulcan for Department of Defense missions. This mission was Cert 2 was supposed to launch with it was supposed to launch with Dream Chaser, but they yeah, Dream Chaser wasn't ready in time, unfortunately. Yeah. ULA is like, we're ready, you ready? And Sierra Space is like, no. Yeah? No? Your spacecraft's still in pieces. Are you ready? No. That's how that happened. That's exactly how that went down. Just thought I'd let you know. Define ready. What is that? What does that mean? What does that mean? What are they launching on it if not Dream Chaser? A block of metal. Why is it barking? I don't know. Anyway. Here, this is coming from Jeff Faust. There's a couple of extra notes from the Cert 2 briefing. ULA still expects to launch SF-106 and 87 missions, first national security Vulcan flights this year, assuming Cert 2 goes well. 20 launches next year, split half and half between Atlas and Vulcan. First Atlas V Kuiper launch slips to early next year. Room in the manifest next year for Dream Chaser, but no dates set. Interesting. There's no mass simulator, just more experiments for Centaur upgrades. I could have sworn I read mass simulator somewhere, Thomas, but I'll defer to your judgment. They're testing long duration Centaur missions. That's why I deferred to your judgment. There you go, Phil. All right, cool. Good to know. Long duration Centaur, that's something I can get behind. Like weeks to months, which is insane. Centaur 5, dude. Centaur 5 is an excellent could make an excellent orbital tug. It would be amazing. Yeah, I could have sworn I read that somewhere, Ben. I could have sworn, but hey, whatever. Centaur experiments is better. Anything's better than a block of metal. Anything's better. Do an experiment or something. Yeah, that's better. I'll take it. That's fine. Send it around the moon. Yeah, do something. Exactly. There you go. Any word on Starship Flight 5? I'm getting to that, believe it or not. Do you guys want to talk about potential news? Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Okay, on to the longer news segment. So this is Christian Davenport from the Washington Post. Several commercial companies, including SpaceX, are upset at the FAA that their preferred member of ComStack is not allowed on the advisory board. Apparently, the reason... Wait, what? Hold on. I don't know what this means. Several commercial space companies, including SpaceX, are upset at the FAA that their preferred member of ComStack is not allowed on the advisory board. Apparently, the reason is the FAA says no lobbyists. This comes as SpaceX and Elon are feuding with the FAA, but other companies like Blue and Rocket Lab are unhappy as well. What's ComStack? I don't know what that means. It's not October. Someone was spreading misinformation that it was October 18th. Interesting. I don't know what that is. Huh. Commercial Space Transportation Advisory Committee. That looks to be right. Thank you for the link. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, see, here's the thing. If one thing can be taken away from the whole SpaceX FAA thing, guys, I don't think that anybody should have to there should be less paperwork or less process here. The FAA is deliberate on purpose. Like it has to be this way. However, I think SpaceX is onto something here because Rocket Lab and Blue are trying to up their launch cadences as well. So what happens when Blue starts launching as much as SpaceX does? Then what? Then what are you going to do? I think SpaceX is in the right for trying to, at least at the very least, increase the bandwidth of the FAA to be able to keep up with their changes. At the very least. Because, yeah, when Blue starts rolling around and starts launching New Glenn like every week, and then ULA, 20 launches throughout the year, that's no joke. It's going to start to it'll go even slower, which is no good. So the guy the companies want is a lobbyist. And then Rocket Lab with Neutron, yep. Elon should just build an island in the middle of the ocean. Yeah, his companies are all registered in the United States, Squarish. It wouldn't matter. You're beholden to the country of origin's aviation laws that your companies are in. So unless he established his own country on this island, which then it violates ITAR, right? because you're exporting to another nation, you got a big problem here. It's basically inevitable, which is why I'm pretty sure Elon probably thought about whether he could do that or not. Yep. Why are they dismantling the CC-8800 at Starbase? I thought they needed for chopsticks and ship quick disconnect. Don't know. This organization is going to ruin all their plans. Yeah, who knows? Anyway, let's jump up here. So that's interesting to note that. I'm not sure how much this can be verified or not, but an interesting thing popped up, guys. We have, this is coming from my buddy Ryan at NSF, and then Adrian has words on it as well. U.S. Coast Guard documentation indicates a net launch date of SpaceX's Starship Flight 5 of October 12th between 7 and 8 local time. This is 6 weeks earlier than what had been previously said publicly by SpaceX and the FAA. This is a NOTMAR, or Notice to Mariners, and is just a warning. It's just a warning to mariners operating offshore. This has nothing to do with a launch license. But NOTMARs are usually a step in the right direction for that launch license, interestingly enough. And Adrian reached out to the FAA regarding this. The FAA confirmed that the statement from September 11th still stands, and Flight 5 is not expected before late November. Yeah, so I'm not sure what this is about. So NASA and the Department of Defense can issue launch licenses. If it's their mission, James, they can shoulder the risk. Yeah. I'm wondering what this is. The FAA has no notice to airmen on the upcoming IFT-5. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I'm wondering what that could be. I don't know. I don't know. I would, at first I'm like, oh, maybe they'll do a suborbital Starship test, but they got rid of those pads. Those, unless they want to launch something out of Massey's, which I highly doubt. Like, highly doubt. It's important to note that SpaceX will not have their deluge permit by then. A public meeting is set for the 17th, so this permit will likely take several weeks after that. Interesting. It's probably left over. It's probably something that went through that, like, had the FAA granted them a launch license. This was probably SpaceX just, before this whole debacle with the FAA happened. That's probably what this is, guys. It's kind of a nothing burger. Just put some of the coordinates in Google Earth. It's for a full stack launch. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Could NASA say it's their mission because of Starship's role in the Artemis program? That kind of remains to be seen, Dave, but they could. Yeah, I don't know if they will, but they could. Like I said, yeah, it's possible. Some yell F5 the problem out on the deluge permit because I don't get it. They need a more. The EPA and the FAA say that SpaceX needs a more individualized permit for wastewater discharge because the general permitting application in Texas was not sufficient enough to kind of cover all the bases for a rocket pad deluge system. SpaceX was operating under the general permit and everybody was fine with it. And then the EPA decided that they needed a more individualized permit based off of what they saw. And they decided they weren't fine with it anymore. And then SpaceX launched a couple more things under the general permit after they decided that. And the FAA and the EPA are like, you launched without a license. And SpaceX is like, no, we didn't. Nah. And yeah, there's your whole fiasco in about 30 seconds. This is all over dumping clean water on the ground. I know, goalie. Yeah, I know. I don't think it's bullcrap, but yeah, I just, it's very interesting to me how it was fine and then it's not fine all of a sudden. But it's not, though. Once it gets introduced to the plate, it becomes industrial wastewater. Yeah, Thomas, yeah, I understand that, but also at the same time, now it's just steam. That's all. So it's steam, and now it's hot water. Industrial hot drinking water. Like, but they want to be sure, so they were fine with it before, they ain't fine with it now. I doubt it's clean or potable after it's been exposed to the plume. The water is probably considerably more or less acidic than potable. What? Where would that come from? The hydrogen and carbon that's being introduced into it? Or maybe that oxygen? Yeah. So you guys, why do you guys have so many government agencies? I don't know. There's a whole argument of that's a huge issue in the United States about more or less government, and I'm not getting into it, dude. But yeah, guys, the interesting thing here, you guys got to remember, all right? So you got to remember that even the EPA and the FAA themselves says SpaceX does not need to change anything with their deluge system. They don't need to change anything. This whole fiasco is over paperwork. Yeah. That's it. The whole fiasco is over paperwork. Yeah. Yep. It's kind of, like I said, I'm all for it. You should, like, guys, the process is there for a reason. Like, when it comes to aviation and stuff, the FAA isn't your enemy, but they're not your friend either, but they're not your enemy. That's the right way to look at it, right? But also at the same time, once again, someone complained to the EPA. The EPA worked off of a complaint. Right? And that complaint, started this whole individual versus generalized permit fiasco. Like, once again, I'm just very interested. We should be able to know who complained, but yeah, that's kind of how that went down. Now, that, keep in mind, that is totally different than the whole Falcon 9 fines and stuff. That's another thing. That's a whole different story. I mean, the OIG also works on complaints. Yeah. Jeff Bezos is the guy that complained. Ben, that's who my money's on, but who knows? There's been several lawsuits over them using the system, one by Save RGV. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Until we have a Karen problem. I don't know. It is what it is, guys. I can only tell you what's going on. You guys think whatever you want. Like, I don't know. You have to follow the rules. You got to follow the rules. But then again, it's annoying when the rules just arbitrarily change, you know. But, like, I don't know. Hopefully, the best case scenario here is that this forces a regulatory framework rework that allows for flying more frequently. Once again, I think SpaceX is doing it for a number of reasons. They got to get, first and foremost, they got to launch Starship. They have to launch it because they have to deliver a lander in 2 years. That's not a long time scale to be able to deliver a lander to NASA to land people on the moon. There's that whole going back to the moon thing. Also, there's Department of Defense missions. The Department of Defense has a stakeholder expectation in Starship with the United States Transportation Command. That's an important thing to understand. And there's also Starlink and Starshield, which, once again, Starshield is the DoD version of Starlink that SpaceX is working on. There is a lot of stakeholders here that are basically relying on Starship being operational sooner rather than later, NASA included. So I don't blame SpaceX for needing, like, they need to go fast. It's super important. And to seemingly be held up because the permitting paperwork isn't right, even though it was right before, but now it's not for whatever reason, right? That's a little absurd. But also at the same time, you got to follow what the FAA does. Like, you have to follow their rules too. Like, you can't just launch without a license. That's not going to end well for anybody. What happens if you do endanger public safety? Not that I think SpaceX would, but what happens if you do? It's a poop sandwich. The only thing that we can hope, like, everybody's got to take a bite, right? The only thing that we can hope for is that it forces some kind of regulatory framework that allows to be able to track changes on ships faster, so they can fly more. I bet it was NSF because SpaceX killed their van. The other thing to take into account is that, yeah, well, it's like what I said before. What happens when Rocket Lab starts flying? What happens when Blue Origin starts flying and the FAA is still going slow? It's something to think about. So you're in the control room. Do you have a can of roasted peanuts? Bad luck if you don't. I understand the reference, Squarish, but no, I'm in my office. I have Jaffa cakes. Does that help? John, I think that also has a lot to do with it. I think the FAA is learning how to certify a spaceport and a commercial space vehicle, and they're intentionally going slow with SpaceX because SpaceX is the first of its kind. It's the first of its kind to do this. You let it count? All right, good enough. But yeah, I didn't want to talk about this too much. But yeah, I don't think anything is going to come from this Notmar. But here, switch it up a little bit. Switch it up a little bit. More segments. This is on Lab Padres Cam, but more segments for SpaceX's second orbital launch mount is coming in. That and Starship Gazer. We got this corner segment, whatever that is. That is some thick boy steel. Oh man. It's gotta be like 2 inches thick, man. It's like 50 mil steel. It's crazy. You have Jaffa cakes and the box is not completely empty. All that's in there is wrappers. I ate those a long time ago. I just kept the box because for this moment, to be honest with you, or moments like this. Good vote of confidence from customers on Falcon 9's reliability. Per next space flight, it'll actually mean the return. Let me see. The Hera project manager, Ian Carnelli, also said that they would be happy to be the return to flight mission for Falcon 9 and don't require SpaceX to perform a launch before it. At an ESA briefing this morning, Hera project officials say they are proceeding with plans on October 7th to launch Falcon 9, including encapsulating the spacecraft in the fairing tomorrow. By Geoff Foost. Okay, cool. So Chrome Kiwi, who follows the stream, does renders of this stuff, and yeah, Chrome Kiwi posted this back 2 weeks ago, but here we go. OLMB is shaping up to be something different from the first. New sections that have shown up at Sanchez. One of them looks to have doors on the outside. 3 flat panels from a curved front face. Here are the 2 different versions. Yeah, it looks more like an ML. That looks more like a mobile launcher platform, dudes. Look at that. And let's look at that. Let's look at this piece from Starship Gazer. There's your corner piece. It has the marks right there. See the mark here. Let me zoom in on the Starship Gazer picture. Damn, dude, look at those freaking welds. All right, see the holes? See the holes down there? That matches that pattern from those pictures. Now keep in mind, that's Chrome Kiwi's render, right? That's a lot of weld. That probably took some time to make that. That's a lot of welding. That's beast mode welding, dude. Man, what a monster. But also, you can get a clue as to kind of how this all goes together, because the stuff that's brown, right? Like reddish brown, I guess. The stuff that's the color of Mars are surfaces that were not painted. The reason why they weren't painted is because they're going to be welded together. So that is most likely going to be welded to these segments here. And it looks like, from what I can see here, they're building it upside down. But yeah, SpaceX seemed to have opted for a square ML. Hey, Zah, what's going on? Normal Camaro welds. Wrecked. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, and there's that piece. Bird. Okay, Whopper. Cool. Scroll down. He's updated the corner pieces. Oh. Whoa, dude. Right square is going to be crazy. Per Elon, OLM2 will have a completely revised hold down system. Oh, nice. Oh, there you go. You got yourself a chicken cutlet sub. All right. Or tendies. Tendy sub is good too. Hey, Thomas, or anybody else? You guys around? What are these? What are those pieces? I don't remember ever seeing those guys come in. What are those ones about here? Let me see a yak. Let's see if we have a yak. Mary has many pictures of them. All right, let's your guess is as good as mine. Let me take a look. Here, let me take a look. Here, I didn't see much with Mary. Let's try Yak. Yak Boyer. Clint Boyer. I'm trying to see if there's any more pictures. The Haas Ridgewind is still out there, guys. It went back to the Booster 11 landing site. My name is Jeff. My name is Yak. Canadian moose during mating season. And now the yak. Yak! Yak! Yak. See, I don't see any pictures of those things. What the hell are those? This was spotted at McGregor in front of a raptor, which is supposed to be a hold down for the booter. Them straps are good for 119,000 each. Oh, nice. Alex. Eric, you're saying it's good to see how different OLM 1 and OLM 2 are. It goes to show how much rethinking of the design was put into this and how overcomplicated OLM 1 was. T-Rex, the yellow crane is being packed up. Yeah, Hells, that's what people are telling me. Hello. Yak. I'm just looking around for anything. Maybe Christopher has something. Christopher. Come here, Christopher. Let me see. Yeah, the 8800. Yeah. Huh. That's interesting. Trying to see if Chris retweeted it. Hold on. Oh yeah, yesterday was NASA's birthday, by the way, but just give me 1 second. I need to see something. Nice. It was NASA's birthday yesterday. Anyway. Professional sign painting. Yeah, man. Yeah, that truck's sweet. C20. We gotta have... Man, Chris tweets a lot. It's gotta be something. Because, once again, I have not seen these things. I have not physically seen. I've seen these. I've seen those. I've not seen those. We need to hear you sing Happy Birthday to NASA. Okay, ready? Happy birthday. To you. Hey, all right. Hey. Diego. 54 seconds into the video. You weren't muted. Yes, I was. Believe me. If I wasn't muted, your reaction to that would have been a little bit different. Oh boy, the 2025 piece of crap. A toaster oven with wheels. Yeah, that's what I want. Granger. Yeah, right. Okay.
Have discoloration like that. Huh.
Huh.
Oh, that's weird. New parts are delivered. We keep talking about, can these be for the OLM? I'm not sure. I don't know if I should do the entire video in the stream of consciousness.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Food. I honestly don't think they're going to fit barrel sections out those tiny doors. They should really have vestibules, but I guess it doesn't matter when you have like 18 quadrillion tons of air conditioning. Ship 34's nose cone is looking good.
Cole Phelps, badge
I still can't get
1247.
over those rear-angled flaps. Untiled. I almost said untitled nose cones. I guess either way it could work. But I'm not seeing any tiles on these. I wonder how that's going to work out for them.
I'll check in a second.
That one looks
Goldie.
like it's got polish or something running down the side. Why would it have discoloration like that? Huh. Oh, that's weird. New parts are delivered. We keep talking about, can these be for the OLM? I'm not sure. I don't know if I should do the entire video in the stream of consciousness inside DOS's heads format, but there's Pad B's chopstick carriage.
All right. So those pieces right there, huh? Let's look at those. I'm interested. That's a very weird piece. Please tell me DOS knows you do this. I mentioned it to him, yeah. We shouldn't do it for the whole video, but yeah, it's still funny. She was a call girl with a heart of gold. So those freaking things. Do we have any recent flyover footage here, guys? So we can kind of see that. You pointing out the voices ruined the narration for you? Oh, my bad. NSF just did one. Cool. Yeah, Repair. Yes, they did. Last Starbase update has flyover pictures. All right. Once again, guys, all this stuff is coming from my buddies over at NSF. Make sure you go over there and follow those dudes. I do work for them, and it's fantastic. These are fantastic videos. I'm not gonna watch the whole video here. Oh boy. I think this might be the same video. That tells me DOS needs to do commentary in his best merit. This is the same video. I'm an idiot. It's that one. Oh boy, another ad. There's my buddy Yak. That is, look at this, a healthy yak. All right, that's what I'm looking for. Hang on. He's good yak. Now make it face the wall. Hey, Jojo. What up, buddy? Is that the only flyover picks we have, dudes? I need to get another ad blocker. This is ridiculous. I hate it so much. Brave Blue? Alright, I'll look into it. Anyway. Alright. Question on the two Falcon 9 launches for the second stage. Both had a different anomaly. Do you think it's just a coincidence or maybe manufacturing errors? I think SpaceX might be stretching themselves a little too thin, squarish. But that doesn't mean that they won't fix it and adapt. They'll be fine. I'm 100% sure. Yeah. U-block, got it. Firefox plus U-block. See last. You're at Starbase, Jojo. I saw it. Interesting. Interesting. This is the latest from RGB. Looks the same. I'm just wondering if those are at 12, 3, 6, and 9 around the thing. Interesting. Yeah, I'm wondering what those are about because I won't say. I guess I'll just go ahead and say it. That looks like a Saturn V mobile launcher platform, or at least the platform part of Saturn V ML. It looks like it. Interestingly enough. Those towery bits look twisted on the trailer. It's just it's just an optical illusion.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Here, I'll show you. Those towery bits look like this. So this is like a 3/4 view, I suppose. Right? They have like a center truss like that, and then I saw another center truss like that, and then there's that kind of hexagon up there at the top, and then it has things going off the sides like that. That's what that piece looks like. But the bottom shape, right, looks like a baseball home plate. It looks like that. And the top shape looks like this. It's a hexagon. See what I'm talking about? Art with EJ. Art time. Interesting. I'm trying to see if there's any home plate shaped things in Chrome Kiwi's kind of render here. I'm wondering if these things will end up at the corners. That does not say time. Quack. Quack. What does that say? Sad quack. It is upside down, I'm pretty sure. I think Chrome Kiwi's right. But yeah, see these things right here. That's weird, man. Thanks for saving you. You almost got hit by a lamp. You're welcome. Maybe those are pie shaped. Maybe that's not home plate shaped. Yeah, I think, yeah, you know what? I'll default to Chrome Kiwi. I think that also could be that shape. It's not home plate shape on the bottom. My artwork wasn't exactly right. Interesting. Anyway, yeah, these renders are Chrome Kiwi. Guy does a pretty good job. Did you ever model the OLM in Maya? No, never did. Never did it. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what those things do, guys, to be honest with you. And, you know, if you look at the flyover pictures, right, like, it's not, I am not sure how this thing even fits in. Could those be temporary parts for construction? Yeah. Yes, they could. I'm just wondering how the heck they're gonna... Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. I'm just wondering how the heck they're gonna hold that thing down. Like... I don't even have a guess. These parts are just so damn weird looking. I don't even know. Anyway. They could be temporary hold-up parts, yeah. Anyway, anything else cool in here? Let's just see the SBU real quick. They started digging out the flame trench. Which is pretty rad.
Orbital launch mount. Given the progress we're seeing so far, it seems like these lines would go from the tank farm at the north, then from the back of the tower and side of the tower and south of the OLM.
Yeah.
Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the other big change here in Starbase since our last flyover, and that is, of course, the tower is complete. Yay! I know, we've talked about it a whole bunch on previous Starbase updates, but there's nothing quite like seeing it from the air. Plus, we were treated to a full stack, so with that combination, both Mary and I were able to make some pretty cool images. I've been saying it for a while now, and I'm going to keep saying it until it happens. I cannot wait until we have 2 full stacks on 2 pads here in Starbase. In fact, SpaceX mentioned during their Crew 9 launch coverage that they expect to have Pad B operational in early 2025. So hopefully we'll get to see 2 full stacks on 2 pads sooner rather than later. Now, even though the tower is complete, there's still a lot of work going on, including on reinforcements to the base of the tower. We're not sure why SpaceX needed to add these, but I'm sure they had a good reason for it. And, well, it's always a good idea to have extra structural margin.
Stick welding, baby. See that? See that guy? That guy makes a lot of money. You want to get into it? You want to get into a trade that makes good money? Industrial welding. Those guys make bank.
In something as...
Yeah, big old stick welder there. You need a big stick welder to weld a gusset like that to a tower like that, dude. Look at that freaking thing. That is a heavy piece of metal right there, man. Bob used to be a master stick welder.
Big and important as a launch tower.
Yeah, that guy's laying in beads, dude. That's what he's doing. So, see how this is like one plate, there's another. See the gap in there? He's laying beads in there. I mean, Bob, you know this, just in case anybody wants. If anybody cares, there's 2 plates that are butted up against each other. Those plates have when they come together, they're like a little bit is cut on either side, so it forms a channel. And you just start laying welds in that channel with the stick welder. That's what we were looking at when we were looking at that launch infrastructure, the launch pad infrastructure. I was like, oh man, look at all the welds. They looked like a bunch of squiggly lines on top of each other. That's the end result of what he's doing right there. Thanks, I just added welded. What are the disadvantages and advantages of different types of welding? I've only messed with MIG. You'd stick weld something that with the stick welder you get its penetration, dude. You gotta the stick welder actually, I mean, it's not really penetration. I mean, depends. So it depends on the material that you're welding. I mean, keep in mind I'm not an expert on this. with MIG welding, MIG is good for like steel, but you need a heavier welder once you get to like thicker stuff. You need a bigger welder. TIG welding is good for aluminum and stainless. You can MIG weld aluminum, right? TIG welding is the same idea, but TIG welding is a much more lower heat process. So for metals that warp easily, like stainless or aluminum, you'd want to use TIG. The stick welding is the industrial welder. It's basically, you basically have a freaking an arc welder with a rod, and you just you basically have two like battery clamps, and just clamp one to the ground and take the other one, put the stick in, and just weld that whole thing in there. Yeah, Bossman, you could control better with TIG. TIG is an easier way to control the heat. So with TIG, this is a stylus pen, but with TIG, you have something that looks like this, and it has a cup at the end, right, and a tungsten rod. The tip is the tungsten rod. And then you have wire, right? You feed wire with one hand, and you make an arc to the tungsten rod with the other. The tungsten, being very, very strong, will be able to take the arc. It won't melt, right? So you take, it's like brazing almost. It's not, but it is. You take the feed, and you make the arc, right? And then you feed the wire through the arc to make a pool, and it's a lot less heat intense because the arc is going through the I was about to say it goes through the gun. It goes through the gun with every weld, you idiot. But yeah, it's a lot less heat intense doing that. I forget the intricacies. We're gonna have to. We'll do more welding, guys, when we fix the coronet. Coronet has a lot of holes in it. We gotta fix that, but. No direct contact. The rod, yeah, you have to arc. You have to make an arc through the rod. If you touch the tungsten rod to it, you're gonna have a bad day. Oh, jeez, weather guy, that's awful. Stick welding with car batteries is an interesting experience. Yeah, you do. That's a stick welder there. So stick welder doesn't have any inert gas. The stick welding is the oldest form of welding. It's basically where you take a metal rod, right? You have it on one, like basically jumper cables, right? And actually, he could be MIGging that, but that looks like a stick weld to me. You have a rod, and the stick welder it has a ton of current. Like you can run an insane amount of current through this thing, and you just move the rod to where you need to weld, and that's it. You just shove it right in, it'll just zap it right out. That's like in old school industrial welding. I mean, it's not old school, you still do it, but brazing is the oldest form of welding. I mean, TIG welding is like really, really super advanced brazing. It's actually more like solder, which is kind of brazing as well, but you get the idea. So what you're saying is that I need to send Geek back to Boston soon. Ernark's going to be here this weekend, Ewok. Just saying. Just saying. The welding rod is covered in flux, which turns into a gas while arcing to keep the weld pure. Yeah, that's, yeah. Yeah, a short with an electrode that melts. Yep. That's what that guy's doing. He's got a stick welder going there.
Tower. All right, now let's shift.
I'm pretty sure that's a stick welder. But yeah, you want to weld that stuff. Stick welders will be able to weld big boy welds like that. Geek's birthday party is next weekend though. Pain. Sorry. I want to get the welder going. We got to get the welder going again. Anyway. All right, goalie, what are we looking at here? Let's see EJ make a fool of himself with math homework. Identify the domain and the range and then represent the relation as a table. What the hell? The hell is this? Yeah, happy birthday, Geek. What do we have here? Oh boy, matrices. Goalie, you still here? Do you still need help with this? Yeah. No, these aren't matrices, but they have the curly brackets. Go ask your mother. The domain and the range. When would this even be used? There's a reason why you learn it. Can I get the translation to those hieroglyphics? Forget, dude. Domain is the min-max of X. Range is the min-max of Y. Oh. Yeah, it's extremely straightforward stuff. So, what weather guy said? Yeah, that's easy. That's this is algebra 1, isn't it? There you go. What weather guy said, goalie? Domain. Let me see that one more time. Domain is the min-max of X. Range is the min-max of Y. Oh, yeah, that's easy. Because a person in chat is dumb and his daughter's somewhat smarter. Well, there you go. Yeah, we got some sinusoidal stuff going on down here. Think range for both, but domain is because they needed a different word. Makes sense. I thought domain is what you had after Distarta. That is not sine. It's sinusoidal repleneration. See, crack. I was kidding, dude. It was a joke. Jesus Christ. Jesus. This class was 40 years ago. Yep. I don't know if you have this already, but here's Booster 14 rollout. Did it do? This is coming from Lab Padre. Nice. Yo. She's a big one. Yeah, you think those SPMTs are strong? Also, we got a nice quad cab flatbed long box Ford Super Duty over there. F450. Very nice. Very nice. Dude, look at the beef on these damn transport stools nowadays. Crazy. Booster 12 of rollout. It's crazy. Want to try to solve LIM as X approaches 0. See, Kraken, I'll be 100% real. I suck at math. Like, I suck at math. Streamer math already makes you stupid. Like, but yeah, I'm not even going to try. Not even going to try to do that on stream. I am not the best at math. That's not to say that I couldn't get better at it. That's because that's the secret about math. You know, people are like, oh, I'm just naturally good at math. No, you just do it more. You just do it more. That's how you get good at math. I know what 1 + 1 is. Like, you put a differential equation in front of me, I'll be like, I got a potato. I got a potato. Is that good? They took the pins out of booster 12, so they can't lift that booster up unless they reinstall those pins. They would only remove those pins if they knew the flight was soon. Yeah, Squarish, I don't know, man. Who knows? I don't need to know math. I got a wife. Differential equation, like adjusting backlash? That I know how to do. Not well, Bill, but I know how to do that. And Pie Guy's like, I need to know math. All right, guys. Yeah, actually a pretty dang quick space news today. Unless anybody has anything else they want to talk about, I think we got through it. Oh yeah, Voyager 2. This one, sad. This is sad, but it's Voyager 2 update. After taking all steps to avoid it, Voyager engineers have turned off the plasma science instrument aboard the probe due to its gradually shrinking electrical supply. Yep. Voyager 2 is still operating the magnetometer, cosmic ray subsystem, low energy charged particles instrument, and the plasma wave subsystem. The probe has enough power to continue exploring with at least one operational science instrument into the 2030s. Cool. The Eric Berger article. Nobody linked an article from him in a long time. I'm just cleaning up tabs. Give me 1 second. I was late to the party, so you might have covered this. The aspirational timeline from Elon on Starship. I didn't link that thing especially, but yeah, anyway. It sucks that Voyager's going out, but it's been up there for a long time. Voyager 2 launched, what is it, 78? 77, 78? I don't remember off the top of my head. It's been up there for a while. It's nuclear powered from an RTG. It has an RTG attached to it. 77. Yeah, it's been up there for a little bit. It's been up there for almost a half century. It's been up there for almost a half century? No. Voyager launched 30 years ago. Right? Right? Like, yeah, it's still... Okay. Future math. We discussed this. Yeah, you're not wrong. Future. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. All right. What's Elon saying? Best case 2028 for what? Let me see. John Carmack. Given recent Mars discussions, best guess for the first living human settlement on Mars. Engage full critical thinking skills. I'd say 2040. Yep. Yeah, okay, cool. Launched with a Centaur stage that still flies. All right. Okay, Elon says best case 2028, but probably 2030. If SpaceX is not smothered by regulations, then the Starship launch rate will far exceed the Falcon launch rate. As Starship is fully reusable, while Falcon's only mostly reusable. Starship should be doing about more than 1,000 Earth orbit flights per year by 2028. That is still low compared to what's needed to build a self-sustaining city on Mars and secure the future of conscious. Oh, yeah, Fabricator. You were telling me about this a little bit earlier, right? You were telling me about this. I mean, that's, despite what the guy posts on the internet nowadays, that's classic Elon. Guys, because think about it like this. He's going to say, I want 1,000 starships. And people are going to say, all right, we'll burn the candle at both ends, see what we can see, right? Even if they hit 10% of that, or even 5% of that, 5% of that, what would that be? 50 starships? 50 flights a year? 10% of that would be just basically what Falcon's doing right now. That's pretty friggin' good. That's still better than pretty much everyone else ever. Can you imagine starships even launching on Falcon's flight rate, about 100 launches a year? That's a lot of tonnage to orbit. And if Starship ends up being used like as the space shuttle was intended to be used. Grimlock, you're going to bet 500 flights a year by 2030. He should learn under promise, over deliver. He doesn't do that, dead serious. In Elon's own words, this is from Tim's video. SpaceX takes the impossible and turns it late. You have to set your sights high if you're going to try to attempt something that's seemingly impossible. But I do understand, yeah. The Eric Berger article. Here's how... Oh. The politically incorrect guide to saving NASA's floundering Artemis program. To get somewhere, Artemis must avoid going nowhere. I'll bet you he says that SpaceX is the solution. Who wants to bet that one? Let's see. Regardless of the outcome of this year's election, great primer. The United States will have a new president in a few months. Although there are a myriad of issues of greater importance than spaceflight to most Americans, a new leader of the country will inevitably take a fresh look at this nation's space policy. Among the highest priorities for the next administration should be shoring up the NASA's Artemis program to return humans to the moon. The ambitious and important program is now half a decade old. And while the overall aims remain well supported in Congress and the space community, there's some worrying cracks in the foundation. The issues include Orion. No concrete launch date. Yep. The space agency's planned after 3 are even more complicated. Yep. There's increasing evidence that China is pouring resources into a credible lunar program. Yeah, I agree with that. Control F it? No. Just F it. Wait, what? A flat or even reduced NASA budget compounds all of these things, and the space agency is unlikely to receive significant increases in the near term. The fundamental problem with Artemis, therefore, is that... Hey, Jeff A, 32 months, thank you. Fundamental problem with Artemis, therefore, is that NASA is trying to do too much with its deep space program with too few resources. We've already seen evidence of NASA cannibalizing its science programs, including significant cuts to Chandra and the cancellation of the Viper mission to support Artemis's ballooning cost. I would like a source for that. I would like a source for that. There's the Viper mission did say they were worried about funding overlap, but they did not say that Artemis was the reason. I'm not 100% sure that's right. And if it is or isn't right, I'd like a source. Okay, that's a heck of a thing to make, but correlation doesn't equal causation, right? If the agency continues down this path like a frog in boiling water, the Artemis program is likely to end in failure. Fortunately, I have a solution. It may not be politically popular, and there are losers. Among the biggest ones are Boeing, SpaceX, and 2 NASA field centers, Marshall and Johnson. However, if Artemis is to succeed, difficult choices must be made. For policymakers, there are 2 strategic aims at risk here. The first is losing the geopolitically important race against China, Russia, and their partners back to the moon in the 21st century. And then the second one is sacrificing a sustainable lunar program for one that is unaffordable in the long term. With that context, here are the principal policy choices I believe should be made to shore up the Artemis program in both the near and the long term. Cancel the Gateway. Cancel Block 1B. Centaur 5 is the new upper stage. Of course they are dead serious. Why? Why would... I believe this article was the primer for the Centaur 5 question somebody asked a couple days ago. That's right, Fabricator. Somebody did ask me about that. Why? Yeah, I want to... Canceling the Gateway, I kind of understand that one, especially since the snafu that was that GAO report. Canceling Block 1B basically makes SLS useless, and then replacing it with a stage that pretty much has the exact capability makes it even more useless. So, Eric's solution to this is to make SLS less capable? Question? All right. The Gateway part I can kind of get behind. The PP in the Halo is not doing very well. Block 1B. NASA and Boeing have been working on the Block 1B upgrade to the SLS rocket for a decade now. This essentially entails the development of a more powerful second stage known as the EUS to be placed atop of the core stage. Boeing is developing the new upper stage. Additionally, NASA is working with Bechtel to build a larger launch tower for this new vehicle. Yep. Both the upper stage and launch tower are behind schedule because these projects were bid as cost plus rather than fixed price. I thought Artemis was sucking up all the funding. Isn't that the point that he made at the beginning of this article? These projects were bid as cost plus rather than fixed price, significantly over budget. NASA now anticipates the Block 1B development to cost $5.7 billion by the time of its completion. NASA doesn't, the GAO does. But, all right, technicality, I suppose. Originally, the rocket due to be ready in 2021. As for the launch tower, its cost has grown by nearly a factor of 10 to an estimated $2.7 billion. That was the projected cost by the end of the program. Right now, it's at $2.1 billion for people that want to know. It was due to be completed by now. I agree with that. Yeah, there's no excuse for the ML. The main benefit of a new upper stage is that it increases the performance of the SLS rocket from 27 metric tons to 38 metric tons translunar injection to the moon. This allows the rocket to not just the Orion spacecraft, but to co-manifest a payload. To not just launch the Orion spacecraft, but to co-manifest a payload to lunar orbit. However, NASA's primary use of this co-manifesting function is to deliver elements of the Lunar Gateway where Orion's crew can install them. That's right, essentially Block 1B of this rocket exists solely to build out Gateway. There's no need for this new SLS stage for human landing missions, nor is it needed to deliver material to the moon. NASA's two largest lunar landers under contract. By canceling Block 1B, NASA would not only save billions of dollars in the yet-to-be-expended development costs, but also significantly reduce the per-launch cost of the SLS rocket. That's because the cost of a single exploration upper stage is likely to be around $1 billion, which is ludicrous for just a rocket stage. I'd like to remind everybody here that these price tags, these heavy price tags for these programs are total cost involved. So $1 billion for one EUS launch takes into account all the development that you've made to make it. It's building the factory for it, all the tooling for it, all the test articles, everything. i.e., the more you launch it per total cost involved, your unit price goes down. So the first launch will be $1 billion. The second one wouldn't. Second one will be half of that. Probably, I mean, you actually not half. You spread the costs out. So if one costs $1 billion and then you launch 50 of these things, right? You're gonna get that cost exponentially divided, right? See, okay, here's my other thing, dudes. Like, here's the other thing. Look, I get what he's saying. I get what you're saying. I'm trying to be nice. I get what you're saying. But canceling this save NASA billions of dollars. Okay, see that right there? I get it. I get it. But the road to hell is paved in good intentions. Every single freaking time, without fail, someone has decided that they could do it a better way, or they want to save NASA some money. Every time someone has uttered those exact freaking words, verbatim, NASA has gotten the shaft and ended up with less capability. In fact, the reason why SLS is such a fragmented article is because in 2010, someone said that right there, verbatim. You're falling for the same trap over and over again. We sit here and take it every single time without question. Oh, the Saturn V's too expensive. It's not sustainable in the long run. It's too expensive. We need a reusable space option. We need the space shuttle. The space shuttle could do everything that the Saturn V can do, and it'll be cheaper because it's reusable. It'll save us tons of money. How did that end up? Oh, yeah, that ended real good, didn't it? Oh, we can't use the space shuttle anymore. You know, we can't use the space shuttle. We got to replace it with commercial crew. We got to replace it with commercial crew. We got to replace it with commercial crew. Commercial can do it for cheaper. Commercial can do it for cheaper. I'm pretty sure if we wanted to add a new module to the ISS, we don't have a vehicle to do that. Pretty sure if we want to service Hubble, I'm pretty sure Dragon and Starliner can't do that. We've ended up with less capability. Oh, but we saved money. NASA gets the shaft every single time someone utters this phrase. Without question, every single time. NASA saving money is basically a nice way of saying defund NASA, because that's what happens. Every single time. You can err on the side of optimism. That's totally okay. And there's nothing wrong with being optimistic here, but you know, hoping that wouldn't, maybe a different result will happen this time, but it probably won't. Unfun fact: the F1 engines were designed to be flown at least 7 times. Cool. I don't. That won't fix anything. That'll make it worse. That'll take our fragmented architecture and make it even more fragmented. The definition of insanity. Dude, like, I'm sorry. Like, I get it. SLS carries a heavy price tag. Abso-freaking-lutely. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it's not. But cutting parts of the SLS program under the guise of saving us billions of dollars is the reason why SLS exists. That is the reason why. Because we looked at Constellation and said, no, we have a cheaper way of doing it. We could save billions of dollars if we make SLS over Ares 1 and Ares 5. I don't understand. I don't understand how you're coming to this conclusion. Like, and once again, I'm trying to be nice. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I just don't understand. I don't get why you would say this is a good idea. Am I wrong? Like, I don't know. Like, it's like, what, dude, that's not, this isn't going to help. That's not going to help. All this is going to do is just gut NASA. And then remember we read that National Academy of Sciences paper that said if NASA becomes too much of a management organization because they don't have their own in-house projects, that could spell the end of it, because no one wants to be an engineer that works at NASA that's managing a commercial program. Engineers like hands-on work. They like solving problems. NASA is experiencing a gigantic brain drain because of this exact thing, because everybody wants to work for commercial. I wouldn't call it that. No money saving then. If the desire is to limit SLS, then call it reallocation. We're moving that money from this thing to the other thing. I'm not at all lobbying here. Bob, every time someone has said we save billions of dollars. NASA gets shafted. The implication here, and once again, the road to hell is paved in good intentions. The implication with that is that NASA will have this money freed up to spend on other things. That's not how Congress allocates money to space programs. That's not how this works. It's never worked that way. Why do people think it works this way? That's not how this works at all. Does anybody bother reading the actual laws of how funding is bestowed on NASA from the legislative branch of the United States? Is that a concern for anybody? I don't understand. It's a great idea if your goal is to funnel cash towards programs that go nowhere. Well, yeah, exactly, Will. Do you know why? Do you know why Congress wants to funnel cash into a space program that is not actually sustainable but politically sustainable? Because someone made that idiotic frigging argument 15 years ago. It's not rocket science, man. If NASA could transfer the funding from SLS Block 1B into a different NASA program, I would be in favor of this. You'd be damn right to get that in writing if that was the case. If that was the case, sure, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But that's not how this worked. It's never worked that way, ever. Like, why do you keep saying this? All this is going to do is get NASA less money. And if NASA has less money, Congress is not going to be able to see the need because they get defunded. They're going to have less capability. You have less capability. You're not going to be. Dude, I can't even talk straight. This is pissing me off so much. Right? Like, if NASA turns into a spaceflight management organization, no one's going to want to work there. And if no one wants to work there, they're going to have a brain drain. And if you have a brain drain, you don't have the best and brightest, you're going to struggle to get funding until NASA eventually shrivels up into nothing. This is not my opinion on this. The National Academy of Sciences wrote a paper about this. Like, Are you allowed to drink on stream? I'm about to go crack a cold one, Will. This is ridiculous. So let's see. Let's see. What's the conclusion? Let's see if what we said was right. I take the specs from the engineers to the customers so the engineers don't have to. I have people skills. Oh my God, the Orioles are out of the playoffs. What? What? They did a Bruins? Nice. Nice. You seem like you have some feelings on this. Okay. All right. Here's the thing, guys. Centaur 5 is balloon tanks with stainless steel. We know from Atlas V that balloon tanks cannot take high G load scenarios, so they can't take being launched on a heavier launch vehicle, which is why we never put a Centaur on top of a super heavy launch vehicle. It cannot take the load unless you have what's called a forward load reactor. So before we read Eric's conclusion on Centaur 5, I'm just going to tell you this. You would have to completely redesign a ton of things from the core stage up on SLS to be able to use a Centaur 5 in the first place. And if you're going to do that, I'm all for doing that, but not with a Centaur 5. Screw that. Put Blue Origin, put a new blend second stage up there. Then we're talking. Then you get your high energy stage. You get your high energy stage that'll boost your translunar injection to over 45 metric tons, and then give NASA an in-house lunar program. An in-house lunar lander program, and boom, your architecture is complete. You have end-to-end, surface of the moon and back, no problem. Would that be expensive? Yes, absolutely. But NASA, in order for NASA to avoid that brain drain thing that I was telling you about, you have to expand the program, and you need accountability with the program so people don't waste money with deadlines. Deadlines are set by the executive. the president and the vice president, particularly the vice president in the National Space Flight Council. Anyway, Centaur 5 comes alive. For the first 3 launches of the SLS rocket, known as Block 1, NASA has purchased an interim cryogenic propulsion stage from United Launch Alliance. This is a lightly modified version of the upper stage formerly used by United Launch Alliance's Delta IV rocket. Although the company has discontinued production of this stage, it has replaced it with a more powerful Centaur 5 upper stage featuring similar technology. What are you talking? Well, this is not a drop-in replacement for the ICBS. Modifications could be made to the core stage of the SLS rocket and its launch tower to accommodate Centaur 5. Why not just cancel the SLS rocket right now? For $4.1 billion per launch, that's projected. That is admittedly a tempting option from a budget standpoint. But for the time being, the most direct route to get NASA astronauts to the moon is inside Orion on top of an SLS rocket. The only essential function these vehicles fill is getting crew into a rectilinear halo orbit around the moon and back. The good news is that Centaur 5s should be relatively cheap, certainly a tiny fraction of what NASA will pay for the EUS. This is because United Launch Alliance already plans to build 24 of them a year for its Vulcan rocket. Adding an additional stage on top of this would be little trouble for the company that has invested heavily into more rapidly producing boosters and upper stages. Bro. The cost of canceling the EUS would result in a financial loss for Boeing. However, the company has been performing poorly on the contract, according to NASA's Inspector General. Yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens when you don't fund it. That's what happens when you don't fund it. They're performing poorly and suffer from great inexperience because they're not hiring their best and brightest because the program got dick for funding. That's what that OIG report says, dudes. If you want me to click on it, I can show you the exact page. Additionally, Boeing would still be responsible for the core stage, a lucrative contract. The NASA managers at Marshall Space Flight Center working on the upper stage program could be refocused towards propellant production on the moon, propellant storage in space, and supporting the crucial work on lunar landers. Zeb, you're so dang smart. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry, I also get a little feisty. You guys wanted spice. I saw a lot of people say, you guys wanted spice, you got spice. Why are you not working for a space organization somewhere? I don't know, man. Because on paper, I look like an idiot. But then again, I kind of am an idiot, so it kind of works out. You love watching you and your launch streams. Very knowledgeable. Thanks, Zeb. I appreciate that. Yeah, Rockets and Redstone. I don't think... Okay, I'm just going to go out there and say it. There are people that work in the industry that watch this stream, right, fellas? Everybody, if you're out there, once again, you don't need to chime in. Just maybe give me a nod. The cost of retrofitting SLS to be able to have a Centaur upper stage on top of it would probably be about as expensive as developing the EUS in the first place. Yeah, there is no way that is possible. Centaur would not be able to handle the G load from the core stage and the SRBs. I can say that with 100% confidence. Know what I'm saying? You're a big fan of the launch streams? Ah, hell yeah, man. Know what I'm saying? Like, what contract is the Centaur 5 going to get? You're going to do a fixed price contract to retrofit developing an upper stage that's already been invented on a rocket? Last time we did that with the ICPS, it ended up being very expensive. Like, how can you be this tone deaf? I don't understand. Like, cost plus contracts aren't a bad thing. They really aren't. They're great for development if you're trying something different, right? If you're trying something new and untested. Cost plus contracts work if there's accountability. You need a deadline by this point. You don't complete it by this point, you don't get paid. That's how cost plus incentive works. That's the part that he always doesn't mention. I don't get it. There's an incentive. You get paid. You don't get paid if you don't deliver. how much money Boeing's lost on the core stage because they couldn't deliver it on time? They missed out on so much incentive. It's probably to the tune of like $500 million or something over the years because they can't perform. They're not getting it done on time. Love that you speak the truth. Love the passion. You're very passionate. Oh, thanks, Seb. I appreciate it. Spare me though. This like I don't understand. Like, dude, do you not know that Centaur's made with balloon tanks? It can't handle high G loads. ULA had a whole problem with this with Vulcan development, finding a failure mode with Centaur because they blew one up on a test stand by accident. It can't take the high G load from the SLS. You know, it's very interesting because Eric Berger always says, like, he always says the reason why Europa Clipper was put on Falcon Heavy over SLS is because Europa Clipper can't take the G loads and the vibrations on SLS. So you definitely know that this is a thing. You know that this exists. But a Centaur is fine? Do you know why the EUS is being designed? Because you can't put anything up. God. I don't get it. It just... When are you running for office? Bro, I don't want any part of that clown fiesta, William. You gotta be friggin' kidding me. Someone wants to appoint me to NASA administrator, I'd take that job in a heartbeat, but I don't think anybody would do that. I wouldn't make any friends. Out of curiosity, how bad of an idea would it be if Gateway gets canceled to pivot to using SLS Block 1B to launch a newly designed 40-ton lunar cargo lander without Orion and keep using Block 1 for crew? Bill, look, everybody's so obsessed about saving money. Everybody's so obsessed about saving money. Everybody's so obsessed about saving money. You don't save money during development. Saving money during development makes it more expensive. You can't. It's the same thing that when I tell people, like in Satisfactory, you can't optimize a factory that doesn't exist. You can't save money on a rocket that hasn't been made yet. How is that possible? Look, you want to know what my solution is? Push the EUS. Get it done. Get the EUS done. It's going to take some time. Get it done. Okay? Use it to expand Gateway. Frigate. Use it to expand Gateway. Sure. But NASA needs their own in-house lander. They need their own in-house lander. An in-house hypergolic lander. Just a backup. A backup. You need not an exit strategy, but NASA needs a backup. They need their own dissimilar architecture. Guys, the architecture that Starship and Blue Origin with SLD are using for their landers is super complicated. I'm not saying they can't get it done. Don't get confused. Starship needs 16 refueling flights. SLD with Blue Origin's lander with New Glenn launches needs like 12 or something. And it's gonna take a long time to get them out there. Remember the whole gist of Eric's article here is beating China to the moon. That was one of his impetuses for writing this article at the beginning. You want to beat China to the moon, you can't do that defunding NASA. What are you talking about? You want to push this? I would expand the EUS program. How about that? I would expand it. And NASA needs their own in-house hypergolic lander. Base it off of the European service module for all I care. I don't care. That's fine. Take the European service module, right? And put a Cygnus service module on top of it for your Ascent module. Frick it. Let's go. Something like that. Or bring Altair back, but that's never happening. You need a hypergolic. You need a hypergolic lander. Why do you need a hypergolic lander? Hypergolics aren't sustainable on the moon. It's a one-use lander. It's not reusable, right? But remember, the whole impetus for this article is that we're in a race with China. You want to race with China? Good. You need to do it the fastest. What was the fastest way? Tried and tested. Hypergolic lander. It's something we know how to do because we did it 50 years ago. We know how to do that. We can make that. That's not a problem. it's ridiculous to me. The whole gist of this article is to beat China to the moon. Or at least that's one of the goals. This guy's solution to beating China to the moon is giving NASA less money. That's the solution. That's your solution here? For a sustainable program, cryos are better. Well, there's no doubt, Ben, and I have no doubt in my mind that Blue Origin and SpaceX are going to deliver. I think that SpaceX will deliver. I think that, you know, if Elon gets to launch that damn Starship, I believe him when he says 1,000 Starships eventually a year. Yeah, I believe him. Bro, look at the hardware. You've seen Starbase. I just showed you guys it. SpaceX can just crap up launch pads out of nowhere. I think that tower went up in like less than a couple months. I mean, the tower segments were fabricated for a long time, but they stacked that thing like that. SpaceX's rockets coming out of the damn demon hole. You'd be stupid to think they're not going to figure it out. But are we in a race or not? Imagine Gateway EUS. Sure. Once you push this EUS through, you can use it to expand Gateway. Or you can, dude, frick it. Use it as your damn lunar lander. It has RL-10s on it. You could use it as your lunar lander. Sure, why not? Frick it. Have Starship refuel it for all I care. I don't care. Like, just... There's so many ways to solve this problem, and this is arguably the single worst way to do it. Like, not even worse. This is not... You like... Why would you say this? Like, how can you be so sure? You know, Eric wants, and he says the NASA engineers at Marshall Space Flight Center working on the upper stage program could refocus towards propellant production on the moon, propellant storage in space, and supporting crucial work on lunar landers. Why don't you just have them do that and make the EUS at the same time, and have the EUS capable of doing all that? Why would you not do that? Once again, this implies that canceling the EUS that money for the EUS program at Marshall would just go right back to Marshall. That's not how this works at all. It doesn't work that way. I don't think there's any pivot that NASA could make that would change timelines landing on the moon. We're too far in, Fabricator. But I would want NASA to have their own solution. NASA needs to have parity with commercial customers. I.e., if SpaceX can land something on the moon, NASA needs to. That's the most sustainable way forward. That is not the most cost-effective way forward. I've been very clear about this. What I'm proposing, expanding the EUS program, wet workshops, better gateway modules, right? Bigger gateway modules, potential refueling and depot, propellant transfer for EUSs, so maybe you could land them on the moon and make a wet workshop down there. That's going to cost a lot more money. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it doesn't. Of course it's going to cost more money. We don't just poop this stuff out for, like, with Monopoly money. I mean, nowadays we do. Sorry, too real. My bad. It's going to cost the most amount of money, but the only way we're not going to recoup that cost is if some bonehead comes along and says that the best thing for NASA is giving them less money. Did we land on the moon? Of course we did. Of course we landed on the friggin' moon. Don't disparage a feather in this country's cap. It's one of our crowning achievements. Of course we landed on the frickin' moon. It's disgusting to think otherwise. It's possible to go through the Van Allen belts without harm. Zeb, they didn't go through the Van Allen belts. They went around them. It's a belt, not a sphere. Hello? Magnetic field is only on the sides. You can go around it. That's what they did. That's what they're still gonna do. Actually, yeah, people wouldn't like me. People wouldn't like me. I would expand the SLS program. I would want four launches a year. 4 launches a year, at the very least. You need your own lander, and you need to get it done now. Buzz is coming for you, Zeb. Yeah, right. 4 launches minimum. 4 launches is a perfectly sustainable lunar program. And the argument everybody says is, oh, this is just a jobs program. These people are just funneling money. Oh, that's fine. Let them funnel money as long as we get something out of it. I don't care. You want to get your billions of dollars for your congressional district? That's fine. Please give me something in return. Something. Something. Anyway, let's see the conclusion here. This doesn't solve every problem, but it solves no problems, Eric. Let's be real. It solves nothing. The solutions don't solve NASA's immediate problems regarding Artemis, namely the concerns about Orion's heat shield and the readiness of the Starship lunar lander and spacesuits for Artemis 3. However, canceling Gateway would free up resources to support these programs and focus on their success. The Gateway part I can kind of get behind. I'm not going to lie to you. I can kind of get behind that. It's kind of useless. But anyway. Shopping for commercial customers for SLS2. Make putting big things in space more normal so Starship doesn't have to do all the heavy lifting. Yeah, Aqualex, that's a great idea. It's a great idea. SLS can do stuff that Starship cannot if we build out all of its capable versions, particularly the SLS Block 1B cargo that has an 11-meter fairing. Starship can't do that. Starship could fit inside of its damn fairing. Well, not Starship's payload bay could fit inside of its fairing, but whatever. You have an expendable launch vehicle. We got the best of both worlds here. We have a fully reusable launch vehicle, but that fully reusable launch vehicle is still constricted by payload volume. Starship, so Gwen and Elon say that Starship can launch 150 metric tons into space in its first initial variant, its first operational variant. It can move 150 metric tons. Dude, you can fill the payload bay with 150 metric tons of lead. And you could fill it up completely. We've done the math on this. You could fill up the entire payload bay with lead and it wouldn't be, the entire volume of the payload bay could be filled up with lead and it wouldn't be 150 tons. Actually, I think it might have been close, but that doesn't matter. No one's going to launch a 150-ton block of lead into space. And I really hope I don't eat my words on that one. But once again, I said no one's ever going to launch their car into space either in 2017. Oops. The whole thing is that SLS has a unique capability in the cargo variants that could be useful. What about building a refueling station? SLS could launch a refueling station in one shot, and Starship could use it. What's the length of Starship's payload bay? I forget. Out of curiosity, would you have also pushed to continue the SLS program back in 2017, 2018, or would have you preferred, back to the benefit of hindsight, to cancel it and switch to Earth orbit rendezvous with Falcon Heavies? I do agree with you in a modern context that we should keep SLS and Gateway. I've always said we need it, Bill. I mean, it's not the most ideal solution, but the SLS is actually being made. Every other one of these solutions, and this has been the case basically the entire time. I've had this opinion for almost a decade. Look, SLS ain't the best. It ain't the best solution, but it's good enough. It's good enough. Give it something to do. That's always been my argument. That core stage with the 5-segment boosters is not the worst architecture you could have for lunar exploration. I prefer Constellation, to be honest with you. But once again, the whole reason we're in this fiasco is because somebody said Constellation is too expensive. And, you know, we have a way to save money. And that got us SLS. Okay. That's why, dude, I'm skeptical anytime anybody ever says this. You know, I would have said keep SLS. My thing has always been push for more SLS launches. We need 4 launches a year from that thing. 4 launches a year is good enough. That is not unobtainable. It's not. It would cost us some cash to fix the fiasco that is the SLS contracting situation. Sure, of course. But not following through with a national space program is basically admitting that our national space program is useless. At least on the human exploration front. You want to pawn that off to commercial? How did that work last time? Last time we decided to do that, we didn't fly into space from American soil for a decade. Now, arguably, the stakes are obviously different now. We can launch people on Dragon. That's fine. Sure, great, good. Dragon can't go beyond low Earth orbit. Neither can Starliner, for what it's worth. Dream Chaser, hell no. Absolutely not. Orion and potentially Starship down the future are the only ones that have beyond low Earth orbit architecture in mind. Orion already flies, albeit with some problems from the heat shield. That's the other thing that I would change. You know what I would do? If I was in charge? I would push for all this, do all that expansion with the EUS like I was saying, and for the next 5 years, I'd put Orion in a low Earth orbit testing regime. I'm serious. Send it to the ISS. Send it. Send it to the ISS. Pay SpaceX to put another adapter up there. And then launch Orion on a Falcon or a New Glenn or a Vulcan. I don't care. Whatever's cheaper. Use Orion's surface propulsion system to circularize in low Earth orbit and then test the snot out of that heat shield. Orion should be held to the same exact standards that our commercial crew vehicles are. And our commercial crew vehicles were required demo flights. They needed demo flights, at least 2. Orion has not had 2 demo flights before it's putting people on board. No. 2 uncrewed demo flights, one repeat of the EFT-1 mission or something to test that heat shield. Then an uncrewed thing to demonstrate RPOD with the ISS while we still have it. The heck with doing that on the freaking mission. Why would you test that on a mission with people? Whatever. That's stupid. I'm talking about the Artemis 2 program, but whatever. Put it on Falcon, put it on Vulcan, put it on New Glenn, put it on something. Low Earth orbit testing applications. Basically use Falcon 9, use Vulcan, use New Glenn in the application of Ares 1. Then from there, you don't have to worry about SLS with people on board. You can use that. You could push through the EUS and the cargo variants of SLS, and it would be amazing. Yeah, that does. I mean, you could also, for what it's worth, put Orion with the EUS on it if you wanted to do a one-time Apollo-style mission, if you needed that capability, because that capability is already being developed right now. Do that 4 times a year. We want to be serious about going to Mars? Guess what? It's going to be 2028, and we're not going to have a person on the moon if we listen to these ideas. Heck, if we keep going with what we're going, that's not going to work. So no, I would have never said to get rid of SLS because it's something that exists. Because the last time we decided to get rid of a vehicle that was partially through development, we ended up with SLS. What would you do with a Block 1B if there was no gateway? Lander, man. Lander. NASA, a hypergolic lander. Hypergolic. I know people are like, you do this. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like I said, with my architecture, NASA probably wouldn't land until 2028, 2029 on the lunar surface. But we'd do it and be able to do it immediately again right after that. And then when the commercial partners come online, HLS, Starship HLS does its thing, SLD with Blue Origin, guess what? Now you have 3 landers. Infinite flexibility for lunar architecture. And then maybe you just keep paying SpaceX or Blue Origin to keep landing stuff on the moon after you prove that you can do it. After they prove that they can do it. That takes the pressure off of them. Because you have your hypergolic lander in this design, right? It takes the pressure off of them. And then you take your hypergolic lander, I don't know what you do with that thing. You could use it to do whatever. You could use it to keep doing exploration missions, one-time exploration missions to the moon. You could use them to do hops on the moon if you really want to, right? And then from there, that frees up SLS to be able to build Mars transfer vehicles. At this point, my EUS applications program would be basically using the EUS as a wet workshop to shoot an Orion on a Mars flyby. Mars flyby by 2030, 2031. No problem. Venus flyby by 2032. Remember, 4 launches a year. But by 2032, Starship will be human-rated and ready to go. Thousands of Starships will exist. So you don't need to worry about your lunar architecture, right? You don't need to worry about it, but you have your bets hedged this way. You know, you could do those flybys. That's fine. You could do those flybys. Give the information to SpaceX, and then SpaceX can do a flyby with Starship. They'll do a flyby by Venus, right? Whatever. Isn't 2028, 2029 very optimistic? The LEM took 6-7 years to be developed, and so we haven't been able to match the Apollo program rates on any of our programs. The reason why, Bill, is because we're building landers that are 10 times more complicated than the LEM. Dude, we have service modules that could do this. Cygnus' service module would make a perfect ascent module. Perfect ascent stage. We can do this, man. Hypergolic landers are the only thing we have experience in. We could get it done faster. Of course we could. Heck, man. To build this hypergolic lander, tap into the CLIPS program. They're building hypergolic landers right now. Go to Intuitive Machines. Say, build us a descent stage. What are they going to say? No? Go to Astrobotic. Build us an ascent stage, please. This is ridiculous, man. I want to finish this. I want to finish this article. Just because, like, dude, this drives me up the freaking wall, man. I can't believe this. Additionally, there are no good near-term alternatives to Orion and Starship that will get us to the moon faster. Orion is the only deep space human vehicle for the next several years, and then see, at least he knows. Well, some old space advocates have said that NASA should ditch Starship for a simpler Apollo-style lander. This would subsequently increase NASA's budget, and traditional contractors would almost certainly not deliver space-ready hardware for many years. Wait a minute. How can you make the point that old space contractors are not going to deliver space hardware for many years, but your solution is to put an old space contractor's upper stage on an old space contractor's rocket? Am I having a stroke? What? I mean, to be fair, that's everything that I just said. For what it's worth, that's what I just said. I mean, he's not wrong. I agree with that. That was my solution, but frick me, I guess the old contractors or something. In the long term, making the policy changes described above would be enormously healthy for the Artemis program. They would make NASA's aims clear, focus on lunar surface activities, establish settlements near the South Pole, and determine what resources are there and harvestable. This would give NASA a solid chance to outcompete China on the moon. That country is not messing around with the lunar space station. That country is not messing around with the lunar space station, but would rather concentrate on the surface. Dude, like, I'm trying to be nice, but this is... You didn't think this through. China's funding their program. There's that whole thing. These policy changes would save around $2 billion a year in NASA's deep space budget. The space agency could use these funds for various purposes, including ensuring that its lunar transportation vehicle, pressurized rover, surface habitats, nuclear power stations, and other lunar programs are funded for success rather than starvation. Yeah, because a congressman is going to give up funding in their district so another congressman can get that money, right? That's how this works? Nope. Nope. After decades of confinement to low Earth orbit, NASA finally has a credible program to send humans back into deep space. But with its current approach, the agency is trying to do too many things for too many reasons. It can't simultaneously build a robust presence on the moon and in high orbit around the moon. A simpler approach focusing on the lunar surface is the path most likely to succeed. Now, see, that, I agree. I agree with that part. That's right. Correct. I agree with them about Gateway. Why? Why are you going to do that? Especially since NASA just paid Intuitive Machines $4.2 billion for a lunar relay network. Why make the Gateway? Screw that thing. Screw that thing. Go right down to the moon. I agree. That's right. He's right. That's correct. Your way of getting there is filled with more holes than Swiss cheese, but hey, whatever. Proponents of the Lunar Gateway argue that it adds sustainability to the Artemis program by providing a way station. The problem is that on this way station, in an orbit far from the lunar surface, really isn't on the way to anywhere. To get somewhere, Artemis must avoid going nowhere. Once again, the gist of this entire thing is that Artemis is that. Oh my God. I don't. You missed a piece of foundation. You suck. I'm timing you out. You frick you. You jerk. Now read the comments. This is why Gateway is an MTV prototype. Artemis is supposed to get us to Mars. Remember? Practice like you play. But the Gateway is about as useful as a Mars transfer vehicle as my frigging 87 Ford is. All right? That's about as my Ford probably is better because at least a Falcon Heavy could launch that to Mars. We know that it could do it. Gateway's freaking useless for doing that. You're not making a Mars transfer vehicle with solar electric propulsion with solar panels. You are out of your freaking mind if that's if you think that's useful. It is absolutely not. Never said they were doing it right, just giving you the why. Okay, all right, that's fair. You have an 87 Ford? Bluefus, the 87 F350. It's Ernox technically, but whatever. I was thinking, I was like, okay, you got it. For this analogy, you need to pick a vehicle. Just pick one. I picked the one that I don't own. Whatever. I mean, like I said, fellas, the flaws in what I'm saying here is that what my plan calls for is a significant increase to NASA's budget. And if people are going to look at me and say, EJ, that's never going to happen. The solution that guy is proposing is to do the opposite of that. I am not 100% sure how you think that is a better solution than my solution, right? Like, fund Artemis, the end. Everything stems from the lack of funding, period. We can rant about solutions all day, but it's really funding above all else. Yes, correct. That's why I keep saying that if I was NASA administrator, I would fund Artemis and give it a goal, a very concrete goal and very concrete deadlines to get that goal done. What would take the most amount of time, Health, is just to untangle the fiasco of contracting structure that is SLS. The contracting structure is a huge problem. Because it's all stopgaps. The whole thing is all stopgaps. It's a temporary solution on top of a temporary solution on top of a temporary solution. That needs to be changed. Needs to be changed. If I had to launch a car to Mars, I would choose a car that's not mine too. You know what, Andrew? That's a good point. Sorry, Ernok. Can you smoke and go to space? Smoke and go to space. Cigarettes? The devil's cabbage. Dude, I wouldn't want to get high on orbit. We've talked about this. I wouldn't want to get high or drunk in space. Because if you blaze one and you start getting paranoid, and this window on the spaceship, man, it could break at any time, man. We got to tape it up. It could break. We don't want it to break, man. You don't want to be paranoid up in space. That would be awful. And being drunk in space would just be awful. Projectile vomiting in space would make you do flips, and it would make it worse. You don't want to do that. That would make a mess. I do think that removing the gateway is a good idea for nothing else but to force NASA to have to go to the surface. Yeah, Lazarus, it all plays back to this notion that NASA has that the Apollo program was somehow not sustainable, which is the funniest that is the funniest thing that I've ever heard anybody from NASA say. The Apollo program wasn't sustainable. Oh yeah? Could a Saturn V do everything? Could a Saturn V build Gateway? Go ahead. I'll wait. Could a Saturn V build Gateway? Could it? Oh yeah, it could. It'd do it better than SLS. So what program's not sustainable again? Could you do the entire Artemis program end to end with a Saturn V, the LEM, and the CSM? Absolutely. So what's not sustainable here? Yeah, it'd probably end up being cheaper. Yeah. Funny. So what program is sustainable? That's bullcrap. That is bullcrap. It is bullcrap. Apollo is way more sustainable. You could do everything that we want to do with SLS and Block 1B with a Saturn V, and you don't need another version of it to do it. Things that make you go, you know, like, what? What are you talking about? The Saturn V is infinitely more capable. You could build a gateway. The Saturn V could have a gateway built in less than a year. With 4 launches annually, which is what we were doing with the Saturn V. That somehow wasn't sustainable. Can you smoke and go to space? You've asked 3 times, and I've answered you twice, Zeb. So, I mean, you got to keep up, dude. So, what was more unsustainable here, for real? I would contend to say that our program that does nothing isn't very sustainable for spaceflight. It's sustainable politically, and that's great, but they're not mutually exclusive. The Apollo program proves this. You can have a jobs program and send people to the moon. Zeb, yeah, you could, but I don't think NASA would. Fire in a spacecraft is generally frowned upon. That's your short answer. Apollo's plan at the time wasn't sustainable. What isn't sustainable? What are you talking about? How is it not sustainable, Ben? How? Apollo wanted to build bases on the moon. That's where they were going to go with it. They were going to use uncrewed Saturn V's to basically use in lunar descent modules to land bases on the moon. Land HAB components and then send the LEM down there. And do extended duration stays on the moon. Simultaneously, it also was going to launch Skylab. Skylab is part of the Apollo applications program. Skylab was a prototype transfer vehicle. Guys, not a lot of people know that. Skylab was your prototype Mars transfer vehicle. Actually, technically, it's your Venusian transfer vehicle. Because the Apollo program wasn't going to go to Mars after they went to the moon. It was going to go to Venus. They wanted to do Venusian flybys. And they basically have a Skylab on top of Saturn V, and it wouldn't be a full Skylab. It would be like the front part of Skylab. So you'd have an S4B shoot on a transvenusian injection, or TVI for short, right? And then the CSM would turn around like it would go pluck the LEM off of the S4B, and it would just sit there. And then you have a space station module attached to that upper stage, and you do a flyby with that. The Saturn V architecture could get you to Venus on a flyby with what was made, with what was invented, with what we had in 1972. You had end-to-end from the ground to the surface of the moon and back. Slight modifications to that architecture, you could build a moon base. With what was made, you could do a Venus flyby with what we had already. So what's not more sustainable? The Apollo program architecture is flexible as hell. You could do whatever the hell you want with it. But the most important one is, it's more sustainable because it fucking worked. Hello? Why go to Venus? Venus flybys, man. And on top of all that, they did more studies than I can count into improved Saturn V, some of which were partially or even fully reusable, and some of them were later cut down and evolved into the shuttle, correct? Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. Yeah, this unsustainable nonsense, Deadstorm, the sustainable, unsustainable, cost, you know, too expensive, not expensive enough bullshit with spaceflight is ridiculous. How the hell do you know how much it's going to cost to send somebody to Mars? You know dick. You know why you know dick? Because we haven't done it. Not you, right? We haven't done it. We send somebody to the moon, so we got a good idea about how much that's going to cost. Now we're trying to do it again. And we somehow think that we can do it for less money to develop the architecture to get there. No, not how that works. Hello? Just because Henry Ford made the Model T 100 years ago doesn't mean that if I tried to make a car right now, I wouldn't have struggle and it wouldn't be expensive to make. It's ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Why do we think the sustainability nonsense? How many people have touched the moon? 12. I wish you did. I'm 1 degree of separation from the surface of the moon, Zeb. I shook a guy's hand that walked on it. So Bush League, dude. Anyway. Should have shook his foot. You would have been closer. Yeah, yeah, that's right. That's badass. Who? I interviewed Charlie Duke on this stream. Charlie Duke. He was on Apollo 16 with John Young. Your hat misspelled Chevrolet. Oh, thank you for letting me know you can't read, Trix. Appreciate it. Typical Chevy fan. Is it on YouTube? Ellisers, it's around. I don't know where it ended up. A little while back, Twitch made basically everybody scrub their VODs clean, so I don't know where that ended up. I'll have to find it. Trix, you walked into it, homie. I don't know what to tell you. Ugh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
59 months. Twitch is making you post this. Yeah, they do that. Yeah, I played Kerbal with Charlie Duke. That's right. He watched me launch a Saturn V in KSP. Yep. Can I shake your foot? Yeah. He'd probably be like, "No, get away from me. Bye."
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Shaw, 111 months. 111. I guess they're making you post that as well. Yep. Yeah, Zeb, I've talked to all kinds of astronauts. Garrett Reisman, Mike Massimino, Charlie Duke. Not as much as Sawyer. Not as much as my buddy Sawyer at NSF, but I've talked to Pam Melroy before. At Intrepid, believe it or not. Yeah, good stuff. You're laughing a little there. I was like, oh no. Charlie signed your Snoopy? That's awesome, Pete. That's cool. But yeah, guys, I'm sorry. I'm super skeptical of anyone that says,
this is space.
You know,
I'm in space.
This money could be allocated better when it comes to anything with NASA. The reason why is because, well, your heart's in the right place. That's great. You know, good intentions. The road to hell is paved in good intentions. Trying to do that, implying that NASA can just reallocate funds from one program to another is demonstrating a fundamental misunderstanding for how NASA gets funded in the first place. They can't just shift funds around. They can't do that. You can't shift funds around. What's your favorite question to ask them? Astronauts? Do you have a wallet that says BAMF on it by any chance? Hired, gifted a sub to Pale Carnage. Thank you. You have a wallet that says bad melon farmer on it by any chance? Like, maybe? Do you think NASA should be given the power to do that? No. No, absolutely not. Why, Cryo, that's circumventing the checks and balances system that we have with how NASA is funding. You're circumventing the entire legislative branch, which signs law, which means NASA can circumvent the law. Not a good precedent to set. For a government agency, that's a really bad idea. Yeah, that's a really bad idea. No. No. Not Banff. It says Banff. Alberta. Oh, okay. Yeah. Alberta. Jared gave your oldest daughter a mission patch off of his flight suit when he flew it in Tico for Inspiration 4. Cool. Alberta. Never met him. Yeah, me neither. See, here, look at the graphic that Eric posted. See these two? Those two things right there, coupled with this, is an extremely potent architecture. It's no Saturn V, don't get me wrong. It's no Saturn V. But heck, dude, you don't even need that one. Screw that one. Just these two right here, 1 and 2. Those are perfect. That's perfect. Those are great. With these two, you could run a pretty potent looter program, but you need a lander to go into that universal stage adapter. Nah, I'm greedy. I want block 2. Nice, Grimlock. Yeah, these two right here. I would push for this. Push for this. Give me 3 launches of this a year, 1 launch of that a year. Right? Put a big hypergolic lander on this sucker and then use this to build, to bring the payloads to said lander. Give this thing enough hypergols to be able to get back to the moon twice. You know, go up and down from the surface. 2 times. Sure. That, like, once again, you could come up with a damn potent architecture with those 2 vehicles for not that much more money. But the solution is to give it a less powerful stage than the one it has now? That's no solution. What are you, crazy? Are Block 2's SRB one solid SRB? Those are placeholder boosters hired. We don't know what Block 2 is going to use. Actually, no. Screw that. That's wrong. That would have been current news in 2018. Excuse me. SLS Block 2 is going to use carbon composite SRBs, increasing SLS's throw weight to even more. Sorry, I misremembered. Yeah, they're going to use Omegas, segmented carbon composite SRBs, and shave probably about 10,000 pounds off of the booster weight. Yeah, because SLS doesn't need reusable boosters. The boosters that it flies with right now are leftover casings from the shuttle program, just like the shuttle main engines. SLS heavy. 3 core stages? I don't know if it would take off, but that would certainly be cool. Dude, how about we put RS-68? We have liquid fuel boosters on the sides that are 3 RS-68s. A tri-core RS-68. I don't think that would be enough. You'd need 4, but it doesn't matter. That sounds very Kerbal. Yeah. Dude, once again, even these 2 right here, those 2 would be fine. That would be great. If we could get this cargo fairing. See, I frick that fairing. Frick the 8.4 meter fairing. What the hell are you going to do with that? Design a 1B cargo with that 10 meter fairing right off the bat. Design it with a 10 meter fairing. With this sucker, With that fairing on top of this rocket, with these two right here, oh, hell yeah, I'm in. Also, this graphic is outdated. Block 1B has a 100-ton throw weight, by the way, because of optimizations that were made throughout the program. Yeah, I have that from somebody that works at Michoud. Block 1 can throw 100 tons. And if Block 1 can throw 100 tons, Block 1B could throw 130 easily. That's insane. That's really good capacity. That's up there with Starship. I mean, not reusable, but it's up there with Starship. I mean, it just kind of goes to show you how insane Starship actually is. 8.4 is still way bigger than anything else, but yeah, I agree. I mean, Shaw, here's the thing. It's not, though. It's close to New Glenn. New Glenn's a 7-meter fairing. So you have 7-meter cargo capability there. Why not Pine? If you're going to make an 8.4 meter fairing, why not make a 10-meter fairing? NASA's supposed to be pushing the edge here, right? Frick that fairing. That thing sucks. Give me this. Take this fairing, put it on this rocket, and build these two. That's it. That's all. You take your ascent module, put it inside of the universal stage adapter, and make a reusable descent module or something. I don't know. That wouldn't work. That wouldn't make any sense. Take that, have that be your HAB module. Attach your HAB module to the top. Reusable. Build a lander that's big enough to land down on the moon 2 times, right? 1B cargo could throw that thing out there, no problem. Easy peasy. The habitation and logistics outpost, Andrew, is what they forgot to incorporate the wiring harness mast into total mast design. Like, dude, that right there is fine. That gives NASA something that's even somewhat remotely comparable to the Apollo program. I don't get what. I don't get it, dude. I don't get why you think this is... I mean, the entire thing here is predicated off NASA being able to reappropriate funds, which they can't. Whatever. Tara, thanks for the raid. Rabble. Oh, we've been doing some rabbling. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Yeah. Apollo Apogee. Hello. What's up, Terror Raiders? How are you? You guys know my buddy Tarader. He's a good dude. Tarader, shout yourself out. I know you won't do it. If you don't do it, I'm going to do it. Hey, Tiger Fang. What's up, dude? The SLS is a budgetary line item. NASA can't move that money. You'd be foolish to think that they could. Like, that is completely... Like, oh, well, if NASA had more money, they could do that. Like... What? What are you talking about, man? Shout out EJ. Nice. Dara, thank you for the raid. I'm concluding space news and I'm going to go finish my stupid railroads in workers. That concludes space news. I hope you guys enjoyed it, especially the op-ed at the end. I didn't think this space news was going to be that spicy, but I ended up making it spicy because people asked for it to be spicy. So I looked at an Ars article and lost brain cells. And then we got spicy. I rubbed what brain cells I had left together, and we got what you got here. We're going to Soviet era, yes. To be honest, I think things would be better if NASA worked like people thought it did. Yarg, we got big Satisfactory stream tomorrow, dude. Yeah, big Satisfactory tomorrow. Yeah, we're going to do a lot of Satisfactory and then a lot more Satisfactory on Friday. The next time we're going to play Workers after this after hours is probably next Monday or Tuesday or something. Yeah, it's Satisfactory for the next 2 days. And on Friday, you're going to get a gigantic one because Vulcan Cert 2 is at 6 a.m. So I'm going to be up. And after Cert 2, Satisfactory, baby. All the way until Flame Trench. Thursday might need to be a little bit shorter, but we will play Satisfactory. Yeah, Friday's stream is going to be... Yeah, that's going to be a long stream. I'm going to need to get some sleep that night. Sorry about that. No problem, Laz. It's fine. Dude, I don't mind discussing these articles. And really, I'm not trying to... What I used to do is trash Eric Berger. I'm not going to do that. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just... And I know the dude's coming from a good place. I know he is. He's a spaceflight nutcase just like the rest of us. I'm trying not to just sit here and put him on blast, because he doesn't deserve that. He really doesn't, all right? And Eric, if you're ever watching this, like, dude, I'm not trying to bark up your tree. I'm not trying to say you're wrong. You're right about a lot of things. If he ever sees this, you're absolutely right. I agree. Gateway sucks, dude. Oh, dude, just... They forgot the damn wire harness on the module. You gotta be kidding me. Like, straight up. But also, like, I'm not sure putting a Centaur 5 up there is the solution, you know? Do you know how bad... Okay, just on a little other poignant thought here. Do you know how bad a NASA program has to be for me to say to cancel it? The guy that says canceling programs because we could do it for cheaper is an idiotic idea. You know how bad it has to be for me to say that? It's a debacle. It is a debacle. Look at Aerospace and Science tab on Discord. You have some Starbase pictures. Okay. Did you tag me? That's how bad that thing needs to be. It's caca. Do they sell the Ford Puma in the US? The hell, what, Sam Hell's a Puma? Dun, 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 dun. I have so many freaking things. Aerospace and Science, there it is. Yo, Jojo, we got some pictures of Starhopper. Oh, that's sick, dude. Those things big or what? Oh, dude, that's awesome. Great pictures, man. You ever eaten Brunswick stew? It's good stuff. No, Tara, tell me about it. I'm not being sarcastic. What is that? East Carolina barbecue, veggies like corn, green beans. I'm in. Oh, yeah. No, I'm in. Yeah. Barbecue, green beans, corn. I'm in, dude. You need a starch, though. You need a starch. You need something like mashed potatoes to go with that. Oh, goalie. Oh, no. Ooh. True Southerners crumble up some cornbread in there? Yeah, I'd get down on that survey. Absolutely. Heck yeah, man. Southern comfort food is fantastic, dude. Take it from somebody. I lived in Florida. Like, it's money. All right, hang on. No, it didn't crash. I'm trying to alt-tab out of it while it's loading. So any ANPs out there? You want to get some anxiety? Who wants some anxiety?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
That's a little broken. That's not good for it. That's really bad for it, man. That must be a Navy pilot. That was a joke. That's is that thing okay, Hexapod? I don't think so, dude. Twitch plus me. Thank you for the 4 months. I don't think that's supposed to do that. Just replace the hydraulics. Oh yeah, 5-head. We have a puncture box. Look at the second one. You're trying to stop Space News, dude. Puma is a European hatchback. Ugh. It looks like an egg with wheels. What's the second one? Alaska 737 damage after being struck by a catering truck. Ah! Ah! Come on! Oh, what the? What are you doing? Oh, that's broken. Anyway, if you missed the beginning of Workers, guys, what we did was we built, I have the highways basically all the way into the Central Valley. Just, what the? Check out the Ford Ka. I know what the Ford K is, Waze. That's like a subcompact. It's like a little tiny Focus. Dude, I don't mind hot hatches, but I hate cars that look like eggs. Every single car nowadays looks like this. Every single car looks like that. Every car. I hate it. I hate it. They all look like that. Every single one of them. Honda Fit is the best hatchback? DX hatch, dude. Civi hatch, man. Fit is alright, though. Every car looks like that. Every single one of them. I hate eggs with wheels. I hate them. Wonder if the FAA grounded all the catering. Yeah, you know, we have to have an investigation. They may have decided to change the paperwork arbitrarily for catering trucks. Maybe hitting the plane is actually okay. Who knows? The Challenger is still your favorite looker. Mm-hmm. The Fit today is the spiritual successor to the DX. Yeah, no doubt, it is. But DX hatches are... once upon a time, dude, I drove Hondas. I like my Fords, but yeah, I like Hondas. Hondas are alright. Impossible to kill those motors. Impossible. Ah, stupid tower's almost done. The SpaceX catering truck might, you know, well, Stalfos, if the SpaceX catering truck has wastewater, you know, from the truck, you're discharging wastewater, it might be an industrial process. Actually, if I took a dump on OLM1, it also might be an industrial waste process. We'd have to look. Look at this Honda. This is a Odyssey. Honda Odyssey, a Odyssey. Look at this Honda. Honda, buy a Honda, dick. Old school will burn them. Why are you advertising the Ford hat Puma T then? Why? I don't know, Ark. Why are you making bad jokes in my chat? Shove that capper right up your tailpipe. I don't know, man. Damn, I can't afford it. You sounded like De Niro trying to sell a Cadillac.
Oh, this is Space. I'm in space.
You make one more move on me, you melon farmer, I'll rip your balls off, I'll shove them into the frickin' fuel tanks, I'll frickin' bury you, I'll put ice picks in your eyes.
Sorry. Did someone say bad jokes? Oh, God. Now Geeson is here. The Tigers advance to the ALDS, beating the Astros, Hellfish. And the Orioles, like, what? Baseball. EJ, I'm going to pick up another square body Ranger tomorrow. Tell me I'm not stupid. Rangers are awesome. How many farms do you have total? 17. I just want my control tower made. Please make the control tower, bastard.
You're just like a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude. You're a dude who don't know what dude he is.
But perhaps I'm just a dude that thinks he knows who he is, but a dude that doesn't know what dude he actually is. Your streams are always so interesting. Thank you, Pigeon. We like having disco strobes here.
Extremely lively, building dreams its own way. Bakalaka Daka starts the plan.
That's enough. Finally, someone else who gets Tropic Thunder references and appreciates old trucks. I love old trucks. I have 3 myself. I swear if that stupid parking lot gets done before... Some of the aggregate storages are getting finished. Is there a nearby fire station to the airport? Yeah. No. Not built yet, but it's there. What is the biggest airplane you could buy? It looks to be an Ilyushin 76. Okay, we're good. I think I have a firefighting, the firefighting helicopter depot, Stuart, should be adequate enough. They could just fly over here, get water, and put it out. They're right on the other side of that hill in Nader. See? Right there. All of our open storages are getting ready to go. And that'll, if we can get the train tracks, we can get a train to deliver stuff here, it should really help. Let's go buy some railroad cars. I won't use train distro. I suppose we could do manual distro. We're gonna need something that can hold a lot of steel. That can hold 76 tons. Open wagon. Yeah, those flatbeds can move vehicles too, so just give me a bunch of those. Oh yeah, Nabek. Yeah, the background noise. Yeah, I know what you mean. The
Discovery.
What
go
year
at
are we
throttle
in?
up.
It's 82. February 82, Shogun. Can't believe I didn't notice that. Control tower is on fire. You shut your filthy, filthy mouth. I want Coco. I'm gonna go poopy. Oh, dude, look at that crane. Sick. I gotta go to the bathroom, Not now, damn it! Oh, they gotta finish it? Are they gonna finish it? SVO, don't talk to RB about cars. He doesn't have his license. Don't talk to him about cars. Don't talk to him about cars. Don't do that. Don't talk to him. Don't do that. Once you have the control tower ready, FAA rules may apply. Oh, dude, it's detecting the runway, but why does it say that it's only 2,500 feet? It is absolutely not. Well, whatever. Yeah, the best helicopter blades ever. They just go, yeah, they went right through the rebar. Oh, they cut through it like it's butter. Yeah, nice selfish. We need staff on the tower. Yeah, I know. SVO. RB is older. He just doesn't have his license. Hi, RB. Payback's a bitch, isn't it? How are we gonna get people to that? Nobody lives around here. Insert GTA 5. Wasted. Busted. Wasted. Kill frenzy. I want to get chocolate wasted. Is that a grown-ups reference? In my chat? Buy a ship. I already have a ship. It is. You don't like that movie? No, I just wasn't expecting it. Yeah. To be fair, SVO, RB knows about cars. He knows, he knows, he's good enough. He knows what he's talking about. But also, the reason why I said that is because I was playing Satisfactory yesterday and he said I missed the spot when I didn't. So, payback's a... Oh, but you did. You said it again today, you...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Cracked Astrovan #1. Yeah, baby. Oh, you know what? I got an idea. Sorry, the little hamster wheel in my head started turning. I should have some... Yeah, extra cars. It's gonna be a little ridiculous pulling labor from here, but that's what we're gonna do.
Griffin, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
My, summer, wall.
I get it. Okay. My summer. Whoa. No. Pull from the bus stop. Yeah, okay. Put the stupid Skodalex bus on there. Screw it. Favorite dessert? Apple pie. Alright, we're going over here, and I'm building a bus station. Very car road of you. Yeah, Pigeon, doing work. Been away from the worker streams. I take it you got the runway all paved up. Yep, and the cargo planes are circling. I just need personnel in the damn control tower. New vehicle type. The Vicky Tanker. Last if you may. Mold on Mir. Was doing a little research on space stations recently and went into a rabbit hole on Mir. Was interesting to read about some of the things, particularly the mold. Yeah, the Atlas got messed up whether over time. Basically it went to crap, just like everything else that was Soviet after the Soviet Union collapsed. Yeah, no problem, dude. Look at that telescoping crane. Cool. There we go. This has one worker. Why is the stream so quiet? I can hear... The audio is balanced pretty good. Oh, jeez. Laptop dropped an audio channel for some reason. Oh, that's weird. I think we need to rebuild that road, tear down and start over. You're 5x5. Thanks, Will. No, I'm not producing vodka. Not yet. Oh. Has a 200-liter tank? How? Whole car is tank. Pollution. 200, what is the back? The whole back must be full. Yeah, 52-gallon tank? Dude, Ernock's truck, the 87, has 2 fuel tanks and it's not even that much. It's 36. And that we could show that you could get 500-mile range on that thing. What the hell is the fuel economy on this truck? Bro, tune the damn carburetor. What's wrong with you? It's a 50, yeah, dude, it's a 50-gallon drum back there, yeah. 36-gallon in your F-150, 800 plus, yeah, right? What the frick? No! It took too long. I was worried about this. If it takes too long to get somewhere, they go back home. Pull from the village. I'd need to start providing for them, Dr. Gnome, if I... You know what? I'm about to just say pull foreign labor. I don't care. The foreign labor is getting down here with the damn construction depots. Deliver them by a helicopter. I need a helicopter passenger terminal to do that. Leo. Could you bring them in by a plane? That was my solution. Have you started build? Give me 1 second. Have you started building the new town? Yeah, a little bit. The foreign labor is getting down here, no problem. I don't know. Build the prison and make prisoners work farms in the airport. I think about it. Where's the airport hotel? I haven't built that yet. Move them to a bus stop. Then from bus stop to location. Does that make them stay longer? I thought it would, Sneaky, but yeah. Well, Leo, we have no problem getting construction labor down here. Don't we all, Pigeon? Don't we all? that's how that needs to work. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Gotta build terminal first, then parking spot, and then taxiway. Okay. Terminal. Parking spot. Taxiway. Okay. We'll do this a different way. The Antonovs will stay in the air for a little bit longer. Please tell me they can make it to the tower by foot. No, Pigeon. My money, go away. Hey, Assassin, what's going on? work there. Not close enough to the stupid tower. Does the tower have a footpath? Yeah, it does, but you can't make I can't make any footpaths here. That road is too short. I put the gates too close to each other. Because I wanted walls to be around the airport, because I thought it would be cool looking. Good enough. Cool. Build it. Priority 1. Autobots, roll out. Can hold 900 tons of steel. Cool. 900 tons of steel. Cool. Go here. Load 900 tons of steel. And then unload 900 tons of steel. Do it once, and that's it. How much is that going to cost, just out of curiosity? $700.43 times 900. 960. 900. Yeah. Okay. My hand is not working correctly. 700.43 times 916. Wow, thank you, Windows calculator. Very cool. Yeah, alright, I can afford that. Easy peasy. Go. Somebody say, Windows! I love Windows. Order Windows today. Something tells me we're not going to be profitable this year. You use the sell price, not the buying price. It's what would that be, like 6, 7? Yeah, that's the, we can afford it, doesn't matter. We should be just under 4 mil. I have a question. Would Starship fit in the... I don't know, Ray. Yep. Would Starship fit in the Pillar of Autumn? Yes, absolutely. Starship is only maybe, what, like 70, 80 meters tall? The Pillar of Autumn is 1,170 meters tall. Actually, Starship isn't 70 meters tall. Falcon 9 Super Heavy is 70 meters tall. Starship's like 120 meters tall. But still, yes, yes it could. Absolutely. How's the refinery doing? Both refineries are operating quite well. I need people in the control tower to get them to land, Pigeon. Gonna be a very heavy train. Yes. I'm kind of wondering if one locomotive is enough, but find out. Is there a place where we can like a vehicle loading thing? Can we load Can we use these cargo terminals to load vehicles? I don't know. Tractive effort is not listed. We need people to man the control tower. Looks like that one locomotive can handle it. I'm gonna have them build the apartment in a second, so we can pull labor from here to go work at the airport. Don't do that to me, Dink. Don't do that to me, man. Big train, dude. Loading this down with 900 tons of steel is gonna be quite good. Because what I can do for our for the materials hauling, pull steel from there, pull bricks. Well, that's pretty much it. I'm gonna take these 4 F-Series box trucks and we're going to move all of them. Fuel price? Yes. Okay. Feels good. Almost done with these roads. Yep. How about the trains over here? Oh, looks like they finished the tunnel. How about this? Oh, yeah. Good progress on the road deck there. Excellent. Good. Offload the steel, baby. That's where it is. The space for loading vehicles. Yeah. Space for vehicles and containers. The loading zone is for loading and unloading only. There's no loading in the loading zone. There, now it should just fill it up. You broke the spaghetti? Face the wall. Oh yeah. I just want to point out that we just bought like 1,000 tons of steel and it's not even that big of a deal. Like that's the macro of this game when it gets there, when you get there, is pretty awesome. I'll be able to fly them in, Nova Raptor, ironically. No, the Fokker, the small Fokker planes can land VFR, which is interesting. But yeah, they can. A long silent focus. Yep. We'll get you on the ground soon. Sorry it took a year. I told that guy to load all those storages out with bricks and boards and prefabs. Fill it up. I'm so rich. I paid for WinRAR. Oh, brother. A year is still faster than O'Hare. Spicy. No church? No, we have the Hakmena. Hakmena! Haktua! Can you connect helicopter cargo to your new supply depots? Eventually, yes, we could. Just want to get the planes on the ground. That'll make me happy. Look at all this stuff we can buy. That IL-76 can hold a lot of cargo. Probably buy more of those. Earlier this week, a coworker's plane that landed at O'Hare sat waiting for 2 hours and 10 minutes because there were no open gates. Oof. Making good progress. Them boys finishing this right now would be a real help. Another load like that, they'll be fine.
It's streaming live today. Because Dream is on way, Bakalaka Daka stands the plan.
You find the game is easier at the beginning. No, it's tough. It's tough to make income, dude. Easier at the beginning now. I understand how to play a lot better if that's what you're asking.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba.
Small terminal doesn't take that much to make. I just made it so they won't drive through the farm. Good, good, good. Nice. That's cool, goalie. Can't listen to that. Pretty sick, dude. Did you sign up for Flame Trench? Yeah, of course. Oh, dude, look at that. $700 tons of concrete. Whoops. Element, I'd be jumping around in the cargo bay. I'd be like, right when the plane banks, like land on your side or something. I'd probably break my leg, but it'd be fun. You know, like, thing goes to do a huge bank, you just jump, the whole plane turns and you don't, and you come back down and you fall into the floor. My leg! I wouldn't be. I'd be like, you know? Oh, I'd be having a good time. You've been buzzed by Navy jets on hikes, so it's almost boring now. There you go. Gotta start making our tarmac, man. Patra 815. Cool. There's the bus. Could have been a helicopter, but whatever. Really real fast on one of those things. How big is it? C-17, Shaw? It's not as big as the 747, but it's almost as big as the 747. I'd say like, I don't know. What do you guys think? Like 767 maybe? Does airplanes seriously need to land? Thank you, Captain Obvious. Gonna make it? Gonna make it? Haven't those planes been flying for like 3 months? Try a year, dude. Seven months, 23 days. Oh no. Fine. Fine. Gonna make it? Gonna make it? Oh. You mean the airport doesn't have connection with the damn control tower? What do you mean? Why? What the f-
Oh, man.
Cleared for takeoff. Bravo, Lima, Delta Sierra, 279er. Cleared for takeoff. Runway balls. Why use the paved runway when there's a dirt runway right there? I guess we have 2 runways now. Probably don't want a hill in front of the damn runway, huh? Now we have 2 runways. This reminds me of like El Paso or something with the way the runways are configured. It's just a really strange configuration. You mean you don't want takeoff assistance? Oh! 1? You got 1 worker! Where's the dude? Why isn't he? Why isn't he? Why isn't he? Why isn't he doing the thing? You gotta, you know, you gotta do the thing. The plane, it says the plane's out of gas, but you're at the thing. Just do the unload. Just. He needs fuel before he can unload, because, of course, stupid of me. The highway looks good. Thank you. That's a major milestone. They should be able to cook the rest of this up pretty damn fast, actually. Speaking of that, how's the other run going? Come on. Hey, 360 viewers. All right. How's research doing? Completely maxed out. Nothing. It is ticking down. It's not much. They got a 12-hour grace time. The plane will not unload the passenger unless they're fueled. The fueling, I guess, comes before that, which I'm speechless, but all right. Hey, Snackless. What's up, buddy? What are we up to here? I need to get people in my stupid control tower so they can land at my stupid airport. Because these planes have been circling since I bought them. And yeah, gotta land them. And I have helicopters that help me make things. I don't produce any food. Those airplanes have been flying for 7 months straight, Snackless, because the game doesn't know what to do. they would have ran out of fuel and crashed. But I guess you can't declare VFR and land, or like declare your landing on VFR flight rules in this game. It doesn't work that way, I guess. They need the tower to land on a paved runway, which is stupid because AN-12s can land on unprepared surfaces in real life, but... I blame the FAA. Maybe we should not have paved the runway. You can't buy the AN-12. The AN-12 can't land on it can't land on an unprepared surface in this game. Well, it usually is their fault. I don't have people in the tower, Super. I built the terminal right here so I could fly in labor, right, quicker, right? Because I already had the planes bought. The plane ran out of gas, and it has one worker inside, and that one worker won't refuse. The game refuses to leave the plane. It must do fueling logic before passenger offload.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
We are not responsible for Bakalakadakistani aviation.
Bakalakadakistani.
Now, if you excuse us, we're gonna keep holding up SpaceX.
So, yeah, I have the guy that needs to go into the tower that needs to land those planes, but the logic dictates that it needs fuel. Because reasons. Where's the fuel? It's on a truck that's coming. Because it's dictatorship. You're a dick. Dictatorship. Nah, yeah, it's just the game logic, dude. It sucks, but hey, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? We got a runway. Got another runway now. That's kind of neat. It's kind of really close to that town, but hey, you know, it's fine. Truck's seen better days, yeah. All right, once I get the repair depot up, we should be good. In the years 2007, the pilots at Lawn 6 died. The mystery of the circling planes continues to baffle even the most knowledgeable scientists. We can relocate the town, yeah. You guys know what I thought would be another cool thing? Over here, if we go over here remove tree. And then aggregates. We can take gravel from up there. It's connected via train tracks, and we can drop the gravel here if we wanted to. So we would have gravel here for all the roads. Does the airport have its own fuel storage? Not right now, but it will in the future. We could transfer fuel by rail, yes. We'd have to import it, but we could. Put fuel storage over there, dude. Fuel truck's almost there, Pete. I think by the time it gets there, the guy is gone, though. There goes the infrastructure building. Hey, King. It's all right. Ooh, dude, new roller. Cool. Gonna have to start buying those so we can pave these roads faster. Did you order Donginos? No, I did not. No, I don't like that. Now we need truck aggregate. Huge. That's not good. Ah. It might get there in time, who knows? Drop the concrete on it. Yeah, that road is screwed up there. I gotta fix it, see Kraken. Wow, they're actually gonna make it in time. Cool. Cool. What happens if a reactor catches on fire? I'm gonna guess it's just gonna demolish it like any other game. They actually got it in time. I'll be dipped. Yeah, baby, build that bridge. Build that bridge. Nice, we'll have gravel and all manner of, Oh, nice. You dropped off all the boards. Yeah, baby. With gravel and all manner of stuff. Good, good. Also, I'd like to point out that I purchased all these resources and we've actually still been profitable despite all those purchases. Which is still pretty damn cool. It really feels good to be good at this game, man. Or to at least have a successful republic. What are you producing the most of? Oil, man. Oh, he came back with 2 workers. The fuel trucks finally made it. The fuel trucks made it. Come on. Dude, please. Oh, there they are. There they are. Come on. Come on. Come on. Not enough workers in the control tower. Why do you hate me? Operating! Operating without issues! Yes! You've been in the air for 8 months! That's not how you do that, but alright. Oh. What? Totally realistic turn. You do that in DCS all the time. Yeah, yeah. Sure. Hi. Can your police cars get fuel? Maybe that's the cause of high crime. Police stations are empty everywhere. They're investigating. I think I just need more police. B1. Rotate. Positive rate. That was definitely a Rado landing, but alright. Basically, mean are those running visibly fueled? Yes. Gary, I haven't told any police stations to be filled up with gas on site in the motor pool at the police station, and other cities do not have any crime. It's just that one city. I need more police. That's such a little wimpy plane. Let me build this gigantic freaking parking spot. Oh wait, I built 75-meter parking spots. Let's. Saoshi, a bit off topic, but I was wondering if you've ever played Factorio. I have played Factorio, yeah. Oh yeah. We'll make a smaller planes ramp somewhere else, but yeah. Oh, where's that going on? Why do these construction depots always want to burn down? Weirdest thing, dude. Okay, where are those new pavers? Can we buy the, no. Roller? Nope. Cool. Such a random assortment of vehicles over here. How is the train length limited? 455 meters is the longest train you can have. It's about 1,500 feet. Again? There's a fire station down the street. We're good. I know what the limit is, but how is it calculated? The length of the train. It's just the length of all the cars put together, dude. It's not, yeah. Don't read into it too much. Put down another construction depot there. I need that to be paving. I need a paving depot. Is that not lined up with the other ones? It's not. Trains are doing their thing. Don't land on that runway. Don't land on that. Because he took a nosedive at the runway, Maris. It was open. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're not wrong. Those bridges are done. How about over here? Discord when you get a chance. Doesn't have to be during stream. I'll think about it, Sea Dragon. I think about it. I think about it. Good progress. So this is odd. I see nothing wrong here. What did I miss today? Jack, look at the highway. This is the highway coming from Nova Gulin. We designed it and graded it, and the grade is perfect. Like, this road's gonna be smooth as butter when it's done, dude. I have the highway right away, basically all the way to the Center Valley on both highways. Yeah, that's the other one as well. I changed it a little bit. I used to have the highway just bend around here and then stop. I made it go across the bridge. I made it go across here and then connect in, and then I'm gonna build a highway interchange right here. See, I left a message. Does the game have an end date? Nope. The tech tree stops in the 90s, Kaiser.
Yes, make the call. Give that call a good rub. Give that call a good rub. Yes. You sounded like a Guy from a Most Extreme Elimination Challenge. Yes, very nice.
Oh, we got Cole, baby. We got Cole Phelps, badge 1247.
Give that call. Give that call a good rub. Oh, give that call a good rub.
Fire coverage, I hope. Betcha. This aggregate storage doesn't seem to be powered though, so it's just moving coal over there. the storage catches fire, does it burn quicker? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Oh, it started moving it. We're making bricks! We're making bricks! Look! Oh, making bricks! Ah! They're making the bricks! That ain't a tool, that's a dang brick. Oh man. Give that leg a good rub. Give it a good rub. That would be the best place for that. Always be switching. I'm getting all this set up so we can expand Aribi. So we can have enough labor for everything. Alright, now we just... Did I put the electrical line in? Did not. Alright, cool. Sweet. And then we could just fill up this with whatever. How's everything? How's the everything else going? Look at the bricks. Hey. That's pretty cool. That's a lot of coal. That's pretty coal. Coal doesn't trade very high. What do bricks trade at, just out of curiosity? Okay, they're alright. They're not bad. It's gonna take a while to fill that thing up, though. Forgot to add the last switch and pipe. I'm sorry? I see what I did wrong. It has no footpath. Start paving. 1 coal power plant, please. Man, that was fast. Dude, the coal mine's going off, man. Alright, I have some trucks over here with vehicles on them. Crap. My last with mention. What's your Republic's last year's most important item? Most imported item by unit? I don't know, dude. I don't care. Yeah, I have money. It doesn't matter. Prefabs. That's because I bought a crap ton of them. And then crude oil. Crude oil and steel. Yeah. It's, like, Gary, it's because of that whole thing going on right there. Yeah, I brought in a lot. Come on, land the other Antonov. Good, future factory goals to get independence. Landitov! How is the other runway occupied? I don't understand. Oh my goodness. You know, for science, yeah, that's probably a good idea. What's up, Duckman? How you doing? Nice, Iger. Who knows how long that thing, no one's been working in that stupid thing. Oh, man. I sent the Datsun 510s out. We got Datsun. We got Datsun here. See, nobody cares. There we go. Start repairing stuff, man. Damn. Want to see what the record-breaking Power Stroke did? That's broken. That's wiggly. It feels really good just implementing coal and really having it not be that big of an issue at all anymore. You know, that's really really cool. Big dog. It's spelled Sendero. Good news, the new Dacias are in. How long has that been like that? See what he did. Stupid guy got on the wrong track. He's on the wrong track. There's no way to get back to the distro center from the outside track here. You need to be on the inside track to cross there, to turn around and back into the distro. That's the problem. Why did it have him go on? Never mind. We're making bricks. Almost done, dudes. Almost done. Oh, that's sick. That plane needs to turn around. One plane is taking off on one runway, the other one's landing on another. Could the plane be out of fuel and crash if the runways are blocked? No, it's been circling there for a year. It's been circling for a year. I think it's fine. Me activating all the planes on the route to constantly bring people in here is basically screwing us. But see those three people? Those three people are they're gonna get into the control tower, right? They're gonna get in there, and because that plane is, I don't know what he's doing. They're gonna get into the control tower and everything's gonna be cool. Last chance to buy a big dog. I have enough of those. Please? What plane is occupying the... There's a guy that created DoorDash for fuel. You can order fuel for your car basically everywhere. On that rail yard thingy, there's so much rail. So much rail in one block, 6 wide. It's not effective. Blue's good. Orange is okay. Purple can cause issues. Green is too much stacked. If you yeah, I know how the colors work. It's a rail depot. You're gonna have busy traffic. The other plane that I told to go back. What? Wait. It landed! It did it! Yes! Hold. Whatever, they're on the ground. Fulfill your destiny. Transport bricks by supersonic transport. Alright, how do I make that airplane factory? Where is that? Just out of curiosity. Oh. Dry dock. Cool. Oh. No. That's pretty neat. Morning, are we there yet? No! Mino, shut up! Hey, Sean, what's going on? I want to buy the bigger planes, dang it. Face the wall? No, you face the wall. I'm the one who talks, okay? Mouth shut, ears open. Is it time to build the farming village to get more reliable labor? Yeah, I'd say so. Probably. Yeah, that part isn't paved yet because I paved all this and we've been moving back that trip. The Padres eliminated the Braves. Interesting. Detroit eliminated the Stros, dude. Oh crap, last chance to buy the good excavator. I think I have enough. Said no one ever. You can manufacture those too. Should get that car factory up and running, huh? All right, guys, it's midnight. We did a 12er today. We got a lot done there. I want to keep playing, but we got to get up for Satisfactory tomorrow. So, and I have to actually work on not going to sleep at like 4 in the morning for a change. So, tomorrow we got more Satisfactory. We're going to grind out the dry dock for the autumn. Lots of concrete placing. Yeah. That'll happen tomorrow. Starting, we should probably going to start at noon. But that will conclude our broadcast day. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I will see you guys all tomorrow. Stand by for the sign-off.
Forsaken.